Should be able to hear. My mic's working. Or are you messing with me? Oh, you can hear now. That was weird. That was weird. You can hear me now? Good, good. Can hear you? What's up, guys? Oh my god, I am sick. Maybe I'll get some sympathy from you guys. I figured today we'd do why did you celebrate Charlie Kirk's unaliving? That's going to be today's topic. I do have a headache, and I'm going to name it after Islam. After yesterday's live. After yesterday's live, we're going to name it after Islam. All right. Let's go live on TikTok. I'm a little fuzzy. I can't reach the camera. There you go. All right, let's go live on TikTok. Let's get some people in here. Let's get this ball rolling. Like I said, next week we'll back to our regular. I know these are really late, guys, for you. Like, my time zone is completely different. It's 6 o'clock for me now, and so like normally I go live noon my time, and my time right now is 10. So literally our schedule is 10 hours different than what we normally do. But we fixed a couple things. I fixed that so that works better. See that? That pops up. And we fixed the chat so the chat shows up better. And then hopefully I don't miss any super chats. I missed all of them last time. Now we need to see if the TikTok chat comes through. Test. Yeah, I think we're good there. All right, today's topic is why did you celebrate Charlie Kirk's unaliving? Let's see who has anything to say about that. Not night lives now, just night lives for now. Those are two different things. So we're not doing night lives. This isn't pop. That's a water, because it's just bubbly. So it's just lives for now. But we'll be back to our day lives next week. How have I been? Oh man. Oh, where I've been? Dealing with life, bro. Dealing with life. We'll just say that. Like I said, we'll be back to our normal broadcast next week. Now, if you're watching on TikTok, make sure you're smashing the like button, sharing the live. And we're only going to be taking people in from the TikTok queue today because we don't have the means to do everybody. To do everybody through the thing. What do you call it? Now all of a sudden I'm getting a phone call. What? I don't need you to be on my AirPods. Yo. I'm live right.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm live right now, so careful what you say.
Oh. I saw with text with my name. Like, what's going on?
Yeah,
You know it's Wednesday.
Yeah, I was gonna say come live.
What's up?
I was gonna say come on live.
Oh.
I'm doing Charlie.
Yeah,
I'm doing Charlie Kirk.
I can do it when I get home if you're still live.
Yeah, just come up on TikTok.
I'm still at the church closing down.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi, people. Little John here.
That's Little John,
Hope
guys.
you're having a stupendous day.
That's Little John. So yeah, I'm not doing like my normal stream, so just come on TikTok.
Your voice sounds so different on the phone. It's insane.
It's because I'm sick.
Okay. All right.
Have fun closing up. We'll see you soon.
All right. Peace.
Bye. I wanted John to do co-host with me today because, like I said, I'm not feeling good, and he's more studied on this than I am right now. So it'd be good to have him back up. And like I said, because I'm sick, I could get John to do most of the work, and I could just benefit off of his labor, because that is the way, right? Find somebody else who's better at it than you, and hire them, and just capitalize. That's capitalism. That's the way it should be. Just take somebody else's labor and make it work. All right, guys, make sure you're smashing the like button, sharing the live, so we can get out to the people that we need to get out to. Oh, I said the bad word. I probably got to restart the TikTok stream because I said YT channel thing. Like, if you say those things, it apparently demonetizes you because they don't want you promoting other channels. And seeing as how we're taking all our guests on there right now, I probably shouldn't say those words. I might restart the TikTok live. I think I'm going to do that. So everybody watching on TikTok, I'm going to restart. I'll be right back. But everybody watching on the other place, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. There we go. What's what? How's the wife? She's good. She misses me. This is the longest we've been apart from each other since we've been married. So, I miss her too. But we'll see her soon. You guys will see her soon. We'll have her in the backdrop and we'll get these lives back to the way they used to be. I'm terrible. There she is, right there. There she is. You could ask her yourself. This is a dope chair. Like, let's be honest. The chair and the background here, just butter. Just absolute butter. But the background without Abby, 100% not the same. You're absolutely right. But this background that we do have, butter, like if Abby is sitting where? That chair right there? Like a little laptop on her back, on her laptop, or lap, just looking up fact checks and doing the things that she's doing. It'd be solid. But like I'm saying, like I'm thinking about getting one of these chairs, these types of chairs for the office, because this is mint. Like sitting in one of these chairs, great. The timestamps will come back. Yeah, we can't do timestamps right now. Like, probably when I get back, I'm probably going to take these lives off YouTube, to be honest. I'm leaving them up now so you guys have some content. Because I feel bad, man. Like, oh, here's my daily mod fee. We're going to raise that probably to $100 a day, but you're good for now. But thank you. I can't do the timestamps without you. Can't. I look retired? Yep. I look. Can't wait for donate for the cable. What? Can't wait to donate for the cable Friday. You lost me, bro. I did get the cable though. It's hooked up. We hooked up the cable and then I had to leave. We had to leave. Oh, there we go. We are now connected to TikTok. But then why? Here's the question. Didn't celebrate. Just didn't give a. Why do you feel like you need to tell everybody? If you didn't give a, why not just not say anything? Because if you truly didn't give a crap, you just wouldn't say it. You just move on with your life. Oh, Charlie got executed. Okay. And then you just move on. But if you feel like you got to walk around saying, I don't care. I'm so unempathetic. I just don't care if he did or didn't. Like, I'm not celebrating. I just don't care if you. It seems like you do care. I didn't ask. I said, why did you celebrate Charlie Kirk's unaliving? If you didn't celebrate it, then I'm not asking you, am I? Right? That's such a weird thing. It's like, hey, why do you go snowboarding? Or like, no. Yeah, why did you go snowboarding? I didn't go snowboarding. I do miss Charlie yet. When will I do the what topic? this is like those videos of people at Starbucks. I didn't ask for whipped cream. Then this isn't your order. You're not wrong. I celebrate because I couldn't care about someone who had fascist ideologues. Okay, we'll come up and let's have a conversation about that. Let's have a conversation about that. Multi-guest queue is open. I still feel like we're fuzzy. I might just move the camera a little closer then so I can... Now I'm all out of center. There we go. Hey, that looks good. Now I can make sure we are in focus. Man, I look like crap. I should do BJJ vids on the side if I'm up for it. No, I'm not up for it because I don't have the time to make the content. And once I start making videos about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, I'm going to lose my passion for it, right? Because then it becomes more of a job. And I already do it as a job, so why won't that open? I already do it as a job. You're never an atheist. Okay. Well, let me ask you a question then. Is atheism a worldview? Is atheism a belief? Because if it's just I lack a belief, then what makes you an atheist? How would you know I'm not an atheist if it's not a worldview? Or I wasn't an atheist? You don't need to apologize. That was a fair question. But I would actually love maybe one day, like once we have more, better income in the household, and we can maybe do this full time. I would love to actually cut back on some teaching at the gym, and then maybe make a second channel committed to martial arts content. I like to do that, because there's some things I see martial arts content on TikTok all the time, and I always got something to say about it, and I just never say anything because I don't make content about that. But there's like for example, there's like this whole thing that's going on in the martial arts world right now that's talking about guard pullers, and I have opinions. I have opinions about guard pulling, and I would like to share my opinions on guard pulling, but I don't have a channel dedicated to that. Guys, again, make sure you're smashing the like button, sharing the live. If you disagree, or if you agree with the prompt, why did you celebrate Charlie Kirk's unaliving? Come up and tell me. I'm very curious why you did that. If we don't get anybody up in the next 30 minutes or so, we'll switch it to another topic. I got a text message. Oh, I gotta text my wife good night. And it's like my wife and then you guys. You guys come second. She's already in bed? Probably. It's hard to see that chat, eh? Let's see if we can fix that for you guys. See if we can fix that. No, that's just kind of what it is. It's just gonna have to be what it is for now. It's just gonna have to be what it is. I didn't celebrate his unaliving, but okay, well then the prompt is not for you. The prompt is not for you. Like I said, we might change the prompt. I'm still trying to figure out a good prompt to have discussions on this topic with people. It's hard to figure out the prompts because if you're not very careful with your words, people are going to come up and argue very specific semantics about the prompt, and then you're not actually arguing the rhetorical goal. Am I Canadian? I'm so Canadian it hurts. Sorry, eh? Let me hold that door open for you, bud. Let's go down to Timmy's and get a double-double with the toonie. I thought the world of Charlie Kirk. He was an awesome person. I think so too. Why aren't you Christian? No, we're not. We're gonna go back to apologetics here soon. But I want to focus a little bit on politics for a while. I'm gonna be dipping my toes into politics. I've been thinking about it for a while. I have got to start studying though. That's a big thing. I'm very uninformed with political points and views. So before I really jump into it, I got to start studying. Start reading some books, although I got too many books right now on my list of things to read. I did finish one of the books that I've been trying to finish for a while on the plane, which is great. But now I just started another one today that was on my list of things that I'm supposed to be reading. And then I'm in the process. I've got 3 or 4 books that I got going all at once usually, and that's the worst habit you could have in the world. Pick a book and stick with it. But there's like multiple topics. So I got one book on the incarnation of Christ going right now. I got one book on philosophy going. I got one book on Christian sexual ethics going. And what's the other one I got going? I don't even remember. I haven't even opened that one in a while. I guess would you count the Bible? Would you count the Bible? Still no guests. Please, guys, smash the like button, share the live. If you want to see some guests up here, I need your help to do it. We got to get out to the people so they can see it. But I cannot do it without your help. So make sure you're smashing the like button, sharing the live, doing what you need to do to get out to the people we need to get out to. Right now I'm reading a book on logic. I just read Philosophy 101. That's one I finished. It's not the new setup. It's a temporary setup. But it is pretty good, right? It's really good. I got to give a big shout out to my mom. Shout out, Mom. I don't know if she can hear me. For helping with the setup. Didn't celebrate his passing, didn't mourn it either. Hate begets hate. Well, hold on. Hate begets hate. So do you hate him? If you hate him, that's a type of celebration for the passing. See, that's what I'm saying. Is the title? It's like, oh, I didn't celebrate it, but I was really okay with it. I'm not sad, but I didn't celebrate. I didn't celebrate his passing, but I'm definitely not sad about it. Definitely not. I'm not celebrating. Woohoo, he's gone. I'm definitely not celebrating the fact, woohoo, yeah, he's gone. Atheist turned Christian is embarrassing. Well, it's funny. I don't feel embarrassed. It's a weird thing. I hate that.
Yo, what's up, man?
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I am 18.
All right, man. Why did you celebrate Charlie Kirk's unaliving?
I didn't personally, but I wanted to come up and say that I definitely think that there are people who would be justified in doing so.
There are people who are justified in
For instance,
celebrating it?
just to make sure we're on the same basis. If you lived in... Yeah. I think there are
Okay.
people who were.
Okay. Justify celebrating someone's death.
So if you live in... Yeah, I think, like, it's comparable where if you were living in the 40s in the United States and, the mustache man...
You got
I
some...
think plenty of people were justified in celebrating that.
Hold on. I got some really bad quality with you, man. All right. Can you say that again?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Can you say it again?
All right. Yeah, I'd say, do you think people were justified in the 1940s for celebrating the death of the, leader of the Nazis?
No.
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 Why do you think that's unjustified?
You should never celebrate death. Death is a horrible thing. You could celebrate the fact that evil has stopped.
Well, can death not be a great signifier for the ending of evil?
Yeah, so you could be happy that the war
For instance,
has ended,
because...
but you shouldn't celebrate someone's death. Like, it would have been far better if the war ended because he repented.
Well, I'm not religious, so I'm trying to take your perspective here.
You don't think it's better
So
that...
do you believe you don't believe in the death penalty at all?
Just real quick. Repentance isn't specifically a religious thing. You don't think it's better for people to realize the evil that they've done and turn from it? You don't think that's a better option than just unaliving them?
Yes, I'd say that would be a better option. But I would
Right.
say that how are we to know if someone is genuinely repenting as opposed to just masquerading for the sake of living on? And how
Well,
could someone like, you know,
just repenting
the
isn't freedom
mustache
from
man,
consequence. You'd
you
have
really
to, hey,
think like he was capable?
yeah. So just repenting isn't freedom from consequence. You'd still have to take precautions. Like you just don't repent and just get
Right.
to
So do
walk
you
around
think
the
that
street.
like the death penalty is a valid consequence?
Yeah, the death penalty can be something that's implemented, but we don't celebrate it when it happens. It's like, oh my God, this is a horrible evil that has to happen to prevent future evils from happening.
Right. So if you're like you have a evil like 10 and evil 5 and evil 5 happens instead of evil 10, you don't think that the like avoidance of that 5 extra evil is worth like celebration? Like like what do you
So
mean?
stopping evil,
You're
like
avoiding harm. The
you could
avoiding
celebrate
harm is worth celebration.
right. You could celebrate the fact that that there's an evil that's not happening anymore, but you should never celebrate someone's unaliving.
But that is like evil not happening
No, that's an
because
evil
they are not
itself.
alive. Evil is not happening.
Yeah, so
Less evil.
you could celebrate the fact that the evil's not happening. But for example, with Smittler, right? Putting him in prison would have stopped that evil from happening. So that'd be a thing to celebrate. His unalivement after that fact is only would only be vengeance, and I don't think we should seek out vengeance.
Well, I have an agreement with you there that the minimum means necessary to avoid said evil, right? But would you say that it's worth celebrating if you have an option of getting slapped on the wrist or shot in the leg, and you only get slapped on the wrist? You don't think that getting slapped on the wrist would be cause for celebration?
I don't think we celebrate doing evil things. I think evil things
And
happen sometimes to prevent certain things. We're going full circle. Now, here's the thing. I'm just going to concede and say, okay, maybe I'm wrong in this specific
like in the
stance.
case of that analogy,
Hold on. I'm going to move to the next point. I'm going to say maybe I'm wrong on this. You're comparing Charlie Kirk to Schmittler. Now, I want you to establish that.
well, I can draw an analogy, but if the analogy doesn't get us anywhere, then I would see the point. You don't even think that it's like we should celebrate Hitler dying.
You can't say, you got to say Schmittler. You got to do
You know
TOS.
what I mean? Like
But like I said,
Schmittler.
like even if I can concede I'm wrong about the
Got you.
fact that we shouldn't celebrate anyone dying, you're still comparing Charlie Kirk to Schmittler. So now you need to establish that. You need to establish how Charlie Kirk is equivalent to Schmittler.
Sure. So there's a lot of differences, but I think one big comparison would be that Charlie Kirk was an advocate for Israel and the genocide of the Palestinians. I think that if I were a parent of a child who was bombed and
Wait.
someone
Hold
who
on, hold on, hold on.
directly contributed to the
Just
funding
hold
of
on,
that
real
bombing,
quick. You're saying Charlie Kirk is like Schmittler because he's on the side of the Jews?
because he's on the side of, no, he's on the side of bombing children.
So okay, phenomenal. Can you give me a quote where Charlie Kirk says we should bomb children?
A quote,
Mm-hmm.
where like what you want him to say that directly? I don't know if
Yeah,
I could
well,
find
I'd
that.
be very curious how
You know
you
what I
would.
could find is
Yeah, I'd be very
him
curious.
saying that
I'd be
it's
very curious.
justified.
Hold on, I'd be very curious how you would establish the fact that he was pro bombing children.
And instead of necessary, and that he would celebrate Gaza being leveled.
Sorry, can you say that again?
He also directly contributed to the war.
No, say it again. I didn't hear you. Keep
Yeah,
cutting
he
out on
said
me.
that he would celebrate Gaza.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he said he would celebrate Gaza being leveled, and he directly funded the war, which is leveling it.
So where did he say
That
that
is
you should bomb
support.
children?
Right? Yeah, I don't think Did he say that? No, I don't think I could find a quote where he's
So
like, "Yeah,
so
we
so
should
what
bomb
so what
children." But I do
so what
think
he's
that
saying is
even though,
he supports one side in a war, right? And he wants them to have victory over the other side, and he's using a certain type of rhetoric language. And you're saying that is him saying he should bomb children?
he celebrates it and he justifies it, and he says that it is
Okay.
one.
Can you give
I
me
don't
the
think you can
quote?
categorize this as a war either.
Can you give me the quote?
Sure, I will find a quote.
So I just did a quick search too. Says there's no quote of Charlie Kirk saying that we should bomb Gaza. I also can't hear you if you're out of the app, by the way.
Right, I'm looking for one now, but also to clarify, I never said that like I'd find any direct quote of him saying, "I think we should bomb children," but I
Well,
do
no, I
remember
just
a
said
specific
Gaza. What did he
debate where
say
he
then?
was saying that it was a necessary evil and that bombing children was justified because they
Whoa,
were
whoa, whoa! But hold on.
on the
That's.
side of the aggressors, which
Wait,
is
wait, wait.
wholly
Okay,
unjustified.
do you think
So not only
Jocko?
was he
Okay,
an advocate
hold
of a
on,
war, which I don't know if you call it a war, which was my first point.
hold on, hold on,
Calling it a war, I
hold
think,
on, hold on,
devaluates
hold on.
the genocide and the one-sided like warfare which is occurring.
So are you just gonna steamroll?
Right now, that's like you've already interrupted plenty, so like
Okay,
I'm gonna
so
continue as like when I need
okay,
to.
so real quick, do you think Jocko Willink is somebody that's like Schmittler?
I don't know who that is.
He's a Navy SEAL.
I still no idea.
So Jocko Willink is a Navy SEAL, a book writer. He's talked about war, and one of the things that he says about war is that in every single war that happens, one of the necessary evils that's going to happen is innocent people are going to be unalived. That's just the process of war. You can't stop it. So if you're simply saying that Charlie Kirk, and you haven't shown any quotes about this, but even if I granted that he said that innocent people are going to be unalived in war, that's not a negative statement. That's just a fact. That's going to happen.
I think there's a very clear distinction between like innocent people being unalived in a war and a nation targeting a non-aggressive nation and targeting children and women and civilians in that nation and indiscriminately trying to erase an entire people.
Okay, so you made a lot of claims there. Can you back any of them up?
Which was so
All of them. So first of all, you made it. Hold on. You asked me a question.
So
You asked me a question. So let me specify. So your first claim, right, is that these were all just innocent people that are being targeted. Your second claim is that Charlie Kirk is backing up this idea that we should just target. Okay, well then rephrase your claims, please.
The civilian to soldier death ratio is consistent with genocide, not of warfare.
Okay, how do you know that?
Therefore, it is well. I can. You want me to pull a source of statistics?
Yes, yeah,
that show
you're
you
the one making
civilian
claims. So
to
yes,
soldier death.
you're the one making claims. So yes, I would like you to back them up.
All right. The Guardian says that 83% of casualties are civilians.
Okay, and then that's strictly on one side or both sides?
What do you mean? As in, like,
Well,
you want the casualty rate of like
yeah,
the
yeah. So if the casualty rate
the attacks on Israel a couple months
yeah,
ago?
yeah. So if the casualty rate is 83% of one side to the other side is civilians, then yeah, obviously you have some war crime going on. But if it's the simple fact that both sides have 83% happening, then there's a different problem going on, and you can't categorize one side as innocent, can you?
Well, let's find a source for the retaliative side or the other side.
Well, no, you just said 83%. 83% of which side? What did it say? Or did it just say in totality of the war?
Oh, it was 3% of the Palestinians who have been killed were civilians. So I'm trying to find you a counter source to show you how many of the Israeli deaths were civilians.
And
And to be fair,
so can you read the quote?
I can only name like
Can you read the quote?
from the Guardian.
Yep.
Wait, so you're talking about a Charlie Kirk quote?
No, the quote from the Guardian that says it's 83%
Are
of
you
these
talking
people
about
being
the
unalived.
source?
The source that you're reading, can you read the quote?
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, I'll pull it up. Hold on. All right, so I'm reading it from out of this, so I'm gonna have to go back and forth. So I'll split up the quote as I go in and out.
Mm-hmm.
But first part of the quote: figures from classified IDF database indicate that 8,900 soldiers were killed. The death toll has reached nearly 63,000. That's from the Guardian, and the title of the source is Israelis' own military data indicates 83% of deaths are civilians. The Guardian.
So Israelis own military data. So their data. So basically what they told us.
That's what the source says.
Right, so Israeli sources.
Yeah, that's what it's saying.
So you're telling me Israel, who's at war with Palestine, submitted their own data that said they killed 80% of civilians?
It doesn't say anything about them submitting it. It just says that an Israeli database has these numbers. So I don't know about submitting or publishing. I don't know what forum you would go to see whether or not a country is submitting numbers, especially considering Israel isn't letting journalists or reporters into the area. And, you know, the world's leading genocide experts have also agreed that this is a genocide. And the Guardian,
which world leading genocide experts?
Database. It was a meeting at the UN, but I can pull it up too. But before, like, just say that's wrong, can you like address the quote from the Guardian? You agree that there'd be a significant amount of war crimes had it been 83% casualty rate. And if that were the case, that means that they are not having war, but rather targeting civilians,
just think
children,
about
women.
hold on, just think about the quote that you gave me.
That's the case. And Israel.
Just think about the quote that you gave me. You said Israeli gave the information about how they were unaliving people from Palestine. So you think Israel is telling the whole world that they are unaliving 80% of innocent people? You think they're telling that to the world stage?
It says No, I don't think they're telling that, but the source shows that it's from their database, be it
Um,
voluntary or involuntary.
so I also looked up statistics. It says about 50% of innocent people from the Israeli side is being unalived, and then it says about 80% from the Palestinian side is being unalived on innocent people. So we've got a 50
Well,
to
where's your source?
80%.
Where's it from?
This comes from, let me go back up to the top. Gaza Health Ministry, the GHM, run by Hamas, the UN and Israel official totals, and the Israel Defense Forces, the IDF.
Okay. And what are the like total numbers, percentages in those numbers, right? So like 80 versus 50,
Yeah.
right? Significant difference there.
Yeah, but you're making it sound like the other people are just innocent and chilling.
Right, like look at the numbers, right? So you have like
Well, but
like
just the frame,
this
just the
group A
frame.
kills 1,000 people.
Hold on, just
Hold
the
on, hear me
frame.
out.
Hold on, just the framing in your language. The way that you made the language sound like is that these guys are just chilling, not doing anything, and Israel's just coming around and bombing them and all their children. And now here's the thing: I'm not really interested in the war. I don't take a side on this. But you're saying because he supported a certain side, he's like Hitler, or Smittler. Now, is not even the United States divided on whose side is right in this specific war?
Sure, they can be, but I think
Okay,
there's a
so
very big
are you
difference
saying 50% of,
between.
hold on, let me
You gotta
land
let
this
me
point.
look. Like, we have all
No,
the points, but you gotta let me
you're
substantiate one of them thoroughly before you respond, right? Because like I've
I
made many
hadn't finished.
points, and then you'll
I
have a
asked you a
response,
true
but I'm not actually able to
I didn't
substantiate
ask
what
you
we're
to give
talking
you
about.
I didn't ask you to give me a syllogism with a conclusion. I asked you for a true dichotomy question.
There was
And
no
then I was
syllogism.
that right. I didn't ask you for a syllogism. I asked you for a true dichotomy question, which is yes or no question that had a follow-up question to it. So I wasn't done. You're welcome to go after I'm finished. So
Neither was I on any of the
I
previous
asked you a
points.
question.
But sure, let's do it.
You answered a question. So let me finish. Let me land the plane. So you said 50% of the country is divided. We agree on this. So follow-up question: are you saying 50% of your country is equivalent to Smittler?
No, and as I was saying when you started speaking,
Okay.
was I think there's a very big difference between having like a political like opinion and funding a side, right? So like if you were like living in the United States during World War II and you were like a Schnazi supporting them, I think that your contribution could be simply one out of ignorance. Whereas if you were an orator who lived in Germany and you were speaking to millions of people and helping generate billions of dollars to fund the warfare, I think that your contribution and therefore your like the level of evil and like relation to this is just worlds apart. Right? Charlie Kirk, I don't think we can attribute ignorance to him. We have to attribute,
So just to be
you know,
clear, your claim here is that 50% of your country is either ignorant or like Schmittler.
no, even if they're not ignorant, they don't have the power to. They're not direct; they're indirectly supporting. Right? Direct support and indirect,
So then what
very
makes
different.
somebody like Schmittler? Is it the fact just having the means?
Yeah, the means are very different. If you have like for instance, like some biker guy who's
Okay.
like real
So
racist and messed
so
up. Well, allow me to finish because like it's like I never really get into a lot of these.
yeah,
Like
okay.
before we even got onto
So
this,
if you have two people,
again,
you have this guy who has the exact same
dude,
viewpoints and values as Smittler, but he has no means and no finances. But you have this guy who has the exact same values and viewpoints as Smittler, but he has means and finances. This guy is not comparable to Smittler just because he doesn't have the funding for it.
the in terms of wrong done and who's done wrong and should you receive justice or punishment for the wrong done, that's what we're relating to here. Now, in terms of morality,
You're not
like
answering my
if you talk
question.
about some that was a direct answer, how is it not?
Is this person not considered to be Smittler? The person who does not have funding.
in the manner of pursued justice, no. In the manner of like
But they're just as evil as
moral
Fiddler.
character, and moral character,
Okay.
as I was saying,
Okay,
is
so
like, you keep
everybody who
interrupting, is that if you
supports
are a poor
everybody
person
because
who's sitting
because
there
you're going
supporting,
on tangents, right? So
look, I'm not going
every
to continue talking with
every
you if you keep interrupting. You have a point which stands
you're
for
free
itself. You don't need
to
to
leave.
interrupt.
You're free to leave,
It
man.
look,
I'm not keeping you.
intellectual cowardice
So
is
you have
prevalent because you have
these
a point
people.
which stands for itself. You
Hold
don't
on.
have to interrupt,
You
right?
have these
If you
people.
interrupt, it's kind of showing that you need to interrupt. If not, you
So
could just wait another 30 seconds and you'd be able to respond conclusively. But you don't want to do that because they're not actually trying to have a conversation where I explain to you, the ratios of civilian to military deaths and how, killing 50% civilians when you kill 100 people is significantly not as prevalent as killing 10,000 people and 80% of them are civilians,
so
right? The difference is a worlds apart. And when we're talking about moral character as opposed to justice being pursued on the basis of your actions, someone like Hitler, who has the means to pursue the evil of which they believe, should get justice because they actually actualize that harm, as opposed to someone like some ignorant biker who's drunk in an alley talking racist like BS, right? Like they're morally just as
are you going to
bankrupt,
finish
but
anytime
they
this
should not
year
be.
or what? Oh, he left. I didn't even kick him. I didn't see. I didn't even get the chance to ask my question. So he kept saying I was interrupting, but I was trying to ask questions that had follow-up questions to it. I never got a chance to get to my follow-up question because then he went on a 2-hour tangent about a specific thing. So I never even got to get to the point I was trying to get to. But God bless, man. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Oh, you left too. Hello, how are you? And just real, oh, why are you guys clicking the join button if you're gonna leave right away? All right, guys. Again, smash the like button, share the live. Why did you celebrate Charlie Kirk's unaliving? Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
36.
All right, man. Why did you celebrate Charlie Kirk's unaliving?
I don't know about celebrate, but a dead Nazi's a dead Nazi, right?
What does that mean?
What do you mean? What does it mean? I said what I said. He's a Nazi and he's dead.
Well, I
Will the
heard
world
what
be
I
better
heard.
off without him?
I heard what you said, but I don't understand your rhetoric. What do you mean when you say a dead schmotzy and you can't say that the N word here because of TikTok terms of service? What do you mean when you say dead schmotzy is a dead schmotzy? Does it mean it's a good thing that he's not alive anymore?
Yes.
Okay, why is
Do
that
I
the
think
case?
people should their head explode in public? No. But he's an awful human being.
Right, so
He
you don't
caused a
think
lot of
his
pain.
head should have exploded, but you would have preferred he had a heart attack on his own in his bedroom and was unalived. Why?
Because he's an awful human being and the world would be better without him.
Okay, can you establish that or substantiate that?
Are you like ignorant to who he was? Do you not know anything about him?
Pretend that I don't,
The guy
and then try to convince
The
me
guy
of it.
said awful racist things. He said black women don't have the brain capacity to do anything that any white woman could do. The only reason
Okay.
black people get a
Okay.
job is they took a white person's job. He said that.
Okay, hold on.
Execution
Don't
should be
gish gallop.
public.
Don't gish gallop. Let's go point by point. So he
I
said
mean,
that a black woman has half the brain power of a white woman. How did he say it? As a matter of fact, you know what would be
he said that
best?
she doesn't.
You know what would be best if you give me the exact quote so I know exactly what he said.
You got nothing.
I can't hear you when you leave the app, just so you know.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, so what's your point here?
Well, I'm asking you to
He
substantiate
said
your
those
claim
things.
here. Okay, can you give me a quote?
I am substantiating my claim. You can literally go online and find 1,000,000 quotes from Charlie Kirk
So you don't have
that
one?
are horrible, horrible things.
So you don't have
He
one?
told a little girl to her face that MLK was awful. He said the Civil Rights Act was the biggest mistake the
Well,
U.S.
hold
government
on,
ever
hold
made.
on. Do you know what a gish gallop is?
He said that to a child's face.
Do
That's
you
on
hold
camera.
on, slow down. Do you know what a gish gallop is?
I don't care.
So you don't care about facts or information or truth?
No, you're trying to be like him. You're just like using circular logic and dumbass
Okay,
rhetoric.
what is
we're all
circular?
stupid. The guy wasn't racist.
What is circular logic?
Bro, what is circular logic? You tell
Yeah.
me. You're so
Well,
fucking dumb. You're
you
just gonna
said
keep asking these retarded
you said
ass
I'm
questions.
using
You're a
circular
Nazi just
logic.
like he is, aren't you?
Okay, how is that the case?
You're single, aren't you?
I'm married.
You could not gaslight people like this and ever have anybody who loves you. That's just insane to me.
I'm married.
Yeah. What is she, like 16?
No. So do you have any way to substantiate calling me a schmatzi? Do you realize that you actually have to exit the live? If you just exit the app, you're still in the live. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I didn't go anywhere. I'm still here. I didn't exit the app.
Okay. All right. So can you substantiate can you tell me what circular logic is, seeing as how I'm using it?
You are a Christian nationalist. I can see all your reposts, buddy. You're a fucking
That's true.
Nazi
That's
too.
true. I am a Christian nationalist. That is true.
Oh, you are a piece of shit.
But can you tell me
You
what
say that out loud,
circular?
I'm a Christian nationalist?
Can you tell me what circular logic is?
Circular is the little butthole of the little boys that you Christians like to fondle, you fucking weirdos.
Why are you talking about little boys'
You're a
buttholes?
Nazi just like you. You are a fucking gaslighting Nazi. I'm out of here. Thanks.
So what? Oh, he left on his own. He left on his own. Where's John? John's the educated one on this topic. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I am 18. I'm here to talk about that guy. Yeah, that guy is
Okay, if you want to talk
just
to that
ridiculous.
guy, you can go chat with him. But I want to keep it open to disagreeers if that's okay.
All right, bro. I love you, and I think Christians are the best, bro. I love you.
I love you too, man. Peace. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm doing good. I'm 32. Sorry, I'm an agreeer, and I agree with you. Just those type of people they need help, man. And keep doing what you're doing. I love you.
All right,
Bye.
man. Thank you. Love you too. I can hear the dog snoring somewhere. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good. How old are you?
25.
Okay. Why did you celebrate Charlie Kirk's unaliving?
I'm not more so into that conversation, as I didn't really celebrate it because I think it was an awful thing, but I don't know why people are so surprised to why people are celebrating it, because he did say some pretty nasty things.
Okay, what did he say? And what is it comparable to? Like, what other people have we celebrated their unaliving because of these types of things that they said?
You white nationalists celebrated George Floyd's death.
Well, you're just
You
saying
guys
what
used-
he is. That's not what I asked you. The question I asked you is, what did he say?
Oh, he said numerous things. Well, I saw a clip of him saying he referred to the people of Gaza as stupid Muslims when he was talking about their buildings being destroyed. That's one thing he said. Another thing he said,
Okay, so
said
hold
that,
on. Let's touch on that one, right? So he said that they were
yeah,
stupid Muslims. Okay.
stupid
And so
Muslims.
okay,
Yes. How do
okay,
you defend that one?
yeah, let me speak, right? So he said they were stupid
Okay.
Muslims. So everybody who
Yeah.
called the Christians who gathered at his event stupid Christians or Christian nationalists or horrible Christians, all those types of things, can we celebrate them if they were unalived?
What does that have to do with him? We're talking about Charlie Kirk here, though.
Right. So the reason
Why are
that
you bringing up other people, other
yeah,
group of people?
yeah, so the reason we bring that up is to show consistency and logic. It's to show that you're not doing special pleading.
What is that? That has nothing to do with them because they're still alive. No, we're talking about Charlie Kirk here. He's dead. We don't know the reason why he's dead. It could be political. It could be an assassination. We would never know the truth, right?
You're still not
But
answering my
he
question
has.
though. So all the people who are like
Yes,
nice,
I already answered you. You asked me
you're
to
not
tell you
you,
something.
no,
He said
you're not
stupid Muslims.
That is
That's
one
racist,
thing.
bro.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, and another thing he said.
Hold on, slow
Another thing
down.
that's not
Slow
racist that
down.
he
We're
said.
not jumping from topic to topic. We're gonna stick on one topic, and we're not gonna gish gallop. Okay. So first of all, is Muslim a race?
It's a religion.
Okay, so then how is it racist?
Bro, you don't. That's discrimination. You can't just call a group of people stupid Muslims when you're joking about their city being destroyed.
But it's
Are you
not,
being
it's
for
not,
real?
It's not racist, right?
It doesn't matter. That makes you a bad person.
Okay, so
You're trying to be technical with your terms here. It doesn't matter. He still said
okay,
stupid
okay,
Muslims. Are you?
okay?
Are you,
So
are you
so he
slow?
said stupid Muslims. Okay, got it.
Yeah,
Now,
he said that.
Now
Okay?
let's just stay consistent. Everybody who called the
Yeah.
Christians stupid for having this
Okay,
event.
we're talking about Charlie Kirk. You're trying to move goalposts.
It's
That
not a
doesn't make
goalpost.
sense. You're
Okay,
talking about another group of
Can
people.
you
No,
can you give me
your
can
prompt?
you,
Your
bro?
prompt says
You
Charlie
need to slow
Kirk.
down. You need to slow
You're
down.
bringing other group of people into this conversation.
Do you know what a reductio
Am I
is?
right?
Do you know what a reductio is?
No, explain to me.
So reductio is
Enlighten me.
yeah. If you shut up, I actually could.
Okay.
Oh, I have to remove you because you just got remove Jam. Jam's live content contains themes that some may find uncomfortable. If they remain in your live will
Yeah,
be
because I'm talking
unavailable
about
to some
Israel and
audiences.
Jews. That's why.
I have to remove you, bro, or I will get taken down.
And mind you, he said that if his 10-year-old daughter got raped, he would make her keep the baby. Like, that's fucking.
He wasn't letting me speak anyways. I actually agree with that stance, right? If somebody raped, and he didn't say 10, he just said his daughter. You're throwing in the 10 part there. Yeah, 100%. We don't unalive one person for the evil deeds of another. That's not going to take away the raping. But yeah, let's bring up the next guest. Just guys, be careful of your language. I don't want to kick you if we disagree. Let's have a conversation on it. But you have to be careful of your wording for TikTok terms of service, or I have to remove you because of those reasons, right? The live just got flagged for the language that you were using, so please be careful, because I didn't want to remove you. We could have had a conversation, but probably for the best you weren't really kind of staying on topic. Let's jump to the next person. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey, I'm good. I'm 26 years old.
All right, bro. Why did you celebrate Charlie Kirk's unaliving?
So, I feel like that's the issue there. I feel like, there were a few people probably celebrating, but I feel like most of us were not. And I think that is the problem, that there's this narrative that everyone on the left is celebrating it, when for me, I'm not necessarily celebrating it. I'm not necessarily sad about it, and I think that's okay.
So why do you feel it necessary to so why do you feel it necessary to tell people you're not sad of it? So imagine this, right? My grandma just passed away. Imagine you just walked up to me and just told me that you weren't sad about that. Is that really appropriate?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing too. This isn't your grandma. This is a man who spoke ill.
So why
of
why are you not
everyone
answering
who
my
isn't a white
question?
man.
Did I ask the question if it's comparable to Charlie Kirk? Can you answer the question?
Well, I'll answer it. What was the
Would
question?
it be appropriate, like, because my grandma did just recently pass away, would it be appropriate for you to just walk up to me and tell me that you're not sad about that?
If your grandma was out with a huge platform actively saying things about anyone who isn't a white Christian, I would be like, oh, I'm so sorry. But this is a person who's said things in his rhetoric materialized into actual harmful legislation.
Great.
That's why
So
people do
you've
not
just
care.
so you still haven't answered my question. Would it be appropriate?
Oh, I mean, but your grandma isn't Charlie Kirk. That's the thing.
What?
Your
So
grandma
are
didn't
you
say harmful
allergic to
things that
answering the
materialized
question?
into.
Is you can answer my question, and I can give a follow up question, and then you can give me why that doesn't logically follow.
I
Stop
mean,
trying to
I would, I no,
stop
I
trying.
would,
Hold
I
on,
would,
please.
I
Why
wouldn't
is
do
nobody
that.
letting me speak
There's your
today?
answer. I wouldn't.
Right, it'd be inappropriate, right?
Okay, yeah, but
Right.
I'm not
Okay.
ever going to talk to Erica Kirk or his
Right.
daughters.
Okay. So it'd be inappropriate. Would it also be inappropriate to just post it on media that you're not sad about it?
Well, but here's the thing.
Well, just please answer my
There are
question.
bigger conversations.
Please answer
I
my
mean,
question.
but I think it is appropriate as for Charlie
Okay.
Kirk. Because
No,
here's the
I'm
thing.
not
There are
talking
bigger
about.
things at
Please,
large.
please focus on the actual question I'm asking you. Again, would it be appropriate
To
for you to
post
just
if your grandma
so
died.
see how I have a sentence? It starts here, it ends here, and then you start here. You notice that?
Well, I'm just, if your grandma died, would I post? Would it be inappropriate for me to post? I don't feel bad about it.
Yeah. Would that be appropriate?
I mean, yeah, that would be inappropriate.
That'd be
That
inappropriate. Yeah.
fucking sucks. But here's the
Okay.
thing. Here's the
Okay.
thing.
So hold on. Let me finish this. Let me finish this, and I will promise I will let you speak. But just please let me finish my thought. Okay. So
Yeah, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's inappropriate to say it to me. It's inappropriate to post it online. So clearly there's something that separates with Charlie Kirk where you feel it's necessary to telegraph it to the world that, hey, I'm not sad about this. And that's a type of celebration. Why am I wrong?
I don't. Here's okay. Now hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. I think what irritates people the most, no matter what side you're on, what irritates people the most is that people are quite literally eulogizing and memorializing a man who did not give a fuck about children dying in classrooms. A man who quite literally said
So
that he did
notice
not
how I
care about a
asked
few
you a
lives
question and you're not
perishing.
answering it.
I did answer it though, but
No,
that's
you're
what
not.
I'm also. But I'm adding
So what
context
was my
to my
question?
answer though.
What was
Here's
my
the thing.
question?
You said so. It's not okay. You said so. Why is it okay for people to get online and
It's not
say
what
they
I
don't feel
said.
bad about Charlie Kirk dying?
That's not my question.
It was
See,
about your
you're
grandma.
you're not even listening to my question. My question is, how is it not celebrating by you going around and just telling everybody you're not sad about it?
That's not. I think celebrating is throwing a party. I think celebrating is putting a little streamer emoji at the end of Charlie Kirk is dead. That's not celebrating. If
How,
this is the most influential debater of our time. Okay, like I said before, the things he said materialized into actual harmful legislation. He swayed the way that young minds think. In turn, it hurts the people he spoke out
still kind of
against.
trailing. So your definition of celebrating is that you have to put like in confetti and just like jump and scream.
Yeah. My indifference does not equal me celebrating. I did not know this man.
Okay. So
And the thing is,
let's say we see two texts. One text says, "I'm not sad about the fact that Charlie Kirk's not here." The other text says, "I'm super glad he's gone." Is one celebrating?
I'm super glad he's gone. Yeah, I would say that's celebrating.
Okay, what is the
Yeah,
rhetorical
from the
difference?
word.
Okay, so what is the rhetorical difference between those two sentences?
I'm indifferent. I don't care. I did not know this man. In fact, if I died, this man would not care about me.
Notice how you're not listening to the words that I'm saying, right? You just want to gish gallop about
So
what you think
the
about
rhetorical
Charlie Kirk.
difference?
So what is the rhetorical difference between those two sentences where somebody says I'm not sad and the other person says I'm super happy about it? You say one is celebrating the super happy.
I don't know.
The other one isn't.
Big John, you tell me, Big John, because I don't know where you're going with this. So you tell me.
It seems to be that you guys are hiding behind this I'm not celebrating by pretty much going I'm not celebrating, woohoo, I'm not celebrating, woohoo. Right? So you're still happy about it, you're still pumped about it, you still wished it would have happened, you're still glad he's out of the world, but because you didn't wave a banner that says I'm celebrating or pop some confetti, you think you're okay. You're still celebrating the unalivement of an innocent human being.
Wait, okay, but so from that sense, that makes no sense to me because this is what's happening. This is what's happening. People are trying to force people to say, "Oh my God, I feel bad that this person died." People are actually doxing people, messaging their employers. I think that's what's the insane thing about it.
That's not what happened.
That's what happened to me. Somebody
people are
tried to
not
reach out to
finding
my employers.
people are not finding people
That's
online.
totally happened.
Hold on.
Yes, it is, dude. Do you not know what's going on?
How do you know what I'm going to say because I haven't finished my sentence?
Okay, go. Please
Okay.
finish.
Yeah, so people are not finding people online who are not celebrating Charlie Kirk and saying he didn't say that it was a sad thing. I'm going to call his boss and get him fired.
Well, okay, so here's what happened to me. Can I tell you what happened to me? Can I tell you what happened to me? My experience with that?
Sure.
I said, I think it's ridiculous that you guys, what most of us are outraged about is the selective empathy. At that funeral, aka that Trump rally, aka
You're
that
changing.
RNC
This is a
convention,
goalpost shift. You've changed the topic. You were going to
well,
tell me
no,
what
I'm just
happened to
telling
you
you.
specifically, how somebody is going to say you got fired, and now you're switching to the why we're actually upset about these empathy things. What is the thing that happened
Well,
to you?
because
That was
that's
who
a
you're going
key
to talk
point in
about.
understanding this whole conversation. If not getting to nuances like that, then what's the point of you being on this fucking live, dude? If
You
you're not
need
going to
you
actually
need to
understand the
tell
nuances people are having at the table.
that's what I'm asking for you. I'm asking for the nuance. You're switching topic. So give me the nuance. Tell me exactly what happened to you that somebody tried to get you fired.
So yeah, so I posted. What did I said?
Give me the exact quote.
The select. I said the selective empathy and the selective outrage when we have literal kids dying in schools, which Charlie Kirk said he'd be okay
No,
with if we can keep
you're
our
adding
guns.
more. Give me the exact quote.
Oh no, I'm telling you my post. I'm telling you what I wrote in my post.
So you
I said
wrote
the selective
with that
outrage
which
is
part
crazy.
as well?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh
okay.
yeah. Oh
So
yeah.
you're
It was a
reading the
very
quote for me.
lengthy
Go ahead.
post.
Go ahead.
Well, do you want me to pull it up or?
Yeah, that would actually be better if you pulled it up and read it.
Yeah. No.
I can't hear you when you're out of the app, so if you got to jump back and forth, I'll just have
I
to
don't
trust
trust
your
people.
memory.
Well, here's the thing. I did not celebrate. I just said I'm criticizing.
No.
Criticizing.
Give me what you
the
said.
selective empathy
Give me what you
with
said,
people.
and then somebody tried to get you fired for it.
I'm not. I'm gonna jump off the live because I don't really.
Because you realized that you just got caught
Okay.
bullshitting, and now you're running.
What would I be bullshitting for?
Why aren't
I
you
just
willing
don't.
to
People
give
are
me
getting
the
jobs
quote?
and they're getting their jobs taken away. I'm not
Why-
gonna repeat what I said because someone literally tried to reach out to my employer.
So then give me the quote of what you said on why they tried to get you doxxed and fired.
Okay, let me pull it. Job, even though what I said wasn't even
I couldn't hear you out of the app.
even laboratory.
Hold on,
You said what?
You just came back in, and I can't hear you when you're out of the app. You know that, right?
When I do what?
When you leave the app, I cannot hear you. You know that, right?
Well, yeah, I was looking for the screenshot, but I had to take it off Facebook. I don't have the exact post because I took it
Right.
down
So
because I don't trust.
just give me the summary of what you said.
I was though. That's what I was doing.
I'm still
And
waiting
you keep
for it.
accusing me of goalposting.
No, you were.
Okay.
I accused you when you did shift goalposts, right? I'm still asking for you to give me the quick summary. Go ahead.
Well, I said, people, if I can at the same time have empathy for someone gruesomely dying, but I can also criticize people's selective outrage and people's selective empathy when so much is going on in the world right now, and people are quite literally crucifying people for saying they're not going to celebrate a man who literally called George Floyd a scumbag, who literally said terrible things about other people who have died. But people want to go on a witch hunt and force people to be a part of this utilizing of a man who, if I was a hashtag, another Black Lives Matter hashtag, he would say, "Oh, what did he do to deserve it?" And you know what? What happened to him was horrible. That's insane. That's
So wait,
horrible.
this is
But
a
I think
really long
there's more
post.
to the
You've been talking for like
conversation
5
than
minutes.
just
This
why are
is
you celebrating.
hold on. This is you posted all this like that's more characters than most things will last. So again, what is the summary of what you said? Because it seems like you're giving a summary and then also giving a tangent. Like, what is just the summary of what you said that somebody tried to get you
Okay.
fired for?
Okay, Big John, I'm out.
Why?
This is done.
Nobody tried to get you fired, did they? Hello? You're still here. Okay. All right, we got our person who's a little bit more smeducated on these events. So I'm gonna bring him up. Like I said, I've been going through some life stuff right now, so I haven't had time to do full studies on it. We will do full studies when I get home, but I'm still very interested in why people are just quick to jump on this topic. John, are you there? I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me? John, the leprechaun, went to school with nothing on. Teacher said, "Where's his clothes?" Sat down. And
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you like froze for 10 seconds.
Yeah, I got
I don't know
bad.
what
Not bad internet, but not as good as internet as I got at home right now. It's gonna be a little glitchy. Are we delayed or anything?
I don't think so.
Oh, we're super delayed.
I think we're okay right now.
Why don't you jump out, jump back in, see if that fixes
No,
it?
I don't. Got you.
Yeah, we're so delayed. I can't wait till I get my gear back. That's gonna be a good day. Gunner, I'm not hanging out with you, buddy. You're kind of driving me nuts. Test 1 2.
All right, I'm back.
Test
Anyway,
1 2.
so can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. Well, it's still delayed, but we'll live with it.
There's a little delay, but I should be okay with the guess. Hey, there's actually a friend of mine. Well, I don't know if he considers me a friend, but there's a friend of mine in guest request who wants to talk. His name's Will.
Is it gonna get super Phil bro-y if I bring him up?
No, Will and I usually can have a good conversation. It's. I don't think it'll be super Phil bro, but
Let's bring up. We'll get him eventually. Let's see if I can do something about the internet while you talk. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Hello? Hello?
someone is. Why does it sound like someone is sawing wood?
I don't know. Alright, we're gonna jump on to the next person.
Yeah, it's your live, John. Will said he has a little bit of a time limit.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Hello? Hello? I might have to restart the live. We're having issues. Hello?
You can hear me. I wonder if you're just getting bad gas.
Maybe. Can't even disconnect them. Again, we'll be back to our regular scheduling next week, guys, where hopefully we can get this working. Okay. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 19 and I'm good.
All right. Why did you celebrate Charlie Kirk's unaliving?
Well, I similar to the last guest and kind of like this only regard. I don't really see the lack of sadness to be this celebration. I kind of had an issue with the way that that conversation turned out, because I don't really see why a lack of sadness automatically equals celebration.
Yeah, it's not the fact that you lack sadness, because obviously, let's say a family member of yours passes away. I'm not going to feel sad because I don't know that person. But if I start going around and telegraphing to everybody how not sad I am about the fact that your family member died, then clearly I'm portraying some sort of celebratory activity.
Okay, so you don't think that like there's a possibility for like somebody on social media to think that they have like a viewpoint to the conversation that might be worth hearing, that just starts out like that? You know, like I don't really see the link between saying publicly or to your friends or otherwise, I'm not sad, to equaling like being happy that he's dead or something.
Yeah, because let me just ask you this. If, and this is true, like my grandmother just passed away, if I said that to you, and the first thing that came out of your face is, well, I'm not sad about that, how am I going to take that, do you think?
Yeah, I think it's rude.
Right. So that's almost like I'm going to perceive that as you're almost like in a joyous state or are celebrating because of this. It'd be very weird and awkward for you to say, well, I'm just not sad about that. So if you're walking around telegraphing to people that you're just how not sad you are about somebody passing away, well, it shows some sort of celebratory activity to me.
So what do you mean whenever you say like walking around telegraphing? Because like me personally, I didn't necessarily feel bad, but I was not making like posts on social media. That was just something that I said.
You just came up and told everybody that you're not sad about it. Right? And then this title says, why did you celebrate Charlie Kirk's unaliving? If you didn't celebrate Charlie Kirk's unaliving, the only reason that you would come up is to tell me how you're not sad about it. To impart that.
It was more so me just like not coming up here saying that like I did celebrate it. More just me telling you my viewpoint and trying to understand why that equals celebration, because to me it doesn't make any sense. If you consider like what I just said to be me celebrating it, then I'd like to talk about that. If not, then hey, I'll back out of your life.
Well, again, if you come up in any other context outside of it being Charlie Kirk, and any other some person that you know they passed away or be unalived, and you vocalize how you are not sad about that, the person who is receiving that information is going to assume that you have some sort of celebratory heart in this situation. Are they not?
So then like would you treat that like the same as like, I don't know, any other figure in like history? Like if I said that like I didn't feel bad that like Osama bin Laden like got like assassinated, like you would say like you're celebrating his death?
Yes.
Okay. So like if I'm not sad but I don't say anything,
I'm not. Yeah, if you're not sad, you don't say anything.
I'm not celebrating it.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Like obviously, I'm not going to be sad, right? If a family member of yours passes away, because I have no connection with this person. I don't know them. I don't know what happened. If that happened, I'm not going to feel sadness. If you told me to it, I might empathize or sympathize with you and feel sadness for you. But I'm not going to be sad that that person's gone. But I'm not going to vocalize that. I'm not going to stand on a platform and tell the whole world how I'm not sad about your family member passing away.
real quick. I'm enjoying the conversation. I take a quick phone call, so I'll hop back out of here live. But I enjoy it so far.
I missed it, but I think you said that you're going to take a phone call. Oh, he left. Well, appreciate your time. God bless. Well,
Yeah,
again, guys.
he said he's taking a phone.
Again, guys, we'll be back to our normal schedule next week. Right now, we're doing our best with the internet that we have, where I'm at. But I appreciate everybody sticking around and watching and being patient with us. We're doing the best with what we got. Okay. Let's bring up John so we can or Will so John can talk to Will, and then I can do some things.
Hey, what's up?
There he is. What's up, Will?
Hello,
Is there an echo on my side?
No.
I do not hear one now.
No.
Fantastic.
Just real quick. Just for the TOS, can you state your age?
Yeah, I'm 21.
Okay. Okay, so why did you celebrate Charlie Kirk's unaliving? I think John was going to speak to you on this one.
Wait, he got. Yeah, I can feel this. So Will, I think the first question for me is, did you celebrate Charlie Kirk's unaliving?
No,
Or did you?
no. I didn't. I made a full video on it a bit ago. It might still be up. It might have been. I don't know where it stands on TikTok. But I wanted to talk about this topic, not necessarily on the semantics of celebration, but I do think it's interesting. Well, I think there's a lot said. So we can talk about whatever you all want to talk about. But I do think, first of all, there is a difference between like someone's grandmother coming up and talking, or someone coming up and saying, hey, my grandma died, and say, I'm not sad about that. But there's a different thing between that and one of the largest public figures on the right dying in a brutal way, and then an incredible amount of virtue signaling that where you are expected and sometimes materially coerced to express mournfulness or grief for that person.
So you're
sometimes
kind of making,
you are responding
you're kind
to
of making
a
two,
thing you
two
don't.
points.
If there was no response, that was right.
Yeah, sorry, we might be a little delayed. You're kind of making 2 points. I want to address the first one before you get to the second one. What's the symmetry breaker between somebody who's a public figure and versus somebody that's like a close family member?
Yes, in one case, there isn't a social or material pressure in all cases where someone else's family member like dies, compared to like a public figure where there was an incredible amount of social pressure or material consequence in some case to positively express grief. People were being asked about this, right? Like I, as a
really quick, just so
was
just
asked
so I can
explicitly about it.
So really quick, just so I can clarify terms,
both you
when
guys
you're
real
referencing
quick,
social
I gotta-
pressure or
I
you're
gotta pause.
referencing...
Can you turn your camera off just because on my end the data is really bad and I can't hear what you're saying? It's not that I don't think that you're a handsome guy. I think it just might be bogging me down.
Dave, that better? Or, I don't know. Well, yeah, should be better.
Can you hear me, Will?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, I think it's just on John's end. Yeah. So yeah, just really quick, I just want to clarify terms. So when you mean social pressure, break that down for me first.
Sure. So at the very least, for people that were commenting online, especially if they have some form of platform, I mean, there's two kind of social pressures here. From people that you follow, there is an extraordinary amount of discourse going on. And so if you are used to engaging in discourse, right, it is just a habit to make a comment on what is going on in the way other people are. So there's an expectation you engage in the discussion that's happening. And if the discussion is, I have infinite and unreserved empathy for this person, or on the other side, I celebrate and am extraordinarily excited that he's dead, right? A commentary on where you are, right, at least personally, is relevant. Whereas where I am personally about my friend's parents' death is not relevant because I'm trying to help them grieve. Second of all, there was, I mean, like Trump explicitly, hosted a government-sponsored mourning for this person, right? The government didn't host a government-sponsored mourning for all of my friends' family members. there is like material and social pressure to at least to expect mourning of this person. And so,
I would say that there's a cultural or social relevance to what happened, but I wouldn't necessarily classify it as like a social pressure, right? People who are content creators, maybe there might be a pressure on that sense, but a lot of people who express more of this like celebratory things for this man's death are not necessarily going to just be content creators, right? You have some, but then you have some that, like, I wouldn't say you have social pressure in order to celebrate a man's death if you have 200 followers on TikTok, right? Like, there's not a lot of pressure there where you feel. I think it's relevant to the culture, but I wouldn't say that they're being pressured to do it.
Yeah, it's all contextual, right? Of course, it's all contextual. What I'm saying is there are just a few things we can talk about here. So first of all, there is distinctions that can be made with public figures as opposed to private individuals. That's just the starting point. So I think we have agreement there. Not every random person had to comment on this, right? And why individuals commented on it or felt they had to, I can't speak for people's.
Yeah. I can agree on the contextual thing.
Can I just touch on the contextual thing? I would agree with you if it's the case that if I came to you and I said, hey, do you feel empathy for this or do you feel bad for this? And then you could respond back with saying, I don't feel nothing. I would agree in that sense. But even if it's a public figure, if no one's specifically asking you directly, if you are advocating and saying, I don't feel anything for this, like if you're saying it unprovoked, then I'd say this is a form of celebration. Would you agree or disagree with this?
Yeah, so it depends what you think provocation is. If you think, I think at the very least, if the entire media onslaught is expecting people to mourn, saying people that don't mourn are bad, evil people that support violence, right? That's some form of provocation to go out and set your position. And in certain people's social contexts, right, especially if you grow up in like a conservative place, right, there might be social consequences to not going out and mourning, or it might come up in social context. But yeah, I would agree. Like if there's absolutely no provocation, if for some reason you're totally disconnected from the social zeitgeist or media zeitgeist, yeah, I don't know if I would use the term celebration, but as I said, I don't really care about the semantics of the term. You're saying something more than simply a lack of something.
Yeah, so considering like I think we understand each other on that point. So let me ask a more pressing question. Let me ask like a normative claim, right? Would you say someone should like celebrate in virtue of like when we say, okay, we're taking into effect these social pressures or we're taking into this cultural relevance, do you think there's a normative notion that's being applied there to where someone should do this if it is like contextually being expressed subjectively by the individual, that they feel some sort of way about the individual?
So first of a few things, I think I don't think like how we feel has a normative value, but we're talking about what we express. And I think it depends what you mean by celebrating his death. So I think I'm a humanist. I believe in the universal dignity and respect of human life. And so just on my moral principles, right, that I'm holding, I don't think celebrating death qua death is right. Even of people that are even more monstrous than Charlie Kirk, right? Like if we go to the like classic extreme example, right, where like Mussolini was pulled through the streets of Italy, right? Like I don't like celebrating that someone killed Mussolini.
So I think we have common ground. I think all of us have common ground on that then.
Yeah. I think you, me, and John are going to have common ground then. So I don't really care about apathy as much as active celebratory, or active celebration for death. So if you would agree with me that, like on a normative notion, at least for me, normatively, these people should not have celebrated. If you would affirm
once
that
again, it depends what you mean. So I can think it's icky, or I can think it's like not done in the right way. What I do think you're perfectly justified in celebrating, and I don't. Once again, it's when we go into the nuance. I think people saying me as a person who was oppressed by the policies that he promoted feel like there is less of a wind behind those sails of oppression, right? And I'm happy that wind is gone. I'm not necessarily happy the way it happened. I'm not necessarily happy that the only way it would have happened is certain ways, right? But if we can, this isn't how emotions work, right? And this isn't how 2-second Instagram posts work. So, but if we are doing this kind of scientific analysis of people's celebrations, I think that's entirely justified and probably good. We want to know how people feel about the change in the political landscape.
Can we test just like a consistency on that? Would you say that's true like through all spectrums? Like say, Islamists see specifically a Christian leader go down, or a Christian sees an Islamic leader go down, or somebody who is homophobic sees somebody who is an advocation of LGBTQ rights goes down. And in any of these scenarios, they'd be justified in feeling happy towards that because they oppose what they hold to, or their specific philosophies.
Well, yeah. So the issue here is, between this comparison, is the point I made is consistent, which is them celebrating it, right, is not particularly egregious. The issue there is if you are engaged vocally in homophobic politics, I have an issue with you because of the politics you're expressing. This is the point, though. I think the politics that oppressed people are.
I think you misunderstood my rhetorical question there. I'll land this plane, John, and I'll let you go. I promise that you could go. Yeah. But my rhetorical question is that you made this claim is that these people could obviously feel happy because the wind in the sails was taken out from this person who held specific values. Those values are now gone, and the oppression that they were feeling is now gone, so they could feel happy about this. Now, would you say that consistently with anybody in any group who's going to say they're oppressed by some other group? So you could have two people have two specific philosophies, two specific ideals. You can agree with ideal A, but just because you agree with ideal A, does that mean that person in ideal B is not justified in celebrating when person in ideal A leaves the picture?
So I made both a wider and a narrower claim than what you're addressing. I made a narrower claim first because I didn't just say they were justified in feeling happy. I don't care how people feel, right? No one should. Whatever. How your brain gives you chemicals, who cares? What we're talking about is what is a moral outward expression in a civil society, right? And the violations of that. And so I think there's a particular violation of what is moral to express in civil society. And I think what I wanted to get up here, just as a slight aside, and I promise I'll address the question, I think this is not actually a standard that's kept in civil society. People celebrate people going to the death penalty or going to jail or being brutalized by ICE every single day. And there is no moral outrage by everyone in society. It's nonsense that this is actually the standard that people hold. That's kind of my main point. But let's say there is this violation of civil society, that you celebrate violence against someone else. Yeah, the violation that Islamists are engaged in when they celebrate the death of or the ceasing of continued Christian pressure when someone dies is not the violation I'm pointing to. I would agree consistently they are not violating that norm, right? The issue with the comparison is they're violating a different moral or civil society norm. Do you think that addresses your question cohesively, John? I tried to.
No, I don't, but I don't think it's worth pushing back on, and I promised John he could speak, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so really quick, right? Kind of at the heart of what John was saying is just this notion in which, okay, there's this group of individuals, whether it's a majority, whether it's a minority, doesn't really matter. But let's just say that they feel like harm is being expressed. And so under your paradigm, would it be the case that there's a justification if someone, example I like giving is in reference to pro-life and pro-choice, right? I think that pro-choice advocates are causing immense harm, right? Now you would disagree with me on that. There's going to be a subjective, there's going to be a notion in which we butt heads on that point.
Hey, can I just add one sentence? And I think you are immoral for expressing this wrong, harmful opinion. So I think by you expressing that at all, right, which I know and I've told you, by you expressing you at all, you are violating, in my mind, another different norm of civil society. That's the core.
That's exactly the point. So I actually think it's the other way around too. And so this is where we have this standstill and where the conversation between pro-life and pro-choice really takes place. Is the reason I would say it's harmful is because I take a counterfactual account of harm. Right? Are you familiar with counterfactual account?
Yeah.
Okay. So I take a counterfactual account of harm, in which I would say harm is being done in virtue of if there was the progression of a pregnancy that leads up to birth, and we're not going to have to go into this, but this is directly relevant to what we're referencing. If there's a direct progression, and that progression is stopped, and in a counterfactual sense, the baby would have been born and most likely, probabilistically, had a healthy life, right? Then harm has been done on my account. Now, if a pro-choice advocate were to be unalived, and I saw Republicans go and celebrate that this pro-choice advocate is unalived, even though subjectively they would say that now the harm has ceased, now we can, better protect babies, like whatever you want to say there, then it would seem to be consistent on your view that on your view, like I would be, like they would be justified in saying the harm is stopped. Maybe they're not celebrating the actual person, but now they're celebrating that, this perpetual notion against the unborn is stopped or something.
So what I think, let me try and make it as clear as possible. And in fairness, the way I expressed it first, I see what you're getting at. I'm not arguing a positive justification for really any action. I'm arguing that certain action that we can point to doesn't violate a specific norm, right? And my point was, I agree with you, celebrating death qua death violates a norm, right? Even just like, because I'm a humanist, I believe in dignity, right? That if that is the norm we're talking about, I think we can all agree, Republicans coming out and saying, thank God this pro-choice advocate is dead, right? And I'm happy that someone unalived them. That is bad, or at the very least, it violates a civil society norm.
Yeah, and so let's just really quick before we continue, really quick. So let's analogically apply that to an activist that would be in reference to like these other issues like Charlie Kirk. You would also say of the person who celebrates, hey, hooray, hooray, the Wicked Witch is dead, right? That person is going to be just as unjustified as the person who celebrates the pro-choicer, right?
Once again, you're switching terms. Like, do you have an issue with, like, I don't love the term like unjustified, justified, because there are multiple norms and there are multiple justifications, right? So just to be very clear, talking about the specific norm of not celebrating someone's death, they are clearly violating that.
Wait, just really quick, what term did I switch? What are you saying I'm switching terms?
Just between they are justified, unjustified, as opposed to violating a norm, not violating a norm. In my mind, it just makes it clearer and more direct.
Well, I remember I said it was like normatively, like, do you, on your paradigm, not on like some universal paradigm, but on your subjective paradigm, do you think it's the case that they should celebrate death? On either side, given the two political parts, whether it's the pro-choicer or whether it's Charlie Kirk, on your view, should
I don't think we should celebrate violence qua violence.
Yeah. Okay. Then. Yeah. So that's kind of the point.
Wait. Hold on. There's a point there, just in the specific word. You don't think we should celebrate the violence. What about just simply the fact that that person is no longer alive?
Is no longer well. That's that's very semantically close to celebrating violence, and so I think it'll be really difficult. It'll be really difficult to tease out. Sorry, someone called me. What I think someone can celebrate perfectly well is, look, here is a material positive benefit to me that this state of affairs has caused. I'm not going to endorse the things that caused it. I'm not going to endorse or celebrate the way that it came about. But yeah, I'm going to be happy and celebrate the current positive benefit that's coming to me.
Yeah, and so
I think
so
that
if we apply that,
justified.
Yeah, so if we apply that to the pro-choicer, it would be the same, right? The positive benefit would be represented by policy that saves the unborn or something.
Can I point out on the specific norm? Yes, it would not violate the norm I'm pointing to. As I've said, they can violate a different norm, which is what I wanted to point to, is, for example, like promoting pro-life politics, right, in my analysis, right, and that's what we're talking about, is wrong. But if you want to just talk about the norm of celebrating people's death or the consequences of people's death, I think this is one way where you don't violate this civil society norm of celebrating violence.
Okay.
I think we're still like really lost on like establishing what is right and what is wrong. So let me ask this. Let's say there's one, in a hypothetical, there's one specific individual that is stopping me and John are both pro-life, is stopping the pro-life movement from taking the positive case in politics, right? Pro-life would become the standard, and this one specific person stands in the way. Let's say this one person disappears, is unalived. We don't celebrate the fact that they're unalived. We would be okay in celebrating the fact that no one no longer stands in our way of implementing pro-life legislation.
So, as I said, no, because I disagree with pro-life politics.
Yeah.
So but that's not
what it comes down to
consistency, because
there.
you're violating a different norm.
Yeah, basically what it comes down to there is like, it's going to be your opinion versus my opinion on.
Yeah, that's all of this, right? We're testing internal consistency.
Yeah. So let's go to the other part of this really quick, because you referenced something that I was going to come back to, and we kind of went on a little bit of a.
Also, just want to note, I have about a 10-minute time limit.
Okay, all right. I'll try to do this quick with you, Will. By the way, just really quick, how have you been?
I've been fine. It's okay.
All right. It's good to talk to you again. All right. So, there was something you said in reference to, like Charlie's platform. I'm trying to remember.
Can I ask? Just because I think we've addressed this. I think y'all understand me, hopefully. Can I ask a question? Do y'all agree with the principle we should never celebrate violence qua violence?
Yeah, we should never do that.
Okay, so just to be clear, do you celebrate, or do you condemn, for example, people who say, I am so happy a person that attempted to unalive me was thrown in jail. I'm happy they were thrown in jail.
Can you not put someone in jail without violence?
No, being thrown in jail is clearly violent.
Yeah, so
we might need to catch out what violence means.
Let's. I'm just going to grant it and say that yes, it is violent. No, I'm not happy a person had to go to jail, but I'm happy a person no longer has to feel violence from that person.
Great, that's exactly the formulation I would use when talking about Charlie Kirk.
But I wouldn't use the language of like, I'm so pumped and stoked that Jimmy is now in prison. I would say I'm so happy you're no longer in danger to that other person.
And I'm exactly so. This is where I think we have a lot of agreement. I'm so happy that Charlie Kirk is not doing the harm to our politics that he was doing.
Yeah. So this is where it's really important to make some symmetry, right? So when we're referencing someone being thrown in jail, it's because of an actual like unjustified crime that person is committing, right? You would also agree with.
I mean, not always, but like presumably.
Well, in most cases. So if we're going to present a case in which someone is threatening another individual, and then that harm or that threat is removed because the person is imprisoned, then that person cannot enact violence, and they can be
John. John, I think it's just easier to ask this question. Would you just prefer that Charlie Kirk was thrown into jail?
Would I would need to know a lot more about the counterfactual. I would have preferred a lot. To what end? I guess I'll ask you. Like, I don't believe in jail. I don't really believe in our state to do good things. Like, I don't generally believe in like retributive violence. I think Charlie Kirk should have. What I would have liked to see, at the very least, right now, is Charlie Kirk not to get the economic incentives that he does to spread and maintain his rhetoric. Okay. That's the first action I would.
So let's take Charlie Kirk. He has a platform. He's not getting support from anywhere else. He's built it himself, and he has the finances himself. What would be the method that you would implement to stop him from speaking what he wanted to speak?
Well, if that was true, Charlie Kirk would not be nearly the threat to civil society that he was. It's not even vaguely the reality, right? Like Turning Point received billions of dollars.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant to the hypothetical, right?
Cool.
I'm trying to understand your epistemology here.
Well, this isn't really epistemology, but
yeah, I'm trying to figure out how you come to your conclusions.
Sure. So, like, once again, we're talking about how to, like, I consider Charlie a fascist. How do we prevent fascists from expanding their influence and power? This is where the issue with like the hypothetical comes up. Is my analysis of why Charlie is so dangerous is because of his relationship to the system that we live in right now. And so undermining and attacking that system by building solidarity amongst the working class is the overall effective strategy. We're just getting into effective political strategy to undermine like people we disagree with.
So Charlie's standing in your way from implementing this specific society. How do you remove him?
Well, you disempower the system that empowers him, right? So, like, I think the capitalistic and like cronyistic system that we live in right now empowers Charlie Kirk, which is true.
I'm gonna pause you because, and I don't mean to cut you off, but the question is that Charlie Kirk is standing in your way from or taking away the power in this system. How do you remove him?
So it's like someone standing in your doorway with a gun, for example. I don't know what we do with the person. I know what we do with the gun. We take it away, right?
So let me try to rephrase again. So you're saying I have to disempower him so he can't do it anymore. But he is the one that's specifically standing in your way from disempowering him.
Not really. So, like, are we talking on like a really abstract and complex hypothetical, or are we talking about the guy?
I don't think it's really that abstract, because Charlie Kirk would be a public figure that would speak out against your ideas and prevent you from implementing your power by swaying the public vote.
Yeah, and there's a reason he has so much influence, right? And we have to address the reason that he does. In my view, Charlie Kirk was nothing but a demagogue like a bunch of other people could be, right? This is my critique is not of how do we deal with our enemies, right? Because there's a whole field of political theory and discussion on theories of change. How do we change things, right? And the leftist like general position is that it's not down to any individual. I don't view problems in society generally in regards to just one individual, and I don't think any movement is entirely hinged upon winning or succeeding by one individual's actions.
Okay, I still feel like my question is answered, but I want to let John continue because again I cut him off.
Trying to remember what I was going to say specifically. Oh, shoot. There was a point I was going to make, but I don't remember it.
Can I ask y'all a question?
Yep.
So you do condemn like every single like, for example, Trump, who celebrated bombing of Gaza. Right. Yeah. He explicitly said, like, I'm so happy we're bombing Gaza, or Tucker Carlson, who explicitly said, I'm so happy we're bombing Gaza. That's clearly violence, right? Okay. You condemn that, right?
So here's what I would say. I don't know because I haven't seen the quotes. If I'm going to grant you the principle of charity and assume that you're giving the quotes verbatim, then yes, I would condemn that.
Okay. I mean, I'm not giving them verbatim. I'm summarizing, but.
Well, yeah, I think the celebration of death. It doesn't matter which party. So I'm not a Trump supporter.
Including of any violence.
Yeah, I didn't vote for him. I think all of the violence is wrong. Now, the reason that we've kind of honed in on Charlie Kirk, right? Oh, that's what I was going to say earlier. So you mentioned like, okay, the outcry of Gaza, the outcry of like these other things where death is being constantly promoted, even celebrated, right? And Charlie Kirk is the one that we're honing in on when we're not honing in on the others. Do you remember when you said that earlier?
No, I think you're thinking of a previous guest, but I do agree generally with that sentiment.
No. You said this is earlier in the conversation. You referenced there was like a conjunction of multiple political things, and you're like, okay,
I don't think this principle exists in like civil society. Yeah, I don't think we actually care about like violence being committed against people generally.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So I think if we're talking about like general population that's uninformed and educated on the topics, then I would probably agree. Like the only people that are going to celebrate violence are going to be those that like just don't have a thought between their ears. And I think that's going to be on the liberal side. I think it's going to be on the Republican side. I think it's going to be on the independent side. It doesn't matter what side it is. There was a quote that was going around after Charlie's death. It's like humanity versus insanity.
I think literally every single player in American political spheres have celebrated some form of violence.
Yeah, and
we have no true pacifists in our politics.
Yeah, and I would stand beside you and say, under the condition that they celebrate violence, then they're just wrong.
Okay, so then let's talk about that, because I think, and then I do have to leave to some extent. Do you think the overdue focus on Charlie Kirk, right, as opposed to the extraordinary amount of violence that's going on in America every single day, do you think that says something?
No.
Yeah, here's
sorry.
well,
John,
here's
go
what
ahead, John, go
I here's what I think it says. And this is why I think it's a political assassination, which we haven't had in virtue of like this type of thing in many years. You would agree with that? So it gains notoriety.
Not really. I mean, I think not really. I think he was a big figure, but I think every single child that's killed in Gaza is a political assassination.
Well, when I say political assassination, I'm talking of like a world leader or something. Like I can
Charlie
agree.
Kirk was not a world leader; he was an influencer.
Well, I think you would still qualify that he's. When I say
Wait.
world leader, I'm not saying it politically. I'm saying he's a leader in the sense that he has a platform in order to influence.
I mean, literally the week prior or 2 weeks prior, Israel killed Yemen's prime minister.
Yeah. So I can condemn. That's not.
I don't think.
That's just.
Here's what I think it says. I think people empathize with Charlie because of his expounded upon politics, as well as his race and gender. That's what I think it says. I think, number one, it is used as a political tool.
Wait. So you're saying? I got to touch on that real quick. You said race and gender. Do you think if it was Erica Kirk, like right now in her political state, that there still wouldn't be as outrage?
I think people would not be as outraged. No.
Just because she's a woman?
No, just because she's less significant in the public eye than Charlie Kirk.
But you said Charlie Kirk is race and gender.
Yes, as a white man, as opposed to, for example, a brown woman. Right, okay. There's a demonstrable distinction.
Is there not?
But if you want to point to Candace Owens, right? Well, there's other factors. There are multiple factors.
I wouldn't point to Candace Owens. I was actually going to point to MLK. Right, MLK is like a huge world influence, and people are still upset today that he was assassinated.
Yep.
So
Once again,
I know why you're throwing in race and gender here.
Because it is evident, right, that people we know this from a series of multivariate analysis as well as like general political analysis, that people empathize with people that look and act and are in the cultural like zeitgeist similar to them.
So then why did white people empathize with MLK?
Because MLK was an incredibly important public figure.
So then why should I believe this opinion that you have?
Because we've demonstrated through like a series of different like multivariate analyses that people empathize. For example, like if you view someone as within your in-group, you have a higher amount of expressed empathy for them.
Yeah.
So
you're stating that
and Americans tend to, on average, view people within their race and gender as within their in-group more.
So then why do a whole bunch of white people associate with MLK?
Because a lot of people view MLK within their ideological in-group.
So doesn't that counter? Okay, go ahead, John. I cut you off.
It doesn't undermine it. Like there are multiple variables.
Yeah. So the only thing that I'm interested in, right, predominantly within this, so the notion that the reason it's so focused on him is because, like his race. Because
just to be clear, never claimed the. One of the multiple variables and reasons. If I had to pick a primary, it would be the political benefit.
Yeah, that's fine. So when we're referencing this and why people actually, when we're referencing this and why people specifically have grabbed onto this is I don't think it's just about the individual. So I think it's about more than the individual. I think it's about what the individual promoted. So the individual's promotion is going to be this. I'm gonna give you a mic. I'm gonna give you a conversation, and we're gonna talk about our differences so that we can avoid, it lending itself to more violence. Predominantly, that's what Charlie Kirk's platform is built on.
I strongly disagree that that's what Charlie Kirk advocated as a political ideology.
No. I'm not saying a political ideology. I'm saying
that's what he represented. His political ideology.
But wait, how do you think he built his platform? What is the primary way in which he built his platform?
So the content that he created was debate content.
Yeah, correct. So
but he also, that's the content. He also was funded by oil billionaires through his association with the Daily Wire, PragerU, and Turning Point.
Yeah, really quick, but that didn't come. So he did it for like 12 years. He did it since he was 19. But how he started going viral is because of his open dialogues. That was what made him viral. And that sent people to his podcast, and that sent people to these other things. And so the reason that Charlie Kirk, it's not just we could say that, yeah, sure, there are Republicans that are going to be mad because he's white. There's Republicans that are going to be mad because he's a male. I'm
or
fine with
they're
this.
mad because or they're mad because he's like a white supremacist, and they're
Well-
white supremacists, and they're mad that his white supremacist message was silenced.
Yeah, sure. Like if someone is a white supremacist and they think Charlie was a white supremacist, then yeah,
Will,
that would make them sound. I can just concede that point for
Hold
the
on,
sake of
I
the
just got to.
Well, really quick,
pause.
let me
Hold on, John.
finish.
I'm not gonna cut you off. I'm gonna let you go. I just like, well, what seems like you're constantly doing is you're poisoning the well. You're inserting these like virtue signals, right, and not actually arguing the context that John's trying to implement here.
That's not poisoning the well, just to be clear.
So what's
it was
poisoning
another
the well then?
example. Poisoning the well would be, for example, hey, John, could you tell me why you're so ugly?
So when you're implementing
Obviously, it's a
that,
question that can't
so
be answered
when you're
without
implementing
accepting
that,
the premise that I gave.
when you're saying he's
I
a white
mean-
supremacist and this has to do
Yep.
with nationalism, and you're throwing in these ideologues, it's not poisoning the well.
No, because that's an assertion, right? I'm openly making the assertion. It's not a fallacy.
But you're,
I'm simply making an open assertion.
you're doing it not in the context of that, because it's ignoring John's rhetoric, and that's why it's poisoning the well. When you're ignoring
It's not.
the
We're
rhetoric,
engaged
when
with
you're
what
ignoring
part
the
of his
rhetoric,
politics.
when you're ignoring the rhetoric and inserting these small viewpoints, it's poisoning the well.
No. Poisoning the well is a rhetorical fallacy, not a mere assertion outside of your perceived context. I'm not engaged in a rhetorical fallacy.
When you're bringing up the things that you think he is, that is aside the point, right? That you think is evil and that is wrong, when it's not.
It's entirely central to the point.
Okay, explain to me how it's essential to what John is saying.
It's central to the point, right?
Explain
because
to me how it's central to what John is saying.
Yeah, because what we are discussing is what about Charlie Kirk, right, is causing people to empathize with him. He is suggesting
that's what I was going to get.
He is suggesting that it's primarily the fact that he engaged in dialogue, right? Whereas I am suggesting that it was primarily, right, his outsized and extensive stated politics.
Yeah. So this is where we're gonna kind of butt heads on this point, because we can say that it's conjunction of both, right? It's going to be the policies.
Sure.
There's going to be a sense of tribalism on both the right and left. You're not going to escape the tribalism. So tribalism is absolutely a factor. But I'll tell you the reason, and this is the primary reason for me. It is not because I do not get politically involved. You've had multiple conversations with me.
It might well be true for you.
Well,
that wasn't my claim.
Well, yeah. So really quick, but no, I think I can support this in virtue of like a number of different points. So it's also the fact that it's an attack on open dialogue in order for like peaceful conversation between parties. Like that's one of the primary things is like, okay, there's a sense in which he was unalived, but there's also a sense in which he was silenced. Now the silence.
I get why some people are offended by that. I think we can recognize, right? For example, Stephen Miller, right? So once again, you're right. There are some people that is the issue for. I agree. Yes, and, right? For example, people like Stephen Miller who have been caught promoting white supremacist theories on white supremacist talk boards, right? Like Stormfront, per the SPLC. He is leveraging, as he did, right, with his Storm speech during the memorial, leveraging it to dog whistle to white supremacists. Would you agree that Stephen Miller did that in his speech?
Sorry, 1 second. My daughter just went poop on the potty for the first time.
Oh, that's
well,
delightful.
not
Okay,
first
well,
time.
I'll take this.
Give me one.
That's great. You can respond. I need to leave, as I said. But I appreciate you coming up, letting me up, John. Shout out.
Yeah.
Peace out.
God bless. Is people in the chat, is he like someone well known, this Will guy? Let's bring up someone else.
Sorry, I'm back.
You're good.
Her potty training has gone kind of rough recently.
Congratulations,
So
by the way. That's huge. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
oh, is Will gone? Dadgummit. Okay, I know he said he had to go. But...
He did. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Amanda CA.
Oh, hi.
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 Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 38.
All right. Why did you celebrate Charlie Kirk's unaliving?
Oh, no, I absolutely did not.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming up.
I am pro Charlie Kirk. I thought he was a
And just like that, she's gone.
Everybody keeps telling me my mic is really quiet. I got it turned up 300%. How much more do you guys want me to go? Is my mic quiet, John? He muted. Well, it's now at 400%, so. Kara, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello?
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 41.
All right, why did you celebrate Charlie Kirk's unaliving?
It's a tricky thing. I came across your live. I think I found it interesting. I don't know if I would use that exact word, but I would say relief. Just because of the hate and violence that was spoken from him and that it's no longer happening.
Okay, what hate and violence?
I mean, there's multiple examples online.
Okay, like what?
I mean, if I have a black pilot, I'm not nervous getting on a flight. Women should be in the kitchen.
Hold on. Oh, let's do one point at a time. So he said,
Yeah.
be nervous if a black pilot was on a flight. What is the context of that?
I mean, I watched the whole context, but it still doesn't. It doesn't excuse that
That's
small.
not answering my question. What is the context of it?
The context is that he's anti-DEI.
Okay.
And he's worried that people that are getting jobs are getting them in place of white people that don't deserve it because they get it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so he's anti-DEI. Now I'm going to give, I'm going to grant something here. I'm going to concede something. Let's say he's wrong about his understanding of the DEI.
Okay.
How does that make him racist?
Because it's a racist statement to make.
That's
like
circular.
I would never get on a plane and say, "Oh, there's someone that's a female, someone who's
So
Ukrainian,
that's
someone that's black."
So that's a circular answer, right? You're saying, I'm asking how it's racist, and you're saying because it's racist.
Well, it's a racist comment to say if my pilot's black, I don't want to get on the plane. That's a racist comment.
Right. Well,
Yes.
there's context, right? So, in the context of DEI, right? He thinks that DEI means that black people, even though they're not qualified, are getting the jobs. That is the context of what he thinks. Is he saying that I don't think black people know how to fly planes, or is he saying that black people are being hired even though they're not qualified?
It doesn't really matter
Why?
because it's still a racist comment.
You're just saying it's racist because it's racist. You're not answering the question.
It's racist because it's assuming that they can't fly the plane because of their black, because of DEI.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. Let's say
Let's say DEI didn't exist.
Hold on,
Let's say that. Okay.
Hold on, let me ask you this question. Are you in the United States? I'm in Canada, but are you in the United States?
No, I'm in Canada as well.
Okay. Oh, Air Canada, right?
Yeah.
So you know
Yeah.
Air Canada, it's terrible.
Absolutely, yeah.
What if you
Yeah.
found out that Air Canada was hiring white people just because they were white, aside their credentials? Would you be nervous if you saw a white pilot?
I don't care what my pilot looks like.
That's not the question I asked you. If you found out
No.
Air Canada, so if you knew for a fact that Air Canada was hiring white pilots even though they weren't qualified and even though they didn't know how to fly a plane, just because they were white, you wouldn't be nervous if a white pilot got behind the cockpit?
Well, if I knew they couldn't fly a plane, that he didn't know that though.
You're not answering my
And
question.
after watching
Hold on.
Nathan
Don't
Fielder
shift.
special, I would
Don't
say
shift,
no.
please. Don't shift, please. So would you be nervous if you found out Air Canada was hiring only white people because they were white, aside how skilled they were at flying a plane? Would you be nervous if you saw a white person flying a plane?
No.
No. So you would see a white person knowing Air Canada is hiring white people who do not know how to fly planes, and you wouldn't be nervous?
No.
So can you explain that logic to me?
Because I probably see I see white pilots more than anything.
So Canada for sure is hiring white people that have no skill in flying planes, and you would
How
not
would
be
they
nervous.
be flying those skills?
That you're missing the point. Air Canada put out a policy. We're going to hire white people to fly
That,
planes.
like, what, they,
I
like-
don't care. I don't
that are
care.
teachers
Hold
and
on,
garbage men?
hold on. Let me land the plane, so to speak. So they're hiring white people just because they're white. They don't care if they know how to fly a plane. And then you know this. And then you get on an Air Canada flight and you see a white guy walk onto a plane and get into the cockpit. Are you going to be nervous about that flight?
That's not what DEI is.
I didn't say it was. Would you be nervous?
I don't know. Because how could I tell? How do I know? How do I know?
You're lying. You're 100%
No.
lying.
How
Yes, you
does
are.
Charlie Kirk know that a black person can't fly the plane?
That's not the question I'm asking.
How
you.
do I know that the white person that is piloting my plane is someone that doesn't know how to fly a plane? How do I know that? How do I know that?
Because Air Canada is hiring people that are white that do not know how to fly planes. That's how you know. You've learned
That's not a
something.
thing.
I'm not. It's called a reductio. Do you know what a reductio is?
Yes, I'm aware what that is. That's
Okay,
insane, though.
So then you can't say it's insane if you know what a reductio is.
Okay. So
do you know what it is?
So I'm nervous because I see a white person because they're specifically hired. They don't know how to fly a plane, and I'm not okay with that.
Well, you'd be really wise to not be okay with that. If I knew
Okay.
Air Canada for a fact was hiring white people just because they were white and they had no skill in flying a plane, and I saw a white guy behind the pilot, and that made me nervous, am I a racist?
No.
Right. Now, Charlie Kirk might be wrong about the DEI information. I can grant that he might be wrong about that. But if
Absolutely,
he's
he's wrong about it.
Right. But if he was under the assumption that DEI was hiring less qualified people because of the color of their skin, trying to reach a certain quota, would that make him racist?
Yes and no.
You can't be so you can't be yes and no. That breaks the law of non-contradiction.
Racist on Monday, but Tuesday, nah.
Okay, fine. He's not. Then
Right,
he's not on
right.
that one thing. But
Right.
also educate yourself before you tour the country spewing that fucking violence and hate. Maybe.
Well, I'm just granting that he might have been wrong about the DEI.
Well, then don't
you're-
preach it. I don't preach it.
Fine. So then my question for you, is it good to be okay with someone being unalive because they're stupid?
It's about relief for people that are perpetuated against and the violence that can ensue because of that spread of violence and hate.
What violence is going to be pursued because of this?
Violence can be more than just a bullet. It can be also through language. And he, like you just said, he may have been.
Hold on, violence. So your fifis can be hurt, and that's violence?
No, violence can spew from language.
Okay, so what violence would spew from his specific views on DEI?
All kinds of things.
Like what?
Like George Floyd. Like.
So hold on. So you think that Charlie Kirk was against DEI, and that caused the unalivement of George Floyd?
No, I just think that things like that can happen because people spew violence through their words, and words are powerful, and people think it's all about
I don't
bullets.
deny that words are powerful. I
I
agree.
just think if you don't know what you're talking about, like you kind of just confirmed he may have been ill-informed, then maybe don't spew that language if you don't know what you're talking about.
I didn't confirm
across
that
the
he was
country.
ill-informed. I conceded.
You said
a
he
point.
may have been ill-informed. So if he may be ill-informed, then maybe don't fucking tour the country and
No, you
spill
don't.
that.
You don't understand the goal of conceding a point. I don't agree that he's ill-informed. I'm going to concede that he's ill-informed and show that he's still not racist, even if I concede that point.
Well, it doesn't matter if he's racist. He's still uninformed, and spreading that language is violent.
Okay, so you think that people who are uneducated should be unalived?
Should not be touring the country.
Should be
and spilling that.
unalived.
He shouldn't have been allowed to be touring the country.
Okay, but do you think it's a good thing he's no longer alive?
I don't think people that have any substance and brains miss him. I don't
That's
want to
not
go
the
to a
question I
fucking
asked you. You're not
bullet
answering my
vigil.
question. Do you think it's a good thing that Charlie Kirk is no longer alive?
I think it provides a lot of relief for a lot of
You're
people.
still not answering my question. Do you think it's a good thing that Charlie Kirk is no longer
Yes.
alive? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so you just said that you think it's a good thing that stupid people are not alive.
Not stupid people, but him.
That's
yes.
literally what you said. Because you said Charlie Kirk
No, I didn't
is
say
not
stupid
a smart
people. I
person.
said-
He's not
No, I didn't.
educated. So that
No,
makes
I
him
said
stupid.
him. I
And you
didn't say
think
no.
and you think it's a
You didn't
good
ask
thing that
me-
he's
you
not
never asked
unalived.
me- No, you never asked me. Stupid people
So
should not
you
be
think
alive.
it's a good thing that
You asked
stupid
me
people
if Charlie Kirk is not alive, and I said yes.
So
I agree with that.
this is strict modus ponens, right? You think it's a good thing that Charlie Kirk's not alive because he was stupid. So therefore you conclude that you think stupid people should not be alive.
No, I never said that.
So what's the symmetry breaker?
I think Charlie Kirk should not be alive because his
Why?
stupidity spreads hate and violence, which ruins people's lives and causes more unalivings than himself.
Okay, so you think stupid people who have platforms should be unalived.
No, I think Charlie Kirk should be unalive. This is
Okay,
what you're.
so you're
you have this
special
in your-
pleading.
You have this above your live right now.
So you're special pleading.
Your live doesn't say why do stupid people deserve unaliving.
Why did you say that you know what a reductio is, but then every time I give you one, you go against it?
What does your
Here,
platform say right
I'll
now?
I'll make it really simple for you. If in the next 5 years I grow a platform to the size of Charlie Kirk, and I express the same type of views as him.
Well, wait, how big of a platform do you
really-
need to say stupid
really-
things to be unalived?
Yeah, really. Just if I have a platform the same size of Charlie Kirk in the next 5 years, should I be unalived?
No, I don't know who you are, and I really fucking hope you don't have a platform.
No, but if I have the same type
No.
of platform as Charlie Kirk and I'm expressing the same type of views as Charlie Kirk, should I be unalived?
No.
Then you're just not consistent.
So you're just saying I think Charlie Kirk should be unalived because his name is Charlie.
Well, I
Kirk.
don't know who this guy is. I'm talking
She's
about
saying functionally
I know
what
who
she's
Charlie-
saying is
I know who
think
Charlie
Kirk
Kirk
should be
is. I don't
unalived
know
just
who-
because
I don't
he's
know
Charlie
who you
Kirk.
are.
Has nothing to do with his views. Has nothing to do with his anything
Absolutely,
at
it has
that
everything to
point.
do with his views and his hate
But-
and his
No,
but
because I
John-
just told you.
John
I just told
said-
you.
Go ahead.
Well, I
John.
don't know who John is, and I don't think he has.
I'm
that same
John.
platform.
I'm John. If I just told you under the conditions.
Well,
Under the conditions that I grew a platform and started expressing the exact same talking points as Charlie Kirk, going on college campuses, having conversations with people, and I grew the platform to the same size with the same content. Should I be unalived? You say no. When it comes to Charlie Kirk, you say yes.
Because I
So
know who that
literally,
is, and I
if it
don't
has
know who you
nothing
are.
to do. So literally, it then has nothing to do with the talking points, and it has nothing to do with the platform. It has everything just to do with you don't like Charlie Kirk's personality or the way he smiles. Like,
Well, I mean, his face looks like a thumb, but that's besides the point.
Wow. Could you imagine going on to like a platform and making fun of the appearance of a dead man? That's insane.
Yeah, a Hitler, absolutely, I would. He was also had a tiny penis and was also had some serious problems with his appearance. And he was also a racist Nazi, so that's the same as Charlie Kirk. So that
you're just crashing out. You're just crashing out.
You
at this
can't
point
you can't
because
say
you're just
smotsy.
inconsistent.
So like you can sit up here and I'm more than happy to give you a platform to say whatever you want because I want the world to see who you are. But you just can't say the word smotsy because we'll get taken down.
Smotsy, yes. So
Yeah,
yes, I would celebrate. I would celebrate also the death of Trump. Absolutely, everybody would. I think that is on that side of things.
Okay, so so basically you're saying that these people, it's not just their views, they also have to have a platform, right?
Right.
Okay, how big of a platform do they need to have to justify celebrating them being unalived?
It's just about relief and the fact that it's about the spread of violence and hate, and there's no measurement.
So let me put it like this. I don't have a big platform, right? I got 300,000 on TikTok. I got 30,000 on I can't say the other channel because then I'll get demonetized. And I pretty much agree with most of Charlie Kirk's viewpoints. There's some things I disagree with him. Would it be justified if I just dropped dead right now? Would that be a thing to celebrate?
That's an insane thing to say.
Why?
Because I'm just saying, like you don't have a thing on your platform saying, do you think everyone that agrees with Charlie Kirk should be dead? You think everyone that's stupid should be dead?
Why are you
You're
afraid to
asking-
answer the question?
No, of course not. That's insane.
Okay, so why? Why is it bad if I dropped dead right now, but it's good when Charlie Kirk did?
Because of what he was spreading and what he was.
Yeah, I
giving
agree
to
with
the
most
world.
of what Charlie Kirk says.
You weren't
so-
doing those things. You might agree with his political views.
I
and his
have a
sexist
platform
views
and
his
I am
racist views.
spreading that same information. But my platform is not remotely close to as big as his. but I
Right.
literally have a platform, I literally have a following, and I preach the same things. Could you celebrate me dropping dead right now?
No,
Why?
it's just a different thing because the effects are not as big. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so how big of an effect do you need to have before you
I
justify
don't know.
just dropping
Charlie
dead?
Kirk big. I mean, the man was like huge.
Okay, so if
He
Charlie
was.
Kirk,
When I told you,
if Charlie
when I
Kirk had
told
one
you,
less follower than he currently does now, would he then be justified, or would you then be justified? in
It's just
celebrating his
about
death?
how much impact he had on the world. It's like Martin Luther King in the opposite way. Put it
So
that way.
how much impact do you need to have to justify celebrating someone's death?
Martin Luther King levels.
Okay, so if you have one less follower, it's no longer justified?
It's not about followers. It's about impact. I mean, like how
do you
many
have
followers?
how do you have impact if you don't have
How many
people
followers
following
did
you?
Martin Luther King have? Do you know? Do you have any followers he had?
I think
He
she's
had
just
millions.
saying like I think she's just saying like the consequences in reference to how many people he affected or something. And
Yeah.
so
how many people
so
do you
we
have
can just
to
change
affect?
the hypothetical to say how many yeah, exactly.
I don't know. Do you know? Like, does anyone know? I know it was
No,
a fucking. It was a lot. It was
I
enough
think
to
you
the
have a
president-
ridiculous. I think you have
No,
a
it was enough for the
ridiculous
president to
worldview.
show up
That's
to
why we
his.
don't know.
It was enough for the president to show up to his funeral. So obviously, it was a lot. I'm saying.
Okay, so
it's like,
let's say hypothetically, okay? Hypothetically, let's say that I'm having a debate with someone about like pro-life and pro-choice, okay? Now, are you pro-life or pro-choice first? Just really quick.
Guess.
I'm sure you can guess what I am, and I'm sure I can guess what you are.
Okay, there we go. So let's say I'm having a conversation with you, specifically you. Let's say there's 473 people listening to that conversation, but let's also say one of those 473 people listening are someone who actually has the power to make policies, right? So let's just, for the sake of argument, say Trump is in the building right now. And then I produce an argument that is against pro-choice in such a way that I think pro-choice should be illegal. And then Trump hears that argument and it drives him to go and make legislation to where pro-choice is illegal. Have I made an impact that is now going to impact millions of women?
It's already happened, by the way.
Oh, no, hear me. Have I made an impact if based off of that, policy is now instantiated because some policymaker heard an argument that I presented? Is like the impact going to be in reference to me because I convinced the person to make the legislation?
Yes.
Okay, should I be unalived for doing so?
No.
then it's
So
not
it's not
impact.
impacts.
Well, that's a specific issue you're talking about.
Oh my gosh. Let's just move on, John.
Okay.
This girl
well,
can't track an argument with a GPS.
Okay, I don't kick people anymore. I made that rule, so chat needs to make the vote. Chat, do you want her to stay or you want her to go?
Oh, she's not here anymore.
Oh, she left? Okay. I didn't see her on the screen, so.
Oh, I didn't know you didn't kick anymore.
No, well, because people started making the accusation that I just start kicking when I lose, even though I'll have 45-minute conversations with people and then I'll go nowhere and then I'll kick them. And like, you just kick because you got lost. So I've implemented a new rule. Unless they're wilding out or saying some crazy things, I don't kick unless the chat tells me it's okay.
Oh, well, that's fine with me. I don't care. I'm gonna I need to charge my phone. Give me a second. Let me set up I'll turn on my camera too.
Sure.
So you can see
I got the internet working it better. So, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm alright. I'm 29. How are you?
Sorry, you cut out just at a number. How old are you?
Oh, 29.
29? Okay. Why did you celebrate Charlie Kirk's unaliving?
Yeah, so before I get into that, will I be able to test your consistency?
Yep.
Okay. So I personally am not like celebrating, but I also don't condemn people that do. Is that so I could have this conversation?
You don't. Yeah, sure. We can have that conversation.
Okay. So I wanna test this. So I can say Schnazi, right? Just not the actual word.
Yeah, just pretty much add an S to any word that you think might be problematic.
Okay, no worries. So would you celebrate the unaliving of Schmittler?
No,
Why not?
because I don't celebrate death.
Okay, given the harm that he did, do you think he should have stayed alive to perpetuate harm?
Yeah, I'd rather have him been removed from stopping harm, right? So if he's doing horrible and terrible things, he shouldn't be around anymore to do that. The best way to do it, obviously, would be to capture him and imprison him, to have a state of repentance, remove that. If that is not possible, then of course we can unalive him to prevent him from causing future harms, but I wouldn't celebrate that. I would say it's a necessary evil.
Okay, so you do think that he should be unalive to stop the harm? Do you support
I
the
think
death
if you
penalty?
absolutely have to, like if it's absolutely necessary and there's no other method, then you can do that. But I think that's a very last case scenario, and I think the vast majority of people should not be unalived if we don't have to do it.
Okay, do you support the death penalty?
So again, it'd be the same scenario.
Okay, so you do recognize that there are circumstances in which death is necessary in order to
Yeah.
prevent suffering, correct?
Yeah. So
Right?
for example, a state where like death would be necessary. Let's say somebody goes to attack me violently, and I start defending myself. In Canadian law, I don't know what it's like in the States. Canadian law states that you can use one level of force above the force being used against you, all the way up to being unalive. If somebody's attacking me to the point where they pull a pew-pew on me, and I pull pew-pew on them first and I unalive them, I think I was justified in unaliving them to keep myself alive, but I wouldn't celebrate their unalivement. I think that's a
Okay.
tragedy.
So I just want to be doubly sure here. If it was proven that there was no way to remove the suffering other than to unalive that person, you would be okay with that, if that was the only way to remove the suffering.
No, because you're being very vague in your wording there. So, like, for example, if the suffering is I hurt your fifis, no, absolutely not. If the suffering is that like you are actually going to be unalived and there's no other method, then possibly, yeah.
Oh, so it's degrees of harm.
Of course, yeah. Like I stated, in Canadian law, you can use 1 degree of force above the force being used against you. So, for example, Charlie Kirk's degree of force was speech. So I think that you could use speech to stop him.
Okay, so at what degree of harm then? So it would have to be, physical harm then to justify?
Yeah.
So if people were being physically harmed?
So if Charlie Kirk was going around and slapping people in the face, then I think you can use enough force to maybe put handcuffs on him and put him in prison to stop him
Right.
from doing so.
So if it inevitably leads into some form of physical harm, that's justified. You are aware that words can incite violence, right?
Words, yeah. So if he's sitting there and he actually says, "I want you to go do violent thing X," then he would be responsible for violent thing X. So he would be culpable for doing the same amount of harm that violent thing X does.
Yeah. What if he promotes and support, for example, legislation which causes a huge amount of harm that's physically harmful to people? Is that not also inciting violence?
So
Because
you're being
advocating-
very vague. So you'd have to give me like the legislation. So for example, if he implemented legislation that said that we can just unalive homeless people just because we saw them and somehow put that into the system, then I'd say that's extremely problematic. But because it is legislation, we have to answer it with legislation and try to get it removed. We can't just pop a cap at him and stop him from introducing that legislation. We have to operate in the rules that we set up. If we don't operate by the rules we set up, then we don't actually believe in him. We shouldn't have him in the first place.
Do you not think that a system can be corrupt?
The system can be corrupt, yeah.
Okay. So do you not think that trying to fight it within the realm of like legal, political interception
so just to
in
be
a corrupt
clear,
society beneficial?
just to be clear, are you advocating that we should break the law?
Well, I think that we also need to adopt the mentality that not all lies are justified.
You're not answering my question. I think I've been very fair and
I
I've
did
answered every
respond.
question that you've answered me. Are you advocating
and I
for the fact that
responded.
we should break the law?
I think in some circumstances, if the law is unjustified,
Okay, who decides if the law is unjustified?
yeah, we can determine that based on a set of morality realms, right? For example, back in the day when it was legal for there to be child marriage, I
Yep.
think it's justified to break that law because child marriage is immoral, correct?
Right, so you're still not answering my question. Who decides when a law is unjustified?
Well, I'm saying based on what we think. I explained that when we looked back, right? When it was considered legal, and actually in even current times it's considered legal for there to be child marriage. Do you think we should follow the law? And
You're not
people
answering
engage
my
in child
question.
marriage?
You're shifting the goalpost to a different topic. Who
No,
again?
I'm not. I'm using
who
that as an
again gets to
example.
decide? Who again gets to decide when a law is unjustified and we can break it?
I think based on our own moral intuition and realms of morality,
Okay. So
it's going
so
to be
each
subjective.
so each individual, right? Is that your argument?
I mean, well, I think in order to answer this fully, it would go down the realm of sort of subjective and objective morality, and that's going to be an entirely different subject. I think we can both understand that we have our own sense of subjective morals, and we
Right.
can
So
come to
then
that
then
conclusion.
that raises the question: when do you get to justify breaking a law? Because if it's subjective morality, we have laws implemented so we can operate as a society. It's not based off moral values. If you're going to hold to subjectivity, which is perfectly fine, there are moral systems that work under subjectivity, and I'm not saying there's not. But you don't get to just decide, this feels bad for me, I know it's wrong, I'm going to break law.
Well, no, I personally think that there are a set of moral views that you can arrive at subjectively, but are considered logical in the sense that a lot of people within their own subjective mentality will arrive at the same destination, right? And I think
Sure.
we can apply that with regards to murder. We can arrive at that with
Right.
with
That
regards
that
to
that is
marriage.
literally how laws are changed.
Yes, so we measure that by the logical consistency of how we arrive at that position. And
Right.
so
So
when we
so yeah,
when
then
we
do
come to the
that.
conclusion,
Hold on. Do that and then change the law. What you're stating here is
yes,
there's sometimes it's okay to break the law. And my question for you is, when do you get to decide to break the law? Right now you're advocating for, we get enough of the collective to agree on something, and then if we do that, then we just implement and change the law, just like we did with child marriage. We got enough people to collectively agree that this is wrong, so we implemented and changed the law.
yes, but you are presupposing that everyone's going to be logical. There are many people that don't know how to think logically and will not
I'm
arrive
not
at that logical
presupposing that.
conclusion.
Well, you
Well,
just
you
you
are
just
because
you just hold
you're
on. You
making the
you
argument.
just said that morals are subjective, so it's irrelevant if it's logically or not.
No, it is because you're presupposing that people are going to arrive at that
Well,
destination.
well, well, so this is you're going to run into an issue there because what is logical to you is also not going to be objective, right? What is logical to you might be illogical to someone else, and what is logical to someone else might be illogical to you. And so, if we have this standard where we're just representing the foundation of these laws on what is going to be considered either moral subjectively, or what is going to be considered lawful subjectively, or what is going to be considered logical subjectively, then that doesn't actually answer the question.
So let me give you
Well,
an
no,
example. Let
I
me
think
give you
when
an
it comes to the
example.
law
I'm
of
gonna
logic,
I promise you I'll let you speak, but let me give you an example. Let's say I introduce a premise, right? A very simple premise. Speech that causes harm should be removed. Do you agree with premise 2? Free speech causes harm. Well, free speech does cause harm, so you agree with premise 2. So conclusion, we should remove free speech. That's a logical syllogism that comes to a conclusion, and I'm sure you don't agree with premise 2.
that free speech should be removed.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends how you would define free speech. What constitutes as free speech?
Right. So
Yeah, free
what
speech,
I
free
think you're
speech
doing
in a
is,
governmental sense. You should be able to say free speech on like. Are you from the USA?
I'm in Canada.
Okay, so free speech within the USA, where this actually took place, is going to be that you can say anything that you want, and the government cannot stop you from saying it, unless you're doing something that is directly going to like a call to action in reference to violence.
Okay, so it's not absolutely anything then. There is a cutoff point.
right. So would you remove that free speech though?
Well, I think that speech that incites violence is harmful.
That's not the
Right?
question
Is
I asked you.
problematic.
No. That's not the question. I didn't ask you speech that incites violence should be removed. I'm saying free speech altogether under the category of you can say anything that doesn't incite, like incite or entice. I always forget. Incite people to violence. Yeah. So basically, you realize that like me saying something along the lines of like I think Christian values should take precedent in the world. That's not actually inciting people to violence, but it could be harmful from a lot of people's viewpoints, right? Because of the Christian ideals. So if we go back to that syllogism, right? Speech that causes harm should be removed. Free speech causes harm. Conclusion: free speech should be removed. That logical that syllogism comes to that conclusion. It's logical, but I'm sure you wouldn't agree that we should just remove all free speech.
Well, I think removing under the context isn't really removing. It's putting, government
You're
consequences.
changing my criteria to not answer the question.
Well, you said remove, and I don't know what you mean by remove.
Remove free speech. Everything you say has to be dictated by the government. They confirm whether you can or cannot say it before you say it.
So it means that if you say it, there's a punishment by
If you say
consequences
it,
by the government.
if you say it without getting confirmation from the government that it's okay to say it, you will be punished.
Yeah. So there's a legal consequence.
Yes.
Okay. So when we trace that back to incitement of violence, so I would argue that sure, I agree with the set of arguments that you point out, but the problem where we disagree is that
you can't go to the point where we disagree when you still haven't answered my question.
No, I said I agree. I responded to that.
So you think that you don't think we should remove free speech, or we do?
Do you agree? You said do you follow this, and you wouldn't agree with premise 2. That's
so
what
you
you
would
asked
not
me,
agree
right?
with premise 2. Okay, my mistake.
Yeah,
I apologize then.
That's fine. I'm saying I would not agree to that. However, where we differ is that your perception of inciting violence is where we differ.
No,
because
you've lost the. I'm going to stop you again. I apologize because you lost the rhetoric. Remember, the rhetoric here is when is it okay for someone to break the law? Now, you said if somebody comes to a logical conclusion, right, that you get enough people to agree on, we can break the law. Now, I've showed you a situation where that logical conclusion, we shouldn't do it, but I could convince enough people to do that. Would I be justified in breaking the law there?
I'm sorry, please restate that.
Remember we said that you think it's okay to break the law sometimes if you think the person is doing something they shouldn't be doing because the law is corrupted, right?
Yes.
Right, and then you said the way that we come to the conclusion on when we should break the law is by using logic. If we can come to a logical conclusion, then we could break that law. So based off that standard, I could actually start breaking the law of I don't think people should have free speech. So I start taking out anybody who speaks freely because I have a good logical syllogism that comes to a good conclusion.
I think that when you see, I agreed with it under the parameters, right? That free speech encompassed anything that wasn't considered incitement of violence. That's what you classified free speech, correct?
No, you're changing the
criteria.
A call to violence. Sorry, yeah.
Yes. Okay, so free speech under what you were classifying is anything that wasn't a call to violence, you see? And so I'm referring to the point of a call to violence, that point where it changes. So I only agreed to the free speech that didn't call to violence. That's why I agree.
You're changing it again. I'm going to go back and I'm going to re-explain it again. Hopefully you get it this time. Okay. Premise 1, speech that causes violence should be removed. Premise 2, free speech can cause violence. Conclusion, free speech should be removed. Free speech here, for example, when I say I think everybody should have Christian values, that's not inciting violence, but it could lead to what you would consider harmful ideologues because of Christian philosophy, right? So therefore it could be harmful, and that could be any sort of philosophy could be considered harmful. So therefore I should remove all speech, and it should all be dictated by the government by what we said.
So we're talking about what is incitement to violence. That is what we're talking about.
No, we're not.
It is, because that's the cutoff point. Because you said if it was a call to violence, then you would see it to be justified.
That is the definition of free speech. No, that's the definition of free speech. Okay, I don't know how you're not getting this now. I really thought this was good faith, but really, please try to pay attention to what I'm saying.
Right? It is good faith. I don't know why you're not understanding it.
Because it doesn't seem like you're addressing what I'm actually saying, right? Okay, the definition of free speech. Okay, let's get the semantics. The definition of free speech here is you can say anything that doesn't incite violence. That's the definition.
And what is so what is
hold on. We're not even getting to that point yet. So incited violence would be I tell you to go unalive John. That'd be an inciting violence.
So that is your understanding of incitement of violence. That's not my understanding of incitement of violence. So we have a different understanding of what incitement of violence.
That is completely irrelevant to what I'm saying.
It's not irrelevant.
Yeah, it is,
because that's going to determine.
It is. Trust me. How are you going to tell me what's relevant to my argument?
No, I'm saying what's relevant to my argument, and that it's.
You're not making the argument right now. I'm making the argument. I'm making an argument towards you, and I'm asking you to address the argument. How are you going to tell me what's relevant to my argument?
Because your understanding of incitement as violence is different from my understanding.
That doesn't matter. That difference is irrelevant to my argument.
Yeah,
completely
it's
irrelevant.
Yeah, but it's not relevant to my argument.
You're not making an argument right now. I'm making an argument right now.
All right, continue.
Okay, so my argument, again, premise one, any speech that causes harm should be removed. Not inciting violence, causes harm. Premise two, free speech causes harm. Conclusion, free speech should be removed. So for example, me saying I think people should have Christian values. It's not inciting violence, but it's causing harm because you have different philosophy to that. You could give any philosophy, right? I could flip it around. I could say that a secularist, right, stating that we should have secularist viewpoints and secularist values is causing harm to the Christians. So this all falls under the category of harm. So all this speech would be considered the category of free speech, and I should remove it, which means all speech that ever comes out of anybody's mouth has to be dictated whether or not it's okay or not okay by the government, because it's no longer free. It has to be governed. Would you say that we should have this or shouldn't have this law implemented?
I think that based on your argument and your perception, sure, I don't share the same perception. You see,
So
my understanding of violence.
you think using that argument we should remove free speech?
Well, because you don't consider words as an act of violence.
That's not.
I do.
I do consider words as an act of violence. Can you just steel man my argument?
Yeah. So you are saying, right, that if I were to promote Christian values, right?
No.
That would
that's
be
not my
considered
argument.
harm by its.
That's an example of how that would have been implemented. That's not my argument. Can you steel man my argument?
Yeah, you're arguing that view is sorry, that they are subjective, right? That they're different, that they're not.
I've tried to explain to you this 6 times now, so I'm just going to take a W and I'm going to pass it on to John. Go ahead,
Wait, just hold on 1 second. 1 second.
No, I'm not going to continue. Wait, I'm not going to kick you. I'm going to allow you to speak to John. He's been waiting patiently, but
Okay,
I can't re-explain it to you again.
Yeah. So really quick.
Maybe you can explain it to me.
Here's free speech in virtue of like what we would say as a constitutional right within the U.S. Okay, free speech under the First Amendment to express opinions without government censoring, punishing, or silencing. Right. So it's in reference to governmental action. Okay. Now, where free speech has limits is going to be in what is called a true threat, where it's like if you say to someone, I'm going to unalive you tomorrow, and it's a threat that is actually credible. It's not something that's just like, John, man, you brought potato salad to the gathering. Bro, I'm going to unalive you. Like, a true threat has got to be a credible threat. 2, an incitement to imminent lawful action, telling a mob to go attack a person or an incite to violence. Defamation is not protected under free speech, where you knowingly make false statements that damage someone's reputation, right? And then there's more we can go into, but they have a little more nuance. So when we're referencing these things, okay, just bringing it back to the point, did Charlie do any of these things?
Yeah, so I think that when you put out hateful speech...
Nope, that doesn't answer my question. Did Charlie... So you're just saying the speech is hateful. I'm asking, did Charlie do any of the things that I referenced?
Yes, if you let me finish,
I'll go one at a time. Did Charlie make a true threat? Did he say that he was going to unalive someone? Did he make a true, credible threat?
I personally haven't heard him.
Okay, great.
Directly.
Yeah. Has he incited imminent lawless action, where he's telling people to either go commit violence or to go and break the law under certain conditions?
I haven't personally heard.
Thirdly, has he defamed, knowingly made false statements to damage a person's reputation?
I think he's done that towards a collective, yes. When he's made racist, defamatory comments.
Defamation is not toward a group, it's toward an individual. You can't defame a group of people.
Well, I would use that as just as valid. I don't know why it stops as individualism.
Yeah, it stops at individualism because there's a reputation. So defamation is going to be damaging
You
a
don't
person's...
think that harming a community is just as bad? If not,
No.
if he makes derogatory
We're
comments
just talking about...
towards a
We're just talking
marginalized
about...
community.
No, so there is absolutely no protection under the law for something like that, right?
Yeah, and I think that's good.
Yeah, so we can still say, hey, you shouldn't talk bad about individual communities. That's fine, but it's protected under free speech. If I wanted to say something, if I wanted to say something about Muslims, right? There's a collective of Muslims. If I wanted to say something against Islam, that Islam is false or it's ridiculous or whatever, am I defaming Islam? No, because defamation is toward an individual, and the individual also has to be alive. Like a dead person cannot have a defamation claim, right? So if I say something against the Prophet Muhammad,
I'm not cutting you off, but fun fact: a pope once dug up another pope and put him on trial. So,
each their own. But within the USA, we don't do that. So
Yeah,
here's the thing.
and I don't think that's just. I don't see why we would judge defamation of an individual more harshly than we would by making derogatory, harmful attacks towards a community. Right?
Yeah, because if you just say it
they're
because your account of harm there is it just hurts people's feelings. That's why.
No, that's incorrect. You know,
Yeah,
I think when you make
because I asked you directly. I
derogatory
said,
terms
is there an
that
incitement?
dehumanizes people?
No. Wait a second. I asked directly, is there an incitement to imminent lawless action to go and attack an individual or to go and break the law? You said no, not that you have heard. So if there is no incitement, if there is no incitement to imminent action, and you're just saying words, like even if I'm saying, hey, I really think a lot of Muslims that I talk to are really stupid, right? If I said that under your account,
I have said that.
Yeah. If I say that under your account, that I'm committing an act of violence.
Yeah. So I want
Yes?
to go back to the one. Wait, hold on. I want to go back because the comment that I
Wait,
said.
before we go back,
where
I want an answer to my question. Yes or no?
Yeah, I think that if it's done in a consistent, persistent way that dehumanizes Muslim people, then yes, I would say that's an act of violence.
No. I'm not dehumanizing. I'm saying they're stupid.
Yes,
Are stupid people not human?
That can dehumanize. It's also
You can be-
extremely ableist.
No, it's
saying
not.
that
It's
someone
not.
is stupid. That's ableism.
It's not.
So
No.
it is extremely
That's not
dehumanizing.
ableism.
It is.
Wait, hold on. Are stupid people not
You're
human?
insulting somebody's intelligence.
Are
because I think
stupid
they're
people not human?
What?
Are stupid people not human?
I never said they weren't human. I don't know.
Okay,
where
then
that
how
came
is it
from.
dehumanizing to call somebody stupid?
Do you know what dehumanizing is?
To dehumanize them.
Yes.
It's in the word.
So you don't regard them as like a human of rights, right? You're
Right.
still
Right. So
technically
are you saying
human,
that
but you're not
stupid
worthy-
people
but
are
you're
not human?
worthy of rights.
Are you saying stupid people don't
You
have
do
rights?
I'm not. I don't know what. No, I'm not making that claim. I'm saying if you call someone stupid, that's what you're saying. I'm not calling anyone that.
You're not saying people. What? Calling somebody stupid doesn't say they don't have rights. It's just saying they're stupid.
It doesn't.
Yes,
It's not dehumanizing them either.
Notice how I said if you use that in a persistent, consistent manner.
So if
I call John stupid all the time.
Yeah.
Yes,
If every day I
that
made a
was not my
TikTok.
understanding.
So if every day for the next 5 years I made a TikTok and I said, hey, I want you guys to know, I think most of the Muslims I encounter, or I'll even use Christians, right? Because I think this is also true. Hey, if I made a statement every single day for 5 years on my TikTok with 100,000 followers where I say, hey, I think most Christians are ignorant. I'm doing it perpetually, so I meet one of your conditions. I'm calling them ignorant in virtue of. Go ahead.
I just want to get the definition. So to dehumanize is to deprive a person or a group of their human qualities, dignity, or individuality, often by treating them as objects or subhuman beings or denying them moral consideration. So again, stupid people are still people. They still have rights. They still have dignity. They still have individuality. They still have all those things. They're just stupid.
And yeah, we can still regard them with moral consideration and say no harm should come to them, like all of these things. And so, again, what your argument breaks down to when we're talking about free speech and we're talking about Charlie Kirk is harm and violence is only going to be associated with hurting people's feelings.
Yeah, so I never said about the stupid thing that on its own was enough to qualify dehumanization. I said it can lead to that, especially if it's done in a persistent manner, if it's done in a particularly malicious way. There can be conditions put in place in which that is considered ableist. I didn't say just calling someone on a one-off.
Yeah, that's the slippery slope fallacy.
Well, like I said, I said I could do it for 5. I said I could do it for 5 years. I could do it for 5 years, and I say, hey, I think most Christians I run into are really ignorant.
Also, if you don't have any basis of reason to support it, so if you are on the live and you said ignorant, and you say ignorant to these people every day, and you had substantial evidence of why they're ignorant, and I would regard that ignorance is a little bit different than stupid, because ignorance simply says you're not educated on this field,
What's
and
the
therefore
difference
you
between
don't
the
know what
two?
you're saying. Whereas stupid seems to imply that you lack certain brain functioning, and that seems to point more towards ableism, because that's pointing to a malfunction of the brain rather than you just not looking up the evidence.
Hold on. I just a follow-up question. Is somebody who has got IQ that is sub 80, like maybe like 70 or 60, are they stupid?
I mean, I wouldn't refer to them as that, because that would be ableism.
What are they?
It's not ableist.
Yes.
What word would you use for them?
They're challenged.
Intelligently impaired?
No, maybe, I'm not sure what the correct terminology, but I wouldn't call them stupid.
So you just don't like the word stupid?
It's just a semantic. But
I think it can be extremely ableist towards certain individuals.
No,
but
if
also,
I call someone,
I think
no,
a better
that's
example.
It's not ableist.
I think
if
a
I
better
call someone
example.
stupid, I'm not making a biological claim.
Wait. If I point at if I look at a guy who's in a wheelchair and I say he's disabled, am I being ableist?
No, because that's a terminology. That doesn't have any negative connotation attached to it, right? So you're not really. That's not
If I look at a guy who's in a wheelchair and I say he's disabled and he'll never be in the NBA.
Well, I think they do have categories of like people that can.
The NBA, specifically the NBA, not a wheelchair specific basketball league, the National Basketball Association, the NBA. He's never going to play for the Raptors.
That wouldn't be inaccurate if he's not physically able to do so.
Well, it has a negative connotation because I'm connotation. I'm saying he cannot do something because of. Thank you. I'm saying he can't do something because of what he has, which is a disability.
True, but you're not saying something like false. You're not. It's not false information.
Right. So if I say you're stupid and you are stupid, what's the issue?
Because stupid has a negative derogatory connotation attached to it, where people use it frequently, and it's used to demean and degrade. Hold on.
It's
not used to just say this person is this. You're doing it with an insulting purpose.
Does nobody ever use the word disabled to insult people?
I think if they were, that would be bad, but I think it is commonly used.
But people use the word disabled to insult people all the time. So, for example, my dad says that to me. My dad says that to me when I try to do something construction. I can't do it very well. I'm not good at construction. So he'll look at me and say, "What are you, disabled or something?" Right? So he'll
and that
use
would be wrong.
Yeah, so disabled is used in a negative.
I would disagree with that.
Disabled is used in a negative way all the time. So just like the word stupid is used in a negative way all the time. Just because I call somebody stupid, if they are actually stupid, what makes that negative?
I don't think it is used as colloquially as stupid is. I think when we
so how many people need to use it for it to be considered a negative connotation?
Well, I think when it is frequently being used.
How many people does it have to be considered frequent?
Well, I don't think you can quantify it. I think it's more of a sense of interpretation.
So it's just axiomatic?
I mean,
we just know when enough people say, because I've heard people use the word disabled as an insult my entire life.
Okay, and I would consider that to be wrong.
I'm not asking if you consider it morally wrong. That's not the question I'm asking you. Because you're saying people use the word stupid in a negative way all the time, but they don't use the word disabled in a negative way all the time. So I can call people disabled, but I can't call them stupid. That's your argument. But I hear people call people disabled in a negative way all the time.
Okay, and then that's
So
your
what
perception.
measurement?
But
So what measurement
I've
is
heard
it?
people use stupid all the time in a negative way. So it's just different perceptions.
Are you like is it impossible for you to actually track the argument that I'm giving? Is it like
I am tracking, but this
can
is a
you
different.
steel man my argument?
Yeah, you're saying that you hear disabled all the time, and therefore because you hear it all the time, that considered is a typical thing, and you're trying to make an analogy with stupid by saying that they're the same thing. You know, because we
Hey, it's
hear
not
stupid
bad.
all the time, and you hear disabled all the time, therefore they're the same thing.
Yeah, okay, so what's the symmetry breaker then? That's pretty good. I appreciate that. You did track it. So I apologize.
Okay. I'd like to point out whether
No,
I
don't
track or
answer the
not
question,
track, I
though.
do try.
Yeah, well, fair enough. You're trying. But answer the question.
Well, I'm just trying to make that known because you seem to think I'm not being good faith. But anyway, yeah. So the point that I'm making is that I would agree you can index it into perception based on my index because I personally haven't typically heard disabled used in a derogatory way. I've used it in terms of just describing what a person is, whereas with stupid I have in a derogatory. So from my perception, one is considered worse than the other. You clearly have a different perception than me.
Okay, so if a word is constantly used as a descriptive means, right? So it's only ever used for descriptive. And then there's a cultural shift where people start using it in as a derogatory way. Can we no longer use it descriptively?
When it's used in a derogatory way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. For example, it used to be used in a descriptive way to use the R slur, but I would say we shouldn't use that now because that's derogatory.
Yeah, that's pretty retarded. We shouldn't do that. I mean, sorry. Go ahead, John.
So here's the thing, right?
Of course,
I would rather be called stupid than someone to tell me I'm intellectually disabled. Right? Because
say that again.
I said I would rather be called stupid than someone tell me that I'm intellectually disabled.
Okay.
And now that's all I'm going to call you. You shouldn't have told me that, bro.
No, but here's the point, right? If someone is stupid or someone's being stupid or someone does something stupid, I'm a youth pastor. I've seen a lot of really stupid things. Now, I don't think the person is stupid, but I think what they did is incredibly stupid, right? It lacked intelligence. It lacked wisdom. Their decision making, their reasoning, the why they did it, when they did it, how they did it, all of this just lends itself to being stupid, right?
Well,
I'm not making a biological claim there about some sort of their brain. I'm saying what they did in a colloquial definition, what they did is irrational, unreasonable, and like silly. Like we can name a whole bunch of different things, right? Now going back to the topic.
Let me just give an analogy. Like, if I walked around constantly with my eyes shut in traffic, would you say I'm doing something stupid?
Me?
Yeah. Would you say I'm being stupid?
No, I'd say that's not smart.
What?
It just sounds like you just don't like the word stupid. Like it's just the word. It's like you don't care about the concept. You care more about the actual word.
Well, I think we're really way too hung up on this individual word.
Well,
I think
listen. I would love to get back to the topic.
The point, I could apply this to a better example that would make more sense.
Well, I'll let you give the example.
Can I apply this to something that makes more sense? Because this is not the example I would.
You can give the example, but then let's actually just like track back toward the conversation how this relates to
this kind of goes back, right? Because we're talking about making derogatory statements that harm a community instead of an individual and use that in terms of defamation. That's what we're tracking back to, right? Because the individualism is what you applied within a legal stance, whereas I'm saying I disagree with that. I think it should also be applied to a group, and we can apply this more. For example, we can talk about dehumanizing the Black community, right? And making statements like they're criminals, that they're unintelligent, that they're violent. These are all dehumanizing words
can I ask a question?
That incite locking them up, that incite giving them less rights, that incite, putting them in poor conditions. This is extremely harmful for the Black community, right? And that's incitement of violence because they're being subjected to harm by being forced into slave labor in prisons.
Can I ask
Yeah,
a question?
so
Hold on, John. I just want to ask a question on that one concept of like saying, hey, saying black people commit more crimes. I don't think that's true before we get into that, but I just want to talk about like the rhetoric of what is like considered like harmful speech. Now, let's say that we did a study and we found out that 100% of the rapes that have ever happened are from white people, and white people are notorious for doing it. Like it's just known. Like the data is completely, we can't deny it that white people, you run into one, there's like an 80% chance you're probably going to get raped, right? Would it be racist to say that white people are rapists?
No, because I don't think you can be racist to white people.
Can you define racist?
Yeah, racist is going to be being discriminatory and oppressive to people that are not white. Yeah, it's going to be predicated of a system that has been built by white people, because racial categories were created by us white people, and it only goes one way.
So this is ridiculous.
You should look up Gomez de Zerara.
No. So Emily, like,
person
let
who
me,
created
let me,
racial categories.
Emily, just let me reduct you this, and it's going to be really simple. Okay, if I go to Asia, to which let's even say North Korea, I go over to see some Kim Jong-un, right? If I go to North Korea and I am one of the only white people in the country, and people dehumanize me because I'm white, are they being racist or not?
No, but not if the definition.
Oh my God.
Dude,
At least she's consistent.
your whole definition is screw white people. That's what your definition is.
That's wild. That's absolutely insane.
Let me ask you a question.
You can't.
Who holds the most
you
power
can't
in the world?
be. You can't be racist.
No.
You can't be
Who
racist.
holds the most power in the world?
You can't be racist if you don't consider white people equal to everybody else. You basically just said white people are not equal with any other race.
No, answer the question. Who holds the most power in the world?
Hold on. Are white people equal to black people?
Yes.
Okay, so
I mean, what do you mean? Sorry, what do you mean by equal? I want to just rephrase that. What do you mean by equal? I think in terms of viewing them in the same way, they're not treated equally. In terms of how
I'm not talking about being treated. I'm talking about ontologically speaking.
Yeah, ontologically,
okay, sorry,
biologically.
I wasn't sure if you meant if they should be treated. Okay, as it currently stands, no, they're not equal.
We're not
They are
equal.
not treated
We
equally.
do not have ontological similarities. We do not have ontological equality.
What do you mean by ontological? Do you mean like
our state
we
of
have
being?
the exact? So we have the exact same human nature in everything that would be considered a necessary precondition in order to qualify that human nature. The only difference and distinction is that one group has more melanin and one group has less melanin.
I mean, sure, on an ontological
So melanin,
but I don't know why that's relevant.
Yes. So literally, what you're saying is you cannot be racist to white people because they have less melanin.
No.
Wait.
Yes.
Hold on. Let me ask this question.
It's a social construct.
Let me ask this question.
Not biological.
Somebody has all black family, whole black heritage, going all the way back, right, as far as you could track, but they're born with a genetic deformity that makes them, we'll call it a deformity, makes them completely white. They're white now. Their skin color is white. No, not albino. Not albino.
Oh, not albino.
Not albino. No. They just, the genetic code just flipped and they're born Caucasian, right?
Sure.
So something happened. They're now Caucasian. They look like they're from the Mount Caucasus, right? Can you be racist towards them?
No. Race is a social. Race. I don't know why you're laughing. Race is a social construct. It's a social construct.
This is like special.
Wait. Race is a social construct? Okay, I identify as black.
That's not how it works.
What?
It was created. We created these categories, right, that are predicated off of phenotypical structures, but it is a construct that was imposed by us white people onto non-white people to further whitey supremacy. It was used to uplift whiteness.
Why do you say YT? It's easier to say white. YT, you're using two syllables.
I say YT because I'm used to it in my lives and it's considered TikTok friendly. If you don't care about it in your lives, I'll just say white. But
How is white not TikTok friendly? My shirt is
So
white.
you're just like,
I don't know.
okay,
it's just been instilled in me.
Okay,
Oh,
so
you get flagged?
I feel like
Maybe I don't know.
I feel like this
well,
is the
fair
exact
enough.
same
If I
thing.
didn't know about the TOS, so then if it's a TOS thing, we'll say YT. I don't know.
Okay, so anyway, I feel like this is a semantic thing again. Just like hey, you're totally fine if someone is saying, "Hey, you're not smart, but I don't want to call you stupid." I feel like what you're saying with racism now is the exact same semantical issue. To which, because here's what you're going to have to commit to.
It's not.
No. Here's what you're going to have to commit to.
I'm gonna let you guys
If
keep
you
going.
have-
I just want to address the chat. I'm seeing a few people voting out, so I'm gonna just ask the chat right now: are you voting next guest? If so, let us know. If not, we'll keep going. Go ahead, guys.
Okay, just let me make this point because it seems like the word racist is only going to be applicable toward a social construct in which white individuals exist. So if we go back thousands of years, right, or tens of thousands of years, and you have, like here, we'll take like a biblical view, right? If you have this group of individuals that is from Ethiopia, and then you have this group of individuals that is Egyptian, right? They are different skin colors. In a world or in a society to which white people do not exist, racism cannot exist. So it's literally just a semantic distinction upon the existence of white people.
Wait,
Sure.
hey, wait. Would the world be better without racism?
I mean, yes.
Okay, so then,
Racism is not considered-
would the world be better without white people?
You can be white and not like work towards a place of not.
Yeah, that's fine. But if you
In
removed
a hypothetical- world.
if you removed all white people, would racism cease to exist?
Sure. Yes.
Okay, then why wouldn't you remove all white people or advocate for that?
Because you could also move towards a hypothetical reality in which white people cannot be racist. You could move towards that.
What do you think's more likely to happen?
In a hypothetical.
Based off your
reality.
definition, do you think it's more likely that white people are just going to not be racist anymore according to your definition, or it's just better off to just wipe them off the planet?
Well, I think in the grand schemes of thing, I think that us YT people, I think it's really unrealistic given how ingrained racism is. But I think we can work towards decreasing it.
Wait, let me change the analogy. If every single YT person just had a heart attack and was unalive and just fell over and died, do every other POC people have reason to celebrate and be happy about it?
I mean, I can't speak for people that are in those communities, so I'm not going to comment on that. I'm not in those communities.
Well, let's just say you in heaven looking down at it. Would you celebrate for them?
I mean, I wouldn't do anything. I'm not in that community. It's not my experience. If they feel that that's what is needed,
you're up here advocating for
validate
them. You're up here advocating for them and saying Charlie was evil because of the things that he did to them, but you wouldn't celebrate for them if something good happened to them?
Well, if they were celebrating, I'd support it because they're valid in their
So hold on. So if everybody of the POC all of a sudden started celebrating just committing genocide to small children because they have lazy eye, would you celebrate that with them?
Wait, say that again?
If all of a sudden people who are part of the POC, right, people of color, started genociding children who have lazy eyes just because they have lazy eyes and they were celebrating that, would you celebrate that with them?
I don't know why we're using this example.
Just answer the question.
No, I wouldn't consider that to be justified.
Right, so you can choose by your own free will what to celebrate with them and what not to celebrate with them, right?
Well, lazy eye people is not a good analogy to white supremacy.
That's completely irrelevant to what I'm saying. You could still choose by your own. It's completely irrelevant, trust me. So you could choose by your own free will what is a good thing to celebrate and what's a bad thing. So you don't have to look at the people group and say, "Hey, you're celebrating, so I'm going to celebrate too." Like, you're smart enough to figure out what's worth celebrating, right?
Yeah, I think if someone is being a bigot and harmful towards a community, that's fundamentally different than from
It's not.
from someone
You're
having a lazy eye.
changing. You're changing. You're smart enough to figure out what to celebrate, right?
Okay.
Okay, so if all the white people had a heart attack, YT people had a heart attack, and they just poofed off of existence, and you're looking down at heaven, and you see, because by your definition, if white people vanish, racism would vanish. All the people of color no longer experience racism anymore. You wouldn't celebrate for them?
Yeah, so I am smart enough to know that I don't share the same lived experiences
Listen,
as those that are not white. So it's not my perspective to comment on a community that I'm not a part of. That's ridiculous.
But you literally just said it would be bad if they
I
started
wanna know-
unaliving children with lazy eyes. And you're not part of that community, yet you would comment on it.
Well, listen, if people with lazy eyes had the same history as white tea supremacists, maybe. And if I was someone with lazy eye, then I would comment on, then it would be different. Or if I was in the community that you're asking me, but I'm not. So I don't know why you're asking me.
Because you're showing me that you can judge a community and based off what they're doing, because I'm showing you a ridiculous circumstance that shows that you can judge a ridiculous, that's why I gave you a ridiculous one, because you're going to judge it and say it's wrong.
This is a poor analogy.
So it's a great analogy because you're going to judge it.
It is a terrible analogy.
It's a great analogy, and let me explain why.
No, it isn't.
I'm going to explain. Let me finish. I'll explain why. Right? Don't be stupid. So the analogy is good because it's so ridiculous that you would have to look at it and say that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. Right?
Yeah, but there's a symmetry break.
Right. So you'd look at it and say that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. I could say that that is wrong. So that means that you can judge the community. Yes.
I mean, just on that. But we know that the
Not
circumstances
just on
I'm
that.
speaking here
Can you judge the
is
community? Yes.
different.
Is it physically possible for you to do so?
What, to condemn people that want to
Oh
celebrate
my
the
goodness.
unalive?
Chat, did you guys vote to kick? Why is she not answering? It's a simple question. I don't know why you're not
I'm
answering.
clarifying. I don't know what you're asking me.
You are capable of judging them for a horrendous thing like that, yes?
Sure.
So then you are capable of judging the community, yes?
You do realize it's case by case.
All right, so I've had a whole bunch of people say I can kick you. I'm moving on. God bless.
All right, bye.
If you ever ask somebody a question and they say, yeah, but that's different, there's a problem, right?
So here's...
Go ahead, John.
Here's what I want to know. I want to know what she would call it. So if you have an Egyptian thousands of years ago, there's no YT people, right? And then you have Ethiopians, and the Egyptians do not like the Ethiopians simply because of the color of their skin. I'm just curious what she would call it. If it's not racism and they're discriminating strictly based on the color of their skin, what would she call that behavior?
Bigotry.
Bigotry? Something?
Discrimination. Because you can't have racism without white people.
No, it's not. No, someone said xenophobia. No, it's not xenophobia. Xenophobia is only in reference to someone's culture or where they're from. But I'm stipulating within it, it's based on the color of their skin. If Egyptians are discriminating based on the color of Ethiopian skins, or Ethiopians are discriminating based on the color of Egyptian skins, it's not going to be xenophobia. Xenophobia is very specifically like you're hateful toward the culture.
I'm not scared of Xena, okay? All right, anyways. Hello, man. How are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 44.
All right, bro. Why did you celebrate Charlie Kirk's unaliving?
I don't think that...
I can barely hear you, man. You kind of sound like you're talking through a sock.
Yeah, man, I didn't celebrate. I think that asking the question of whether people celebrate it or not, it's kind of...
It's really hard to hear you, man. I don't know if you're talking through Bluetooth or what's going on.
All right, hang on.
Somebody made a good point. It has to be called colorism because the race is human.
Okay, is that better?
Oh, that's much better. Thank you so much. All right, go ahead, bro.
All right. So first off, YT. I'm pretty sure YT came from another chat where YT is Whitey, like YT, Whitey. So it's kind of derogatory, and then it got snuck in.
You can't be racist towards white people.
But that's punch. You can't punch up, they say.
Right.
But that's not what I'm saying.
No, you're good. Do you agree or disagree though?
I don't. I mean, I think anyone can be racist for sure. I mean,
No. I mean with the prompt above us. Sorry.
yeah. I mean, I don't. So first of all, did I celebrate? No. But do I see how people can celebrate? Yes.
Okay, so you personally didn't celebrate, but you think celebration is perfectly okay.
I could not possibly celebrate someone being shot in front of their wife and kids, thinking that's okay. No, I cannot. I cannot celebrate that. But I do see how people can.
But do you think it's okay?
Yeah.
Do you think they should do it?
Okay.
I think if okay. So now, when I say that, it's because Kirk was going places and debating. He was looking for opposition on a regular basis. And in some cases, he had put somebody, just ruled them, just crushed them in front of a ton of people, right? And, he was basically discrediting them based on religion, which, should have no place in politics, in my opinion.
Why?
Why? Because you make some calls that, that don't apply to everyone.
So how do you remove religion from politics? What is the method in doing that?
Well, for one, I think that it's obviously a difficult. It's a difficult answer there, but you cannot police how someone is thinking.
Right. So how do you remove religion from politics? You can't do it, right? So saying like there should be no religion in politics is a ridiculous statement unless you're willing to say that anybody that is religious is not allowed to be a politician.
Yeah. Now we can agree like the religion shouldn't necessarily be like legalized and every other religion illegalized or something like that.
I disagree with that.
But if you're just say what?
I'm a Christian nationalist, bro. Let's make all of it illegal and Christianity the only way. Let's do it. Let's take over the world, bro. I'm down. I'm game. Crusade 2.0. I'm getting my sword out.
Someone's clipping this right now.
I don't care. I seen what they cheer for. I don't care.
What's gonna happen, John, is after you unalive at the ripe age of 92, right? Someone's gonna pull this up on their virtual VR headset and be debating on whether or not you were a white supremacist or a Christian nationalist or whatever.
I am a Christian nationalist.
So give the context. No.
Oh, okay. You want me to be serious?
Huh?
Yeah. So I am a Christian nationalist.
No, I was playing.
Okay, but okay. Let me give the context. Let me give the context. I am a Christian nationalist, but in the tent that I don't think it should be forced. I think we should become a Christian nation simply based off the fact that the nation holds mostly Christian values.
Oh, that's not Christian nationalism. Christian nationalism is where you would say other religions, any other religion should be like illegalized. Like it should be illegal to be another religion. You should only be Christian.
That's not part of the Christian nationalism.
So
we will debate that another time. Go with this guy though.
So are you? I know you mentioned you're from Canada.
Yeah.
Are you guys both from Canada? No. Okay. So being a Canadian, how do you feel about Trump?
I don't like Trump in a lot of ways, but I do think he is doing good things. So, like, I think he's an evil that is doing good things, but that doesn't justify the evil things that he's done.
Can you see it being somewhat more disrespectful to capitalize on someone's death as opposed to just casually saying, I'm glad that dude's gone? I think it's more disrespectful to do what Trump did at Kirk's memorial, and he basically put out a pitch on some stuff that he's like, "Hey, man, we got everybody."
I don't think that's disrespectful because Kirk was an avid Trump supporter. He would want Trump to rally and push his agendas. That's what Kirk did his whole life. So it's like Kirk his whole life support and pushes Trump. Trump at his funeral pushes his agenda. I think Kirk would celebrate that.
Did you see the part of Trump saying Charlie wanted the best for his opponents, like loved his enemies?
Yeah. I don't.
I don't. I hate my opponents.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. That's such a stupid thing to say. That's a horrible thing to say.
That's stupid. That's
and I mean, it was pretty
it's
obvious.
immature. It's unwise.
But here's the thing.
It's intellectually disabled.
Yeah,
Charlie was the type of guy that would talk to people that he disagreed with and can look past the point that, like, yeah, maybe Donald Trump is wrong in these areas, but as a Christian, right, what did Jesus do? He sat with the people he disagreed with. He sat with the people he thought was wrong, and he tried to sway them to their direction. He thought Trump was the best option. He pushed for it. I don't see an issue with Trump going to his funeral and doing the things that Charlie Kirk was doing.
Right. I think it's a slap in the face.
Why?
Well, I mean, there's some there's, for example, other famous or public figures that pass. There's certain other famous people who don't even attend the funeral because they don't want to draw attention away from the reason why everybody's there. You know what I'm saying? So, like,
that's an individual's personal opinions or feelings on certain things. You haven't given me a reason why it's wrong for Trump to do that.
Funeral. It's the type of memorial or the type of funeral Charlie would have wanted.
Okay.
Like in reference to the worship. So when I unalive, I'm going to have like these wishes that I want carried out at the funeral, right? I want them to take my body, take me to a country where it's legal to put me on a raft, float me out to sea, and have a professional archer shoot a flaming arrow and burn my body into ashes upon the ocean.
I would get an unprofessional archer just to make it more comedic, and so as he's trying to fight, he keeps keep going there.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Like, if I wished that at my funeral, and then someone did that for me, like, then that's a good thing. And so Charlie was extremely outspoken about his faith. The memorial that they had for him promoted the things that he would have wanted.
Well, I can actually speak on this person. I literally was at a funeral home today, and going over the processes for somebody that I deeply love that passed away. And as we're going through this, they have to show us a list of paper of all the individual requirements and desires that they may want, including like religious speaking, who may come, where they're going to be buried, how they're going to be buried, what you're going to put them, what's going to be. There's a whole bunch of lists of different things that's going to be catered to that individual. So you could say that in case A, it's disrespectful, but it might not be in that same scenario in case B, like John was saying.
Well, I'm just saying it from the relevant case in which one is not. If you're comparing the two, right? Let's say someone's justified in their mind that they're happy that someone is no longer here to spread the hate that they felt. They must have felt it. They felt that they were being hated against or belittled as a person based on whatever it was that.
Yeah, but the question that we started out with, and we're still trying to get an answer. Knowing that these people did this, that they genuinely celebrated the unalivement, they mocked it, right? They made videos where they're like mocking the amount of blood that came out of his neck. All of these do you think they should have done that?
I don't think it should have been all over the internet as long as it was.
You're avoiding the question.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm saying that, well... If the okay,
should they have done it?
Oh, should they have done it? Like I said before, I don't think that someone who's going to be in that situation, right, who is going to celebrate someone's death, they may justify it. So yeah, they can feel that they should have done it. Yes, they've been disrespected so much. They feel by someone that they literally feel that they should celebrate his death because that's how much they disagree with that person.
That's so crazy, man. That's so crazy.
It is crazy. It fucking happened. A dude got shot.
I mean, it's crazy that you're going to sit up here and say
your position.
Yeah, your position is crazy, is what I'm saying.
Your position.
That you're going to say that these people are like good to say, yeah, this person died. Woo!
I didn't say that. I think it's horrible that someone gets shot in front of their family. But
question.
You said it.
You're looking for opposition. You're going to a place looking to pick a fight. You're going for opposition.
But right? you said they should celebrate. They should. Should is a normative claim. You're saying they should do that.
I said if they felt so
Okay.
hated against, then they could and they felt that they
What you
needed to express that, then they should have done that. Why did they feel so hated?
Yeah, but it's not about what they feel. Do you think it's a good thing that they did it?
I started this all out by saying that I don't think anyone should be shot in front of their.
Okay, I understand. Do you think it's a good thing that they celebrated?
I'm sweating.
Is it a good thing that they celebrated?
Well, I mean, you know, it's.
Just remember I'm live. Just remember I'm still live. Okay. Yeah.
No, it's not a good thing. I mean, there's, you know,
Okay, so they should not do it. Under your view, it's
I
either
mean,
they
just
should
generally
or
speaking,
they should
like,
not.
yeah, you're talking about tax. Like I said, you know, if I went to a funeral, I wouldn't, you know, throw out my shit.
Yeah, then they're not justified if they should not do it.
Right, they're not using tax. No, they're not. That's not a normal person, right? Who,
Okay, so you would agree, right, on this proposition? People who celebrated Charlie Kirk's death should not have celebrated his death.
Let me say that. Okay, here's an example. If
Wait,
I walk
no,
by,
just answer the question.
If
Just
I
answer the
walk,
question.
no, I know, but I am.
Answer the question
If
first.
I walked by you every day and said, "I hate you," I hate
No,
you.
answer the
I
question
hate you.
first. Answer the question first.
Okay, what was it?
Yeah. So, I'll do it. I'll answer your question. But let me talk first. You couldn't even remember it after I stopped you from talking.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So should when I'm asking like this normative question, should they have celebrated his death? You think it's a good thing they celebrated his death? You said no, they should not have. And if you agree on the proposition they should not have, then you'd say also that they're unjustified in doing so.
Man, I don't know.
Would it be
No, I
inappropriate?
I don't agree with that.
Would it be inappropriate
Okay,
if I
then
took
what-
my
then I
clothes
don't
off
know-
on the live? I'm getting too toasty in here.
What'd you say?
I said, would it be inappropriate if I took my clothes off on the live? I'm getting toasty.
Please do it.
Ugh. How do you turn down a fire? I'm a city boy. I don't know how to do that.
Wait, did they call you Jonathan?
That's my mom.
Your name's Jonathan?
Yeah.
Like Jonathan?
Yep.
I'm Jonathan.
I know.
I thought you were just John and I was John.
Nope.
We've learned something tonight. This is
I've told you this before. You just don't listen to me, and this just shows you that you don't actually love me. So.
Okay, EK, this is a genuine question. Would you rather me call you stupid or intellectually disabled? Go.
Me or him?
No, EK.
Oh, okay.
I'd rather you just say stupid. I don't. Yeah.
See?
I don't see how that pertains. I was trying to figure out.
No. I'm not
about
actually
that, how it
calling you
pertains.
that. No, I'm not actually calling you that. We had a guest come up.
I know. No, I'm tracking you. I'm tracking. I was there. I'm like, I was trying to figure out how the hell that whole conversation pertained to this topic, and I was listening. I was there.
Yeah. So anyway, I was
agree
just
with you.
I
Stupid
was
is
curious.
better.
I was just curious which one you would prefer.
I was there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
I prefer the honest approach, which is how I feel about this situation.
All right.
If someone felt so hated that they felt that they needed to celebrate, then they let them celebrate. By having this conversation as a live, right? You're perpetuating.
You're contradicting yourself.
Wait,
left and right.
hold on. Is it just based off their feelings? Like right now, if I feel like you hate me, and you get on live tomorrow, and I celebrate that, is that okay?
Yeah. If someone's saying they hate you, right? They hate everything that you are and everything you stand.
No. Don't change my analogy, because you said if they feel like they're hated. Now, if I feel like you hate me, and then you get unalive tomorrow. Can I celebrate you being unalive?
See, I think that's the issue where you're getting stuck on they were made. I can't relate to someone who was opposed.
What's
to
2 plus 2?
4.
Okay, you can answer a question. Great. So if I feel like you hate me, and then you get unalive tomorrow, would it be okay for me to celebrate you being unalive?
If I made you feel, yeah.
So you're basically saying anybody at any point is just justified in celebrating anybody's unalivement.
I mean, I'm saying, like I said, I don't think it's a good thing, right? Like that's not me, but is this even happening? Are people even like still celebrating the fact that
Doesn't matter if they're still doing it. They did it. I don't care how long they did it.
So they said, "Oh, I'm glad he's gone," and then that was that.
Did they just I literally I put out a video on this. There's a comment that I found and I put in my video where somebody asked if the bullet was okay, and it got 18,000 likes just on a comment. They're not just saying, "Oh, I'm glad he's gone." Like they're literally mocking in a derogatory way and celebrating. It's almost like, did you watch Game of Thrones?
You know what? That is, I haven't. I'm saving it for maybe hip replacement or knee surgery.
I won't tell you. I won't spoil it, but I'll just say there's a specific person in this show who gets unalived, and the way they celebrate it is by sewing an animal's head to that person's body and then going around town. That is like grotesque and insane. These people, I think they would do the exact same thing given the opportunity.
Yeah, well, that's speaks on where people are going. But I don't think that all Kirk's viewpoints were not filled with love. Well, so
you're hold on. So we could celebrate someone being unalive because your fifis are hurt.
No, but I'm just saying you can't. That some people call that hate speech. I mean that's
okay.
And
what you're saying is hate speech towards me.
Like Trump, he took Kimmel off the air because
Trump did not do that.
Yeah, he did. The FCC. He pushed the FCC. And the FCC took Kimmel off the air. He's back on the air. It didn't mean shit. But yeah, that's what.
That was Trump didn't push him to get off the air.
Yes,
his producers fired him because he refused to apologize.
No.
And then when he came back on the air, guess what happened? He apologized.
No, that's not what happened.
I literally watched
Brendan Carr is the chair of the FCC, right? Brendan Carr was actually put in chair by Biden.
Either way, I'm just going to concede. I'm just going to concede it because I don't care. All right, Trump removed him. What does this have to do with anything?
Well, I mean, he got his feelings hurt, so he got Kimmel off the air. He's a public figure.
Yeah, he shouldn't do that. He shouldn't do that. Okay,
well,
I condemn that behavior. Now, what does that have to do with people celebrating Charlie Kirk's death?
Well, because it's that type of that's the type of behavior that's attached to that this whole Republican Christian government. It's this. Yes, man.
I'm not saying what as in like I'm shocked by what you said. I'm saying what as in I have no idea what you're trying to say.
Conservatives.
So really quick, Disney put out I just wanted to read this really quick. Disney put out a statement, and this is the direct statement. Last Wednesday, we made the decision. Who made the decision? Disney. To suspend production on the show to avoid further inflaming a tense situation at an emotional moment for our country. It is a decision we made because we felt some of the comments were ill-timed and thus insensitive. We have spent the last days having thoughtful conversations with Jimmy, and after those conversations, we reached the decision to return the show on Tuesday. Mm-hmm. So the only evidence that we have directly from Disney is that they made the decision because he made ill-timed and insensitive comments in reference to the death of Charlie.
You know how big Disney is and how much their money depends on not dividing between left and right. So they're not going to not say what they said, but they were pressured by the FCC.
Okay,
look that up.
How do you know they were pressured by the FCC?
Look it up. Look it up. Brendan Carr Okay, he's the chair. He says we can either do this the easy way or the hard way. Those are his direct quotes in regards to licensing and free speech, which is why Kimmel's back on the air, because it's all, like any other thing that Trump tried to do. He's going to lose in the legal battle because he's backwards and crooked. But then he hides behind the cross, and that pisses me off.
You guys keep going.
Yeah, like here's the thing. I'll look it up, but even if we say like the FCC did do this, I think what Jimmy said would have been considered under free speech. So I don't think the FCC should have pressure to have him fired or something.
Well, I know, but how many times has Trump already gone against the Constitution? It's not, it's nothing new.
I'm not a Trump supporter, so.
Someone's asking about the source for what? The John Carr or Brennan Carr? I don't know. But yeah, the FCC totally was right. It was even in Republican news that they were pushed because there was Republicans that were completely against the idea of free speech being thrown out the window.
Okay.
But it's all because he got his feelings hurt.
Alright, is it time to jump to the next guest, or are we still killing it here? Hello?
Yep.
You guys are awfully quiet. Should I jump on?
Yeah, we can flip it. I said what I had to say.
Alright, bro. Appreciate your time. God bless.
See.
I do 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 do. I do 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 do. I do 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 do. Hello. How are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Oh, she's a snoozing Susan. Sleep, sweet dreams. Sleep well. May. Oh my goodness. May you have peaceful dreams, and may your what is it called? Sleep paralysis demon leave you in peace. John, where'd you go? I miss you. Hello?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I am 38.
Great. Why did you celebrate Charlie Kirk's unaliving?
So I got kind of an interesting one here. So one of the things.
Can't hear you when you're out of the app, my friend.
Yeah, right here. I had music going, so I had to go ahead and pause it. One of the things so I'm a Christian as well. One of the big things that I think is a huge spot in our life, like in this very short life that we have as humans, as human beings, is we don't get to choose when we go. And one of the things it's horrible. and what happened to Charlie, but to celebrate that he went out like when he was doing exactly what he loved to do, and really, I mean, my gosh, like you talk about an impact like on a whole nation, like he had such an enormous effect.
Fantastic. All right, we're looking for disagreeers. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
41.
All right, bro. Why did you celebrate Charlie Kirk's unaliving?
Me personally, I would put it as a kind of a breath of relief more than celebrate, but I would definitely support anybody else that did celebrate.
It doesn't answer the question.
Why did I celebrate? Okay, well, why did I have a breath of relief? Personally,
well,
because
you said you would support anybody else that did it, which seems to be like what everybody's like. I wouldn't do it, but I'm okay with you doing it. Like
no, because I didn't have a party, brother.
I
didn't have a party.
Celebration doesn't have to be a party. It's just the fact that you're pumped and you're like stoked about it, right? Like let's say I go to like university, I get my degree, and I come back home, and I'm like, guys, I got my degree, woo! Right? That's a celebration.
Okay,
I don't need to have a party. So
I'll concede to it then.
Okay, so why did you celebrate Charlie Kirk's unaliving?
Yeah, because Charlie Kirk was a white supremacist, and he was in a white supremacist domestic teist cult, that of Trump as the cult leader.
Great, prove it.
Yeah, okay, so there was January 6th. Well, we all know that Charlie Kirk is a very good friend and supporter of Trump, and he went around to different places promoting racism. I go to January 6th.
Wait. So just real quick, just let's touch on that. So you think Trump is a racist? Charlie's friends with Trump, so therefore Charlie's a racist?
Well, Charlie's a racist on his own accord, but they're all in
so him being friends with Trump doesn't make him a racist, though, right?
No, he's a racist on his own accord, but
that's fine. That's fine. But him being friends with Trump doesn't make him a racist.
No, definitely. He definitely not because he's friends with him.
Yeah, like you could be friends with racists. That doesn't make you racist.
Right? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I have white friends and they're racist. I'm a black man. All white people are racist.
You have friends with white people that are racist? Why are they your friends then?
Well, because all white people are racist, and racism doesn't have to have hate or malicious intent attached.
It's pretty racist.
Racism.
You just categorized an entire group based off the color of their skin. How's that not racist?
No. Also, it's a common misconception. A lot of people don't actually know what racism is. It's a complex sociological term.
Give me the definition of racism.
Okay, my definition or Boston University or both?
Your definition. I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to Boston University.
Sure. Racism is a socioeconomic hierarchy created by white people to benefit white people at the expense of the oppression and exploitation of non-white people.
So racism is a system.
Yes.
That's what you're stating? So it's a system.
It's a system and a structure, yes.
It's a system built by white people to benefit only white people.
Yes.
Okay, so let's hypothetically let's say black people did the same thing. What would that be called?
If black people did the same thing, but they didn't create a whole system starting in 1452 with Gomez.
You're not answering the question. It's a hypothetical. Let's say black people had created a system to empower black people and suppress everybody else. So, for example, black Hebrew Israelites. Right? They think black people are the more superior people chosen by God. They're superior and everybody else is less. They actually believe that white people are going to be slaves in heaven. What would you call that?
I would call that bigotry. Racism's already taken.
Okay, so what is the difference between bigotry and racism?
Well, racism comes with a whole system and a structure and 400 years or more of it. It's specific to
you're not. What is the difference between bigotry and racism? What is, like, if we have the two categories, two definitions, right? Now you're saying bigotry would be black people. So black people who have a system of power that's used to put black people in power and suppress any other race. That's bigotry. White people have a system of power that's used to suppress every other race. That's racism, right? So what is the difference between the two? Is it just the color of their skin?
Well, racism is not skin color alone, first and foremost.
That's not the question I asked you. What is the difference between System A and System B? Is it just the color of their skins?
Well, if in that hypothetical, I usually don't operate in a hypothetical when it comes to racism, but I'll indulge you. Racism, it would be called something else. They could call it whatever. They could call it BBD boop if they wanted to. It just doesn't exist. But I suppose
You're still not answering the question.
Rephrase it once more time. I'm very sorry, sir.
In these two systems, what is the difference between the two, where one gets one label and the other gets a different label?
I mean, if in that hypothetical scenario that black people somehow created that system and they wanted to, and they called
It's not
it
a hypothetical.
racism,
They're black Hebrew Israelites. They're real people.
yeah,
They
but
exist.
those black Hebrew Israelites don't have hundreds of years of slavery
That's
and
fine.
everything happening.
That's fine.
Huh?
So what is the difference between the two systems? Why is it that one gets the category racism, one gets the category bigotry? What makes them different?
Oh, at first I said bigotry because I'm operating in this reality, but you're saying a hypothetical. So let me rephrase this. You're saying this in this hypothetical Earth 4 or
This
whatever.
is not a hypothetical. This is a real life scenario.
Okay, so in a real life scenario, it would be bigotry, not racism. Racism's already taken.
You're still not answering my question. Okay, the triple K people, they're racist.
Yes.
Yes, we agree they're racist.
Yes.
Phenomenal. I also agree they're racist.
Okay.
Hebrew Israelites, they're bigots. Why? Even though they have a same system where they both think that God picked them to be the superior race.
They do not have that system, sir.
Yes, they do.
They do not.
Yes, they do. So
They do not have that system.
Yes.
Black Hebrew Israelites absolutely have that.
Yes, they have that
They
system.
do not. They have a belief, not a system.
Yeah. So why do people who are part of the triple K group, why do they think white people are more superior?
Well, it started back in 1452 with Gomez Inez de Zurara.
Right. So I'm not going to let you go on a long
chronicler.
tangent. It's a simple answer. They believe it because
There's a whole history behind it. There's historical significance with the
historical.
functionality and
I'm not
etymology.
asking about the method. I'm asking about the why. Not the method, the why. They believe it because they believe God picked them to be superior. That's what the people part of that group believes, right?
Yeah, they're powerless. White people are very powerful, sir.
Right. You're not listening. Listen to the words that are listen to the sounds that come out of my face.
I'll try to. Okay, go ahead.
Bah. All right. So people who are part of the triple K group, they believe they're superior because God made them superior, right?
Yes. The ideology of white supremacy.
Great. Black Hebrew Israelites believe they are superior because God made them superior. Why is it that the people who are part of the triple K group are called racists, but the people who are part of the Black Hebrew Israelites are called bigots? Why don't you just call them both racists?
Because racism is a system and structure, and those guys don't have that power and system.
They have a system. They have power. They don't have that as much power, but they have power.
They don't have the ability to disproportionately impact an entire race of people.
Okay, cool.
Neither does the Triple K group.
The Triple K, they have white supremacy and racism to back them up. That's a specific system and
Let me
structure.
grant it. Let me say that the triple K people do have this, that, and the Black Hebrew Israelites don't. In 100 years, the Black Hebrew Israelites gain enough power to suppress other races. They have that power now. Are they now called racists?
It would be called something else.
Why?
Yeah, so it's literally just a semantic argument. It's a semantic dispute that's meaningless to the concept of discriminatory behavior towards someone based off the color of their skin. That's it. Like if you so badly just want to have the term racism, like what good is it?
It's not only semantic.
Let me ask it this way: is there a morally relevant distinction between bigotry and racism?
Well, bigotry, you can be homophobic, and you can be anti-Semitic.
Don't give me a descriptor. Is there a morally relevant difference, a morally relevant distinction between the actions of those who are racist and the actions of those who are bigots? When we're just referencing these two groups, either the Black Hebrew Israelites or the Triple K.
Yeah, wrong is wrong. I'll agree with you. Wrong is definitely wrong.
Okay, so there's not a morally relevant difference. So if there's no moral relevant difference, then you're just going to say, hey, we really want to keep this semantic. This semantic is really, really important.
Basically, you're saying that's our word, you can't have it. That's mine.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just, you see, the thing is, I'm operating in reality, and you guys are not. You guys are doing hypotheticals. No. I'm trying to definitely have this conversation. You guys are just not operating in reality.
There exists a group to which there's no morally relevant distinction. There's the Triple K group, and we're going to call them the racist because of, you know, the history, like whatever. And it's just going to be a word that represents they discriminate against people off of the color of their skin and where they're from and whatever. Then there's the Black Hebrew Israelites that do the exact same thing identically. Maybe they don't have the history, but there's no morally relevant difference between the two. They're the racist and the bigot. There is moral symmetry there on what they're doing in reference to discriminatory behavior against someone for the color of their skin.
I already conceded that bad is bad.
Yeah, so under that notion, literally racism is just, hey, I want this word to apply to my group of people. And it's a semantic argument that's useless.
No, well, the thing is, sir, the thing is, sir, you keep on jumping back from hypothetical to reality.
No, where did I just give a hypothetical on what I said?
Are you talking about reality now again? We could stay in reality.
Where did I wait a second?
You want to stay in reality?
Wait a second. You said I'm jumping from hypothetical to reality. What did I just say that was a hypothetical?
You were talking about 100 years later and
Nope, I did not.
So rephrase it then and stay in reality.
Yeah, so here's the reality.
Okay.
There's a group of individuals that they discriminate against other people based off the color of their skin because they believe there's God chosen. And then there's a group of people, okay, that discriminate against people based off the color of their skin because they believe God's chosen. Now, I want you to tell me, okay, I'm not even going to tell you. I have in my mind an order. I have A and I have B. I want you to tell me which group is the first one I mentioned and which group is the second one that I mentioned.
You mentioned
is the first group, is it the Triple K group or is it the Black Hebrew Israelites? I have an order in my head. Based off what I just said, what's the order?
You tell me what order you're telling me.
No. I want you to guess.
Were you talking about the Hebrew Israelites first?
No, I was thinking about the Triple K group.
Well, let's tell me.
The reason you can't tell the difference is because they're identical in their ideology.
Yeah, but
if you just want to keep the word
no, sir. Hey, can I talk
that's
now?
Pointless. What does that have to do? Does that have anything to do with hypothetical?
Hey, sir, you agreed we're going to stay in reality. So in this reality, the white people have that history, and they have the etymology and the functionality of racism behind them.
Okay,
the Israelites don't have that.
Let me give you a real world scenario then. At one point,
I just gave a real world scenario.
So no hypothetical here. This is actually what happened. At one point, Egyptians were the prime rulers of most of the area that they lived in the world. And they primarily operated in slave force. And they would pick people based off their locations and where they were. So if you were an Egyptian, then you got to be a slave. Were they racist?
Racism wasn't created at that time if it was before 1452.
What?
It's just the word.
It's
literally the word.
Who created racism?
Okay, in 1452, Gomez Inez de Zurara, he was a Portuguese chronicler for Prince Henry the Navigator, and they were tasked by Spain to travel to Africa and group and classify those people as non-white people, and then he grouped and classified some Western Europeans.
So 1940 was the very first time anybody ever said.
1842, sir.
Okay, 1840. Sorry, I apologize. 1840 was the very. You're saying 1840.
1842.
Okay. Specifics are important. I agree. 1842 was the very first time anybody ever said, "Hey, that person doesn't look the way I look."
No, that happened before that, of course.
Okay, 1842 is the very first time somebody ever looked at somebody and said, that person doesn't look the way I look, therefore we're not the same?
It was specifically the grouping and classification of Western European people as white, and they got the Pope to make papal bulls, okay, the Doomsday Versailles and the Pontifex Romanus, which dehumanize those African and indigenous people, right?
What's that?
Justify the transatlantic slave trade. That is racism
We're
in
still trying to figure out
action
what the
after they
definition
made
is.
race.
I was talking to my mom.
Hi, Mom.
They say hi, Mom. She says hi back.
Okay.
Yeah. So this doesn't deal again. What you're saying is you just want to keep a semantic word that is spelled R-I-C-I-S-M.
Racism.
Right?
Racism.
R-A.
Commit to it. Racism.
Call it that, guys. Call it racism.
We have our own term now. Every time a black person looks at me and says I'm different because I'm white, I'm going to call them a racist.
Go
They're
ahead.
racist.
You do it.
You're all a bunch of racists.
You can if you want to. Do it.
But
I
no,
just did.
that's the point. If all that you're saying is you want to keep this word,
I don't want to keep anything. I'm black. I don't like racism.
no, I'm saying you just want the word to apply, but the concept is going to be identical as a morally relevant concept across all time, where people discriminate against other people based off the color of their skin or based off of their culture or based off of where they're from, like whatever, right?
I mean, there's ethnocentrism. That's when ethnicities discriminate against like another ethnicity. I think before you're mentioning, someone in the chat said xenophobia, one country. There's different words for different things. I mean, they're all, socially constructed,
Yeah,
but
so,
I mean,
so if I just concede that, okay, only white people can be racist under your paradigm, right? I'll concede for the sake of the
it's
argument.
our paradigm. It's reality.
Just
Yeah,
real
that's
question. When you guys talk about what is it, Xenaism?
Xenophobia?
Xenophobia? Are you guys talking about her? Like Xena?
Oh,
Like you're scared
Lucy Lawless. She was
You're
hot.
scared of Xena?
Xena. She's
Man,
hot.
that's the old school Hercules right there.
Did I just date myself, man? That's like
That's freaking, who was it? Kevin no, not Kevin.
Kevin Sorbo and
Sorbo.
Lucy Lawless.
all right. Well,
Yeah.
I don't think we're getting anywhere. Do you mind if I jump on to the next guest?
Sure. So you guys concede. I'll have a good day. Happy Canada and everything. All right.
Remember conceding.
I conceded for the sake of the
You
argument.
definitely conceded, you guys.
All right, you're
No,
right.
so-
You're right. Only whites can be racist because because
But
reasons.
it's a complex social.
Because reasons. Only
See,
whites can be racist
I'll
because
concede
reasons.
for the sake of the argument, and he's like, W concession. I win.
John, we're white Christians. We're walking L's.
Oh my
That's the world we live in. We're walking L's, right? We're racist. We're homophobes. We're all the things. Like, just accept it. Wear your badge of honor.
I'm gonna see him in a panel again when I'm debating someone. He's gonna be like, I know this guy. He conceded to me in debate.
Well, listen. Oh, hey, the snoozer woke up, came back. Should we bring her back up?
Yeah.
Yeah. How was
Whitney?
your nap?
Thank you. I'm sorry about that.
It's all good. Was it a good nap though? Like, do you feel
I don't know if
refreshed?
you know. I don't know if you know, but we brought you up and you were snoring on the live.
Yeah, I was waiting to be on, but I mean, I guess it's okay. No worries.
It happens. You're all good. Real quick, how old are you?
I'm 36.
Why did you celebrate Charlie Kirk's unaliving?
So I mostly wanted to come on to express that I did not celebrate, but mostly wanted to say that the main point I wanted to express was that it is, if you are someone who loves to be in this country and have the freedom of speech, that we cannot believe that public disagreement is violence.
Amen.
Even if you are on the
Okay,
left
so
or
you
right,
agree with us?
if we want. So I disagree that I don't celebrate that he was unalived, and so that was the only thing I was going to say.
Why?
Um, I disagree that
No,
it's
but why
not
don't
okay
you
to
celebrate him being unalive? What's the reason?
I don't celebrate it because whether or not you are extremely on the left or right in this country, we have to support the fact that it is fundamentally, like, it doesn't make common sense if you want to be able to voice your opinion without someone taking your life and people celebrating it.
So let me rephrase it like this.
So, like,
if Charlie,
Christian,
hold on. If Charlie Kirk unalived through having a heart attack in his bed by himself, would you think that's okay celebrating?
No.
Okay. So him dying at all is not worth celebrating at all ever.
No, but I guess what I'm trying to say is no matter how extreme you are, because I don't think that celebrating death is a healthy choice to make as a human being. But what I'm saying is logically.
Okay.
It doesn't make.
I'm trying to understand before you get into like your argument. I'm trying to understand what your position is. Do you think the world is better that he's not here?
No.
No, I think she's just in agreement with us.
So then, do you?
I'm in agreement
I asked if
with
she
you, but
agreed.
what
You
I'm
said
trying to
no.
say-
So what do you disagree with then?
I don't disagree. I guess I was just making that comment because I felt like it was important to say that. Sorry, it's later where I'm from. If you are arguing at all and trying to say that it was a good thing that he was killed and shot, it is not.
Appreciate your time. We want disagreeers only though, but glad you had a good sleep.
The sleeper is the only one that was awake so far.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? I got like one or two more guys. It's getting pretty late, so. And I'm gonna be keeping my mom up if I keep yelling at you. Solan, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Okay. Wonderbread, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey, how are you? I'm 32.
All right, bro. Why did you celebrate Charlie Kirk's unaliving?
Yeah, I wouldn't say celebrate, but it's definitely like a belief that his agenda was not being pushed anymore, for sure.
Do you think the world is better that he's not here?
Yeah, I just came up to question like your consistency or whether you actually would you condemn Yahweh?
Hold on.
Would you
So you
condemn
think
Yahweh for the unaliving of the Amalekites because you yourself deny violence squad violence?
So you think that the world is better without Charlie Kirk in it?
No, I'm asking you the question. I'm sorry. Would you condemn Yahweh for the?
Sure, I condemn him now. Answer the question.
You condemn your own God for the unaliving.
Yeah, sure, okay.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
All right, so
enjoy hell, bro.
So, you think the world is a better place without Charlie Kirk in it?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, justify that.
You said justify that?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. He followed a vengeful, evil, demonic god, just like you do, right? He followed a Messiah that didn't fulfill any message.
Okay, so hold on. So let's pause there. Let's not gish gallop. So
yeah,
everybody that's Christian, you think the world is better if they just died?
No, not necessarily.
Well, that was one of the criteria that you gave. So is it a criteria or is it not a criteria?
No, I would say a Christian who doesn't evangelize and keeps his beliefs to himself is perfectly fine.
Oh, okay.
But
so
they
I'm a pastor.
Wait. That's not what you said for Charlie Kirk. You said he follows an evil god. So those Christians, even if they keep it inside their own bedroom and they don't evangelize, right? They still follow that evil god. So is it a criteria? Is it not a criteria?
Right. But the problem is But the distinction is, one is pushing the agenda on our politics and one isn't, right? Like, and one actually has the.
So it's not following an evil god. That's not the criteria then.
I would say that's part of it, sure.
Well, it either is or isn't, right? Do you know what the law of excluded middle is and non-contradiction?
Yeah, I know what the law is.
Okay, so if you know that, then it can't be both true and false at the same time. So, is
I'm
it
not
part
saying
of the
it's true and
criteria
false.
or is it not?
I'm saying it's part of the criteria, but that's not the only criteria, correct?
Why would you give it
So-
as part of the criteria? That's the question.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
So
Why would you
Arkham's
include it as part of the
hold on. Arkham's Razor says that the simplest explanation is better. If you have to add in more premises to make your conclusion, then it's not logically sound, right? If premise 1 isn't sound, then premise 2 isn't sound. Premise 1 doesn't make premise 2 doesn't make premise 1 sound. That's not how it works.
Yeah, but I'm not making if A equals B, then B.
Yes, you are. You're saying premise. You're giving a reason why it's better that Charlie Kirk's not here. Premise 1, he followed an evil god.
Right, but A. Okay, if that's my A, and B, and my B is he evangelized and he has the social backing to promote said Christian nationalism. Right?
Yeah, that doesn't logically
But-
follow. Premise two cannot justify premise 1. That's not how it works. Premises can only justify a conclusion.
Right, but okay. Can we? I'm sorry. Can we restart? Because I'm not saying premise A this, premise B that.
That is literally
That's
what
not
you
my-
said. You said you didn't give it in a formal syllogism, but it doesn't have to be a formal syllogism to be logically consistent. When I ask you for the reasons, we do this in everyday conversation, but people just don't realize that they're using formal logic when they do that. I ask you for the reasons. You gave a reason. The reason is he followed an evil god. So if I was to make it formal, I'd say premise 1, he follows an evil god.
Okay, premise 1 he follows in God, sure.
Okay, so if that's true, then you're stating everybody who follows this evil god would also have to be justified in being unalive.
No, but there's more premises than that. If you want to break it down to a simple syllogism, it's not just premise A then or first premise then conclusion. Like that's not my argument, right?
You can just do premise A to conclusion. Why
Yes,
can't you?
but that's not my argument, right? Like my argument, you can. I 100% agree. You can do one premise argument, sure, but that's not my argument.
So
My
your argument has to be a
premise
conjunction
one.
of evil things. So how many evil things does one have to do before it justifies unalivement? What is the number?
How many evil things?
Yeah, because you're saying this by itself doesn't count, but if you add in other evil things,
Yeah, so it seems like what you're saying, if I'm being charitable, is you're saying, okay, there's going to be a conjunction of criteria, right? So I'm going to lay out a criteria. That criteria is going to be a conjunction of multiple things. But what we're asking you is in the first criteria that you gave, right? When you say, here's criteria 1, why he should be unalive. Criteria 1, maybe not premise 1, but criteria 1, why he should be unalive, because he followed an evil god. Okay? So, we're just to be consistent, I follow the same God, so that matches your criteria so far.
Okay, yes, okay, we both agree with that. Fine.
Okay. All right. Okay. So what's point 2 of your criteria?
Yeah, point 2 of my criteria is he has the actual social backing, the social influence and backing to promote these Christian nationalist ideas.
this is such a stupid thing that people keep bringing up. Like, you can do evil things, that's okay, but as soon as you have enough people listening to you do those evil things, then it's not okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we can just let. I want to hear the rest of the criteria. So
yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So you agree with premise 2, or
it's not. So it's not a premise. You're just giving a criteria in conjunction. That's going to be a conjunction.
so when I said it's not a premise, the
He's
host says
granting
no,
it.
it is.
He's granted. So what John? You didn't listen to what John said. John's not in an argument with me.
It's not a premise.
Bro, listen, pay attention, right? Don't think that you just got a big W here, because John said, I'm willing to concede it and give you a principle of charity and say, this is the thing that you're doing just to move the conversation forward.
Right, but
That's what he said, is it not?
Yes, but
that's not him. That's not him saying I was wrong. That's him saying he's conceding it so we can move the conversation forward.
No, I didn't say no. He didn't say he was wrong, and that's not what I said. He said what he said was that's not a premise, contradicting your previous.
Because he granted you the principle of charity, saying that you're not giving premises, you're giving a conjunction. So he's giving you an internal critique.
But why would you? Why would you?
Just ignore it. Call it a premise. Call it whatever you want. I don't really care. I just want the points. I want the individual.
I literally tried to simplify it because the host was calling it premises. And
That's
then
fine. That's fine. We have two things. we have the first thing follows an evil god. Second thing has a platform. I'll even say a platform.
Third, spreads hateful rhetoric, right?
Okay, spreads rhetoric.
Hateful rhetoric. I mean, wait, no, hateful rhetoric. It's not just rhetoric.
Fine. Okay, okay, fine. I'll give it to you. That's 3 things. Go ahead. Actually, I'm gonna type them down really quick. So let me pull this up really quick. 1 follows evil god.
I can't believe you condemned Yahweh though. That was pretty funny. That was hilarious. I really didn't think you were going to condemn Yahweh.
I don't actually condemn Yahweh. I'm just not interested in a Christian
okay,
debate.
so you're justifying the unalivement of a mass group of people just because quote unquote did wicked things, end quote.
Watch out. See how you're trying to avoid the actual topic by goalpost shifting.
No, I literally.
3.
Because you yourself made the statement of I never condemn violence qua violence, right?
Okay.
You yourself made the statement of I condemn violence qua violence.
For fuck's sakes, I'm gonna answer this question and then we're gonna shift away from religion. Cool?
No, I'd like to stay on topic.
Okay. No, we're gonna answer this question. We're gonna shift away. I'm not debating religion today. If you want to debate religion, come back when I debate religion. And I will happily answer this question. So I answer it quickly, and then we'll move on to the actual topic, just to satisfy you. But we're not going to debate it. Good?
Okay, please.
All right. Phenomenal. If a judge puts somebody in prison, is that wrong?
It depends on the crime, I guess.
Oh my God, you fucking idiot. Just answer the question in all honesty.
Depends on what they did. It's not a simple yes or no. It depends on what they did, right?
Just in general, bro. Can a judge put someone in prison and it not be wrong?
Like, does the judge have a power to put somebody in prison and it not be wrong? Yes.
Great. Phenomenal. Cool. Can I do it?
No.
Great. So do we have different roles and different powers?
Okay, so now you're just special pleading at this point.
That's not special pleading.
It literally is. You're saying,
how is it special? Okay, how's it special pleading if judge can do A and I cannot do A?
No, you're saying Yahweh can do it.
Answer the fucking question, you idiot.
I'm answering the question. You're literally saying Yahweh's
You're shifting. Answer the question about the judge before you get to the whole Yahweh thing. Why is it special pleading? Why is it not? Answer the question, you moron, you buffoon, you nincompoop, you guy who has 2 IQ points fighting for 3rd place. Why is it not special pleading, right? If a judge can do A and I can't do A.
He's granted that authority.
Great. So who has the authority over life and death in the Christian worldview?
You're just special pleading at this point.
Okay, why is it special pleading?
Okay, do you condemn violence qua violence like you said earlier, or are you retracting that statement?
Yeah, so in the context of humans to humans, right? So for obviously I wouldn't do violence on violence for animals.
Thank you, special pleading, thank you. Humans to humans, but Yahweh's allowed to do it. That's literally
so okay, all right, so listen here, IQ shorter than a toenail. Think about this. Hold on. Can I bash you in the head with a hammer? Is that allowed?
Can you? Yeah.
No, is it allowed? Should I be allowed to do it?
Should you be allowed to do it? No.
Can I do it to a fish?
Can you do it to a fish?
Should I be allowed to do it to a fish?
Sure, I guess.
Special pleading. All right. Anyways, on to the actual point.
Are you comparing humans to fish? I'm sorry. Are you comparing humans to fish? Because the level of consciousness is definitely not the same. The level of intellect is definitely not the same, right? Like you're comparing humans to fish, which is outrageous, by the way.
You're comparing humans to God. That's outrageous.
You're literally special pleading at this point. You literally said earlier in live, I don't condone violence qua violence.
Within the context of humans.
Okay. And then you said earlier in the live, when you say, oh, but there's this distinction that you know they're lying or you know something's messed up. That's literally the distinction. Distinction is, oh, Yahweh created like, therefore he can take it. Like that's literally
that's not what I said. I didn't say he created, so therefore he could take it. I never made that argument.
Okay, well, you're the ultimate authority, the grounding, whatever you want to say.
Yahweh has authority over life and death. We don't. Just like a judge has the authority to put someone in prison. We don't. Just like I can bash a fish in the head with a hammer, but I can't do it to you, even though I really want to, because you're really stupid. And I don't think you should be allowed to procreate.
Right. You're right.
You really are. Like, really stupid.
You call them stupid. That's hilarious, right?
Okay. Follows evil God. Has platform to influence. Spreads hateful rhetoric. What's point 4?
Oh, yeah. Point 4, Thank you for special pleading. You made my case. Bye-bye.
Define special pleading. Give me the definition. Oh, he left. He
Oh,
didn't
no
want to
point
do the
four?
criteria. He just wanted to do the Yahweh thing and thinks he got the W. Just because I want to bash him in the head with a hammer doesn't mean I will. It's still Christ-like. I'm allowed to have my desires.
Anyway,
Right,
there's a
last
friend.
guess.
Yeah, there's a guy named Forrest. If you could have him be last guest.
Okay. I don't have a Forrest in the chat.
Oh, okay. Well,
In the
never
queue.
mind then.
I got a
Never
Lisa, Ann, a Safio, and a VBD.
All right. Well, just
Is there
just
a
go with
Forrest that
that.
wants to debate John?
He must have left. So just pull up
Okay.
some.
Let's bring up the next one.
He referenced it like 10 minutes ago. Oh, he said I gotta sleep. Okay.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 41.
All right. Why did you celebrate Charlie Kirk's unaliving?
Actually, I didn't come up here for that because I didn't celebrate it. I actually support Charlie Kirk and what he was saying. So if you want to bring someone else up, I mean, that's fine. I just want.
As soon as I heard I support Charlie Kirk, I just heard your mouse click. I'm like, well, goodbye.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How old are you?
I'm 32.
All right, bro. Why did you celebrate Charlie Kirk's unaliving?
I mean, a celebration not as like I was hanging out with friends and getting drunk. Oh, Charlie's dead. But I have no empathy for him, for his wife. I only have empathy for his kids. He was a genocide Israel supporter. He was a fascist or had fascist ideologies. He was openly racist. And I mean, I don't want people like that. But celebration as of like, oh my God, look
Nobody's
how
asking
amazing it
anybody to
was.
mourn him. We're just saying don't
Yeah,
celebrate
but he was a
his
piece
death.
of shit as a character, as a person.
Ah, so yes, you are celebrating it. Okay. Prove it.
No, he was a piece of shit. That's my opinion.
Okay, prove it.
He supported genocide openly. He was making
That's
fun
a
of
claim.
that
That's a claim.
Palestinians. No, he was doing that
Okay, prove
publicly.
it. Prove that he was.
He was saying, he was joking about in Gaza, like LGBTQ people supporting Palestine, and then he was saying like, oh,
So
the
you're just making a whole
Gazans.
bunch of claims, right? And you keep
Can
shifting
I
from
finish
claim to claim
my
to claim.
can
No,
I
you're
sh-
not making
can
a
I, can I
point. So
finish?
your
I'm
first
making
point,
my
your
po-
first
Can I
point,
finish?
your first point was that
Can
he
I finish?
no, because you're not actually addressing what I'm saying. Your first
Mm-hmm.
point was that he advocates for genocide. Yes.
Yes.
Great. Prove it.
Okay. So he was saying Israel is not starving the children in Palestine. They're doing it to themselves, which is denying the genocide happening in the first place.
Let's grant that he said that. How does
Yeah.
that support genocide?
Because he's denying genocide and he's saying Israel has all the right to do what they do in Palestine.
So
Are
how is
you
that
dumb?
advocating for genocide though?
Making it look as if there is nothing happening and saying that it is justified starving the children in Gaza, it's
Wait. So
supporting that.
Charlie Kirk said, "I justify starving children in Gaza."
No, he said the children and the people of Gaza brought the starvation, brought the suffering to themselves. Are
So
you dumb?
he's under the impression that it fell upon themselves, and therefore he supports genocide. That's your conclusion?
Yes, yes.
How does that support genocide? Just because you think somebody brought harm upon themselves, you support genocide. How does that logically follow?
If you deny the aggressor doing it, you're supporting it. If I see someone stabbing someone else with a knife and unaliving that person, and I say that person who got unalived, he was to be blamed. I support the action of the stabber.
So he
No?
personally saw with his own two eyes them get
Yes.
attacked and have that stuff happen to them. Like he was there and he saw it all
Yes.
happen.
Yes. He sees
When
the
was
images.
Charlie there?
He sees the images 24/7. It's a genocide live stream.
I've never seen any of those images.
You have not. Then you're a fucking moron.
Maybe, but I've never seen any of those images.
So what is your claim now? What is your
Well,
argument?
you're making the argument that he personally witnessed all these things, and then he lied about this stuff, so therefore he supports genocide.
Wait, I have to. Are you saying that in 2 years of genocide and the thousands of images and all the international, how do you call it? Sorry, my English is not the best. How the Amnesty International, UN, all of them are lying about the images and the journalists and the children.
I'm not
and
making any claim.
everything
I haven't made
is
a
like
single
not
claim. What are you
available?
talking about? I've never made a claim here.
Is it not available for you and for the entire world to
I
see
didn't
what is
say
going on in
it's
Gaza?
not available. I said I haven't seen it. So is it logically
have not
possible?
seen?
Is it logically possible Charlie Kirk did not see these things with his own eyes that you're claiming that he saw?
No, because he is talking about that topic for years, for 2 years.
So if somebody
talk
talks about
openly-
it, if somebody talks about it, then it logically follows that they witnessed it personally.
What the fuck are you saying?
I'm just listening to what you're saying. You're saying that
He's talking about
just listen. You're
about
saying
the
he talked.
genocide for 2
Listen.
years.
You asked me a question. Let me answer. You said he is talking about these things. So the logical conclusion is he saw it all with his own two eyes. All of it happened.
Wait a second. Are you saying that Charlie Kirk, who is a public figure who's talking about
Okay,
political...
let
me finish.
Stop.
Let me
No,
finish.
I'm not
Let
letting
me
you finish because you already started with what are you saying? I am not making a claim.
Yeah.
You are making a claim. I am
Yeah.
testing your claim.
Yes.
I'm not saying anything. I have not made any
Yeah.
claim whatsoever. So you can't come
Okay.
back and say, are you saying? I'm not saying anything. You are stating that Charlie Kirk has spoken about these things. So therefore, he was there on the ground floor and saw it all with his own two eyes.
You don't have to be... do you know that moon exists?
Yes, I know the moon exists.
Have you
because
been on the moon?
I've seen the moon with my own
Have
two
you
eyes.
been on the moon with you? Have you been on the moon?
No.
Okay. So why are you
you
talking
still
about
not
having
answering
seen
my
the moon?
question? You said Charlie Kirk saw these things with his own eyes. Yes or no?
Because you said he has to be personally there. No, you don't
Holy
have to
shit,
be there.
fucking Christ, motherfucker. Why can't a single person today answer an actual question? Did you or did you not say that he saw it
Yeah.
with his own two eyes?
Yes, he saw the images.
How do you know?
moron. Because he literally is saying, and he also said, I saw the images of Gaza, and I saw the dead children, and I saw all of these things happening. And
See,
he's
that's an
talking
actual
about it.
answer. I don't know why you didn't
But
say
you-
that in
I-
the very beginning.
But why are you
That's
wasting
a
our
good
time?
that's a good answer. That's a good answer. Why didn't you say that from the beginning? You're saying
Because
you
it
know
is
he saw it.
logical.
You said you know he saw it because he said he saw it. Give me the quote.
You have to be like some has to be sarcasm or whatever the fuck it's called.
Okay? Are
Because
you?
there's no
Do you
way
live in the
you're
United
serious.
States? Do you live in the United States?
No, I live in Germany, but you have to be like some a comedian or something like that.
Okay. Is
How
the
can
world
people
is
take
the
you
world
serious?
is the world not divided on which country to support in this war?
No.
No. Everybody's on the same side.
Everybody who does not support a fascist genocidal regime in Israel, yes, is on the same page.
That's begging the question, my friend.
Yeah, I just told you. The majority of the world is supporting Palestine, as you can see in the entire world. Rallies, boycott happening against Israel, everything. Everybody's against Israel. Yes, the entire world hates Israel for their crimes.
Seeing as how you're not going to back up any of your claims, I'll just look it up for you.
Sure. Sure, if you want to play childish games, sure, do that. This is you can't have 200 people listening to you when you make such stupid points. Like I cannot, like who's listening to you? I think I'm talking to a child.
Okay, so
And
it
the other
says
guy.
it says statistically 46% sympathize with Israel, 36 with Palestinians, and 21% neither.
Who says what?
I just told you.
What? You have told me shit. You're just reading anything. I don't know where you get this from, and
This
I
goes
don't know
from
who you ask.
news.gallup.com and
Uh-huh.
timesofisrael.com,
Oh, Times of
statecraft.org, newsweek.com, jazeera.com, news.gallup, I already said that one. Then from another source, well, let's look at politico.com, 60%
And who did they
support,
ask?
no, that's additional age. And then it
Okay.
says 58% says all UN members recognize Palestine, 59% says Israel's Gaza's response are excessive. So yeah, it seems to be 40, 30, 20.
What the? Who did they ask? What are you
Can
bringing
you give
up?
me a
You
different
random.
source? If you're saying it's just the
My
unanimous
friend, read the
consistent around the
room.
world?
Are you stupid? Do you not see the
Yes, I'm very
entire
okay. You know
world
what? I'm just going to concede. I
protesting?
am this. Listen, Linda. I am the
Do you not
stupidest.
see the
Hold on,
kids?
listen. You ready? I'm going to concede. I am the stupidest person you've ever met. I know it. I got an IQ of 2.5. I'm really, really dumb. But
You
now's your
sound like
chance.
that.
Now's your. Hold on. I'm really dumb, and now is your chance to change my mind and educate me. Give me the actual data so I can see it and update my education and learn something new.
How do you bring that asking about the entire world being on one side or the other? How do you
How
do
do you
that?
know that the whole world supports your side then?
Because you're fucking moron. You can see protests around the entire fucking world. You can see politicians
You said there's no
losing
data. Is that data or
votes.
no?
I mean, clearly, if you have never seen them and if you deny that that
Is
is
that
happening, I
data
have
or
to talk
no?
like that. You fucking idiot.
Is
Yes,
that
it
data
is.
or no? I was just banned. What was I banned for? I was banned till September 27th. 3 days. I was banned for 3 days for harassment and bullying. Do I agree with the decision? No. Oh my God. I can't even appeal. It doesn't have any option to appeal. Well, I guess that's it. We're not going live for the rest of the week. And now they're going to say that I ran because I got cooked. I can't wait to get back to my old system though. Because, like, then we could at least still keep taking guests on YouTube. It is what it is. I appreciate everybody sticking around though and watching. Guys, I also know everybody on YouTube's getting neglected. It's not because I don't love you. It's because I really just don't have the means right now to watch it. And I can only take guests on TikTok. I want you to know that you're still loved. You are still my main squeeze. And you will always be my main squeeze. You will always be my main squeeze. I want you to know that. I love you guys. John got banned for calling John stupid and saying he has 2 IQ. I got banned for insulting myself. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, now I can't go live for the rest of the week. No backup account? No, because my backup account's permanently banned. So this one's banned for 2 days. My backup account is permanently banned. Like, it's gone. I'm not getting that back. I'm so upset. So upset. No, you can't. Listen, you can't talk anymore. They'll shoot you. We learned that. They'll ban you. They'll try to take you down. They won't let you say what you got to say, and they'll keep doing it. And then eventually it gets too far. They'll just shoot you. That's what happens. That's the world we live in. It's the world we live in. Hey, Mom, you still awake? I just got banned. I got banned. I'm not allowed to go live on TikTok anymore. They banned me. Yeah. I was calling myself an idiot. It's literally what happened. Mom, I'm a master debater. I kind of love being home right now because I get to be that grown man in his mom's basement debating on the internet. Aren't there any other live debate platforms? When I get back home, there will be, because I could set it back up on YouTube, but I don't have the equipment here to do it. I have the equipment here to do it. I just got back. I'm a master debater, Mom. She caught me master debating. Oh, bro. I'm on the West Coast. Yes, I'm West Coast right now. So I literally traveled all the way across the country. Mindshift Cliff. Yeah, you know what drives me though? Is that I remember when we did the raid? When we did TikTok raids and we went to other people's lives? How mean those people were? They were saying some really nasty those lives never get banned. Never. Like they like, remember that one girl who like called my wife a pick-me and called my wife a misogynist and then called me all sorts of things and insults. Like, so her life still goes all the time, and that's all she does. People come up and she's just nasty and mean to them. That Andrew Wilson says awful things all the time. But me, I say you're an idiot. You're stupid. I was calling myself an idiot. I wasn't even calling him an idiot. He was calling me an idiot, and I said, I agree with you. I'm an idiot. Explain to me as you would a child. And then I got banned. Now listen, we should be allowed to live in a world where you can call somebody an idiot. As soon as you insult, you lost the debate? Absolutely not. 100% not true. That's a cope answer that people use to think that they've won, right? As soon as another person loses their temper or gets slightly mad or says an insult, then they're wrong. Everything they said is wrong. That's absolutely not true. By no means whatsoever. It's true. That is actually true. What you said, mate. This happens all the time. That happens all the time. Insult him. It's not even a fallacy. Like, you're saying it's a lame fallacy. I get it, yeah. It's look, he got angry, so therefore he lost. I saw that. Like, there was a clip once that went around with Destiny and Jordan Peterson. Yeah, Andrew Wilson is just like bulletproof. I don't know how he does it. anyways, there's a clip of like Destiny and Jordan Peterson, and that clip, Destiny cooked Jordan Peterson in that clip. And Jordan Peterson got mad, and everybody in the comments like, Jordan Peterson got school clipped. He's so dumb. And look at him. He got mad. Obviously, he lost. I went and watched the full thing, because I always do that. I never take just the clip. I always go look at the whole thing. Jordan Peterson did not lose. There was one clip where it looked like he was getting cooked, and then he came right back and just absolutely cooked Destiny, absolutely cooked him, and he got mad. Jordan Peterson got mad, but he still cooked him. Still cooked them. And I'm not just deriding Jordan Peterson, because I think Jordan Peterson got absolutely cooked on Jubilee. Absolutely cooked. But it is what it is, guys. All right, I should go to bed. I'm still deadly sick. I should go to bed. I might as well just pack up my gear, because like I'm banned now until the 27th. I think that's when I fly home. I think it literally is the day I fly home. Would love a Big John Steele and Andrew Wilson collab. Big John Steele's... The fuck? I swore I just saw somebody standing over there. That scared the crap out of me. Okay. Anyways. What was I saying? They're coming for me? That scared the crap. I swore I saw somebody just standing there. Bro. All right. Anyways, Andrew Wilson's not gonna collab with me. I got no clout. I got no skills. I have no idea how I got a platform, to be honest. Ghosts can be cool. Don't. What's the screaming? My mom's watching TV. Mom's watching TV. Well, next time he's live, spam him in the chat. Collab with Big John Steele. Bring Big John Steele up. Big John Steele at Turning Point USA. I don't know, man. I still gotta look into this stuff more. So all I've learned so far is that Charlie Kirk said things I disagree with, so therefore I think he should be unalive. That things that I just conclude are racist because reasons. But that one guy couldn't even tell me what the definition of racism was, but he was sure all white people were racist. Thoughts on Mike Winger? I got no issues with Mike Winger. I like Mike Winger. Ghost wants... That's freaked me out so much. Words do kill. That's what we learned. Wow, that's racist. No, you listen. Remember, only white people can be racist. Only white people can be racist. I'm going to go see if I can get in my TikTok and appeal. We're going to see if we can do it. Go live. Live access suspended. Okay, click the thing. See if there's an appeal option. It's usually better on the phone. Live access removed. Live details. Okay, streamed on. Show me. Okay, they're going to show me the clip on why I'm banned. Okay, ready? Okay, well, hold on.
I am answering the question. You're literally saying Yahweh's
You're shifting. Answer the question about the judge before you get to the whole Yahweh thing. Why is it special pleading? Why is it not? Answer the question, you moron, you buffoon, you nincompoop, you guy who has 2 IQ points fighting for 3rd place. Why is it not special pleading, right? If a judge can do A and I can't do A.
He's granted that authority.
Great. So who has the authority over life and death in the Christian worldview?
Now you're just special pleading at this point.
Okay, why is it special pleading?
Okay, do you condemn violence qua violence, like you said earlier, or are you retracting that statement?
Yeah, so in the context of humans to humans, right? So for obviously, I wouldn't do violence on violence for animals.
Thank you. Special pleading. Thank you. Humans to humans, but Yahweh's allowed to do it. That's
Right,
literally.
So okay, all right. So listen here. IQ shorter than a toenail. Think about this. Hold on. Can I bash you in the head with a hammer? Is that allowed? You know what? Fair play. Maybe this is the first ban I actually deserve. All the other ones I've gotten, I'm like, that's not a good ban. That's not a good ban. I've been banned sometimes, and I played it back, and I'm like, that's an awful reason to ban somebody. This actually might be one of the bans I've gotten where I actually deserve it. This one I can understand. I think I actually might have to take my L here. Can I download it? Okay, hold on. I gotta play it again because I gotta record it. So that way we can clip it. Answer the question. Okay, hold on.
You're literally saying Yahweh's
You're shifting. Answer the question about the judge before you get to the whole Yahweh thing. Why is it special pleading? Why is it not? Answer the question, you moron, you buffoon, you nincompoop, you guy who has 2 IQ points fighting for 3rd place. Why is it not special pleading?
This is
right. If a judge can,
we
do
could
it,
do a
I can't
hangout.
do it.
We could do a hangout. Yeah. He's granted that authority.
Great. So who has the authority over life and death in the Christian worldview?
Are you just special pleading at this point?
Okay, why is it special pleading?
Okay, do you condemn violence qua violence, like you said earlier, or are you retracting that statement?
Yeah, so in the context of humans to humans, right? So for obviously, I wouldn't do violence on violence for animals.
Thank you. Special pleading. Thank you. Humans to humans, but Yahweh's allowed to do it. That's
right,
literally.
So okay, all right. So listen here. IQ shorter than a toenail. Think about this. Hold on. Can I bash you in the head with a hammer? Is that allowed? Can you? Okay, I got my clip. I honestly listen. For TikTok TOS, I definitely broke the TikTok TOS there. That fair play. I broke their rules. I'm still gonna appeal it. I'm gonna appeal it and see what happens. But this is one of the very few bans that I think is fair. I broke I broke terms of service. I have to take my L. I have to know when I did wrong. I was in the wrong there. As much as it was right, it was wrong. They did. That's the thing. They didn't even get to the point where I went to special pleading in a funny voice. Somebody go clip that for me, like in full. And so somebody go back and clip that for me, and then post it on the Discord if you don't mind, because I don't have any access to my editing software right now. So if somebody could do that, get the whole context of that, and then post it on the Discord, I'm gonna owe you a crisp high five, because I want to post the whole thing where I at least get to the point where special pleading, where I do that, and then I can post that and be like, you know what, fair play. This is a good reason to ban me. Fair play. How about a taco? I'll send you a taco. We could do a taco. We could figure it out. Listen, the things I said were technically correct, but I shouldn't have said them. Right? It's like if you see somebody that's ugly on the street, technically you're correct if you say they're ugly, but you shouldn't say it. So he did have the IQ shorter than a toenail, but I shouldn't have told him that. Oh God. Oh my God. This has been wild. I gotta send that to people now. CCP didn't like that one. What's CCP? Can't take the heat, don't debate, man. Listen, people gotta have a little bit thicker skin, man. People say some really messed up things about me all the time. All the time. Oh, I gotta send this to John now. I gotta send it to him. Oh, China's Communist Party. Jesus is the truth. Hell is real. Yep, we all sin. He died on the cross. Absolutely. It is a good practice to stay away from name calling, but come on, man. Sometimes these guys are so arrogant and like so condescending and talk down to you, and it's just like it's just giving them a taste of their own medicine. Like that guy was just a douchebag. Just a douchebag. And just like he was just waiting for you to say the one thing so he can get his clip and run without listening to like he wasn't listening to the whole thing by any means. Cuz absolutely he would say I can kill a fish with a hammer, but I can't kill a human with a hammer. But that's not special pleading. God can kill a human, but I can't kill a human, but that is special pleading. Like we're not the same. We're not the same. And sometimes you gotta just like put on a show. Put on a show. But that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, okay, but listen. Does Andrew Wilson actually insult people and call them idiots? Or does he just say it in a way that makes him seem like they're an idiot? I actually have to think about that. I don't think he does, actually. I gotta start taking notes. Because there's gotta be ways of, like, making people seem stupid when they're being stupid without just saying they're stupid. He's all powerful. Oh, he rips into them hard? He does, yeah. I mean, I don't know how he gets away with it, bro. He smokes on his live. He screams at his wife on the live. He does... No, I haven't seen that. No. No. I don't think he does it on TikTok raids, though. I don't think he does it on TikTok raids. I think that's the difference. Also, he does raids. He doesn't do his own lives. Like, you're not as likely to get banned if you do it as a raid. Do it, do it. Listen, I'm trying to get out of my little world. I'm trying to get out and trying to get like into these groups. I need to learn. That's the biggest thing. I'm kind of like solo dolo here. I got no mentors to like teach me these things. So I'm trying to get out, man. I'm trying to get out. I've tried to reach out to these bigger channels and do things, and like everybody's like, yeah, we'll do something at some point, and then just nothing. I'm like, all right. I mean, like I ain't got nothing to offer, so I get it. But I'm not the next Charlie Kirk. I'm not nice enough. Charlie Kirk was far nicer than I'll ever be. I'm a real asshole, to be honest. Brian from like from that dating show. What's it called? Whatever podcast. I would love to go on the Whatever podcast, but every time I look on their site, they're always asking for disagreeers. But I would love to go on and be like a positive, argue that side. Definitely got next big thing vibes. Thank you. You, Nick, and Nick's the homie. Nick's the homie. Like me and Nick, I was talking to Nick today We text all the time, so we just don't do lives together because we just life's busy. What's my vision for the channel in 5 years? Any plans for IRL content or formal debates? So my plan for 5 years is to get to the point where this is it. This is what I do, right? Now, I know this is my primary thing right now, but it's not like my only thing. I still have to work at the gym. Abby still has to take on substituting jobs. But that is my main goal, is to make it so this supports our home. And I know that's like a personal thing, but I have to take care of my home. You have to, what's that Jordan Peterson quote? Make sure your house is in order before you judge someone else's house. And then once that's done, my goal is to start making more content, real content, where I can go out, I can start investigating things, I can start talking to people, I can start going on to bigger platforms. And ultimately, my whole goal for a long while is to give confidence in Christ. Because, and I'm seeing a lot of that now, and I don't think I'm a part of that. I think that's just what Jesus has done in this world. Is there's always this kind of like issue with like a fundamental kind of view in Christianity where people weren't really confident as Christians. They're like, oh, I just take it on faith. Oh, I love you. Oh, and they were very like passive, almost too passive. And I think we should always obviously love our neighbor, but I think that we also need to be a little firmer in our faith is. So I want to give more Christians more confidence to like, I'm a Christian. This is what I believe, and I don't have to synergize it with you. This is just the truth. And that's kind of my goal. And I think if we can do that, I think we'll get a lot more people come to Christ. Because there is like what the scripture says it itself. If you were to boast in anything, boast in Christ Jesus. It doesn't say, the scripture doesn't say, oh yeah, Jesus is a good guy and he loves you. Say that to people. No, it says boast in Christ Jesus. Boast. If you were to boast in anything, boast in Christ Jesus. Boast. Jesus is king, died on the cross, died for your sins. He's going to come back. He conquered death. And what he says is law. And I actually think this is a good point. I think Elijah is the standard. I think we need more Elijahs. Right? We got we got too many I can't even think of anybody in scripture that is as soft as fundamentals have made it. Actually, I was talking to a friend about this the other day. We need more like you, John, to witness to the atheists and the agnostics. Everyone is focused on Islam. I actually messaged a friend the other day who's in this sphere. I don't want to say who it is. You guys would know this person, but I don't know if he wants me to speak on his views on this. But I messaged him and I said, hey, there's a lot of people right now that are focused, like almost all Christian apologetics are focused on Islam. But with the whole instance that happened with Charlie Kirk, as much as I think Islam is a threat to the world, I also think secularism is. Because that is the result of secularism. Not the fact that he got executed. There's always going to be crazy people that do those types of things. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the celebration of it. That's what gave me really big fear, is how much the world celebrated this thing, this horrendous event. And so I was talking to him, I'm like, there's too many, and I 100% agree, there's too many Christians that are so focused on Islamic apologetics, and it's good, and they should be out there. Because Islam is a big threat, and they should focus on that. I'm not saying they shouldn't. But there's literally no Christians that are focused on secularism, atheism, taking on that field. Maybe Jay Dyer. I could say Jay Dyer is. Yeah, Elijah, your God must be taking a shite. So I say Jay Dyer is, maybe. And I think that's going to be a problem. Inspiring philosophy does, but he's really put his focus on Islam now lately too. That's been the majority of what he's doing. Because it's harder, we are awesome. Well, another friend of mine said, and I think this is true, Islam is more of a cultural threat. Secularism is more of an intellectual threat. And I agree with that. I think that's but both are still a threat. The celebrating of a terrible event is truly a story that's old as time, though in my opinion it's just coming back slowly. Damn wicked world, greater is him in us than us in the world. Listen, I know it's not new. Abby's not here though, but I'll spread on the information. Also, great name, Jonathan. I wonder if I'm just yapping at this point because I'm getting tired and I'm still... Oh, it's almost 11 o'clock. I didn't know it was that late. What was I going to say? Completely lost my train of thought. But yeah, I think... Hold on. Almost 1 a.m. for you. It's broken. It's always broken in the link tree. I keep fixing it. It's always broken. Can you Google it? Can you just do Big John Steele Discord and it will show up? Because I just don't have access to any of my stuff to post anything right now or do anything. Like, you guys should see the setup. Like, this background is great though, right? He's getting buried with 40k in silver coins. That's kind of crazy. I'm coming to the realization that we might need religion. We do. What people don't realize is that religion built the society that we live in. Just read Tom Holland's, not Spider-Man. What is his book called? Someone help me out. Anyways, Tom Holland wrote a book about how Christianity is pretty much like the foundation, and he's an historian, about the foundation of like where we get our values and how the world was built. And so we have a whole world built off Dominion, thank you very much. We have a whole world built off Christian values. And then once it was built, everybody's like, well, what do I need the Christian values for? I'll take everything that you built and I'm going to throw away the people who built it, and I'll take it. And then you watched all that start to regress, and they're like, we're trying to progress over here. You're not progressing, you're regressing. Do you think that do these secularists really think that a world that's sex focused and all about your own who you claim to be, and there are no moral truths, and it's about empathy and all these? Do you think that this world's never existed? Like, it maybe not in the exact form that it is, but these ideas have existed. They just look at ancient Roman culture. They were very like sex-centric culture. Same with ancient Greece. Now maybe the idea of like you could change genders is a new thing. We can grant them that. That's like a progressed new idea, but that doesn't change the fact that they're not progressing. I think they're regressing. Like, we got child sacrifice being a huge thing right now. They're sacrificing their children to idols of self. Even Richard Dawkins admits that that's why he's a cultural Christian. Absolutely. Absolutely. So they're sacrificing children to idols of self, right? They're only focused on, like, look, what do they celebrate in TV, music, right? It's pride. Look what I got. Look what I've done. It's that type of culture. Is that not why they built statues of themselves in ancient Rome? Was pride? Oh, I want to live forever. Let me show you what I got and what I've done. They don't even know what the word racism means anymore. Only white people can be racist. Well, then the word has no meaning. Because if racism just means white people suppressing people, then what happens if a black person suppresses people? Well, they can't do that. That's fine. They can't do it. Maybe there is no system that says they can do it. But is it logically possible? If it's logically possible, what do you call it? Because when you say they can't do it, it's impossible. It's impossible for you to be racist towards white people. What if white people became a minority group in the world? and they had no power, could you be racist to them then? Like, that Will guy that we talked to earlier, I actually think he was fair. Everybody's saying he's well known. How's he well known? It's like, I want to see his platy form. All right, folks. We should call it a night. We should call it a night. Once again, I love you. Oh, 169,000 on TikTok or so. That's not really that well known. Did I see Dean? No. Was Dean there tonight? He didn't request. If Dean would have requested, I would have brought him up. I've spoke to him a few times. What was Dean saying? He suggested I debate him? Well, why didn't he request? I don't think Dean's getting clips. Dean's always been fair with me. Oh, lights are off. Lights are on the timer. Now we're creepy looking. Was he actually in the chat suggesting I debate him? That'd be great. I'll reach out to him. I'll send him a DM. Because we're mutuals on TikTok. He said, I'm only here to suggest John debates Will. Oh, okay. Okay. Paraphrasing. I get you. That's too bad. I would have liked to talk to Dean too. All right, folks. What am I going to do? I have to go to work. We have hundreds of hours of lives you can go back and listen to. Go listen to it. Let's do a quick prayer in the dark, in the creepy dark, and then we're out. Our Father is in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us of our debts as we also forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Lord, thank you for what you've done. Thank you for this live. Thank you for the platform. Lord, we got banned today, and honestly, fair play. Fair play. Help me be a better Christian. Maybe I wasn't acting in a way I should be. So put me back on the right path and correct me if that's the case. But hey, if maybe you want some more of that Elijah in me, hey, I trust your will and your will be done. I just need your guidance, Lord, so make your voice loud in this. I ask that you bless everyone listening today, that you walk with them, that you give opportunities to be more Christ-like. I ask that you take care of my grandmother and that you welcome her into her kingdom, and that you just take care of this home and my mom that's upstairs as well through these trying times. And anybody else who's going through similar tragedies, Lord, I just ask that you walk with them too. Whether they're naysayers or not, doesn't matter, Lord. I ask that you take away their pain and remove it from them. I ask this all in Jesus' name. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Hallelujah. All right, folks. Have I seen the new Wolverine game? No, I'll have to look into that. With that being said, God bless.